Hello, Steeler Nation. Welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. What are we going to do? We're going to trade back. We're going to stand pat, and we're going to take somebody there like Branch or Joey Porter Jr. This is an exciting time, guys. In my experience as a Pittsburgh Steeler fan, I have never seen the Steelers pick first on any day ever. So this is going to be a really fun show. First person I'm going to be welcoming to the show is our head writer, Bob Quinn, over here at SteelerNation.com. Bob, I know you were on the show last night. You were excited about the Broderick pickup. What we want to know, what is he like? What is his kind of backstory, and what things do you think will help him to become a great offensive tackle?
Well, one of the neat things that I heard today is that the Steelers had him as the number 2 tackle on their board. So when Paris Johnson went, he the trade up to get him when he was available was definitely a move that they were going to be aggressive and go get.
Nice.
And the cool thing about Jones, left tackle has to be so athletic with the great edge rushers they face, and he's got tremendous feet. NFL Network and a couple of shows today, Bucky Brooks was on talking about Anthony Richardson, about how he was an NBA pick, and they drafted him on potential and measurables. Well, Broderick Jones was an all-state basketball player, led his team to the 5A championship.
Wow.
In Georgia in high school, and had scholarship offers to play basketball, but he was a much higher rated football player. So, of course, if you live down south, football's king. Basketball's nice, but football's king.
Right. And interesting stuff too. I know on our Ford Fairlane, his positional big board, he had Broderick Jones listed as his top tackle, as an elite, the only elite tackle that he had on his board. Probably sending back to the fact that he didn't let up a sack last year. He's won back-to-back national championships at Georgia. And then you told me like he let up 2 sacks in the previous year. So 2 sacks over 2 years with 0 last year is incredible, measurable for an offensive tackle that is going to be a left tackle in the NFL.
And that's what he was in college. I mean, virtually all of his snaps were left tackle. He was left tackle last year. He was left tackle most of the previous year. He's a mauler. What I really love about Broderick Jones when I watch his tape is he's nasty. When he doesn't just block people, and some of the criticism, and I thought D. Gray last night really brought out some interesting points about as guys get deeper, maybe they could rip him inside, but when you watch him on a running play and he pulls out, he doesn't just block a linebacker or block a corner and kind of get him out of the way. He pancakes him. He drives him to the ground, and we're old guys. We harken back to the days of Steelers are physical, nasty, tough guys. We haven't had a guy like that on the offensive line for a long time. And I mean, Pouncey was that, and DeCastro was good, but they never got that. Okay, yeah, when you got in the game, you might have been nasty in practice. You were good in the game, but I can't think of another line. I mean, maybe Kolb back in the day, who was a monster and would just punish people. But I heard today, and I kind of knew this, but it didn't register. The Steelers have never had an all-pro tackle. Never.
Yes. They've never had it. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I've been saying that on the show the last couple times, and it's because they've never drafted top 10. And when they were drafting top 10, they were taking great defensive linemen or quarterbacks. And that was it. Like, I mean, Bush, of course, I think we came up in the top 10 to grab Bush, who unfortunately didn't work out as well. But, not being able to draft in the top 10, that's normally where your all-pro tackles are drafted. And, this guy is a consensus top 10 player, to tell you the truth, if you don't factor out the weighted value of the quarterbacks taken ahead of him. And even the running back. Do we have a running back taken ahead of him as well?
Two, which
exactly.
Shocker. Yeah. I mean, I was watching the NFL Network today, and they it's only happened 3 times this century. I think Adrian Peterson and Marshawn Lynch way back in the day, which was a great draft.
Exactly.
I think the last time it happened,
it's not like
Brian
Barry
Matthews.
Sanders and Tim Worley, unfortunately, where we picked Worley after Barry Sanders, because that was both in the. I think that was about around the top 10 as well. We were up there, just missed out on like Deion Sanders, just missed out on Barry Sanders. It was a hell of a Hall of Famer draft at that top, but unfortunately, we missed out on all of them.
Well, the crazy thing is going back to when Bradshaw went number 1 back in '70, which I was 3, I wasn't watching then, but
right.
I wrote an article on this recently. The Steelers have only had 7 top 10 picks since Bradshaw.
Wow.
Which is crazy to think how just ridiculously consistent they are. I know Tomlin gets a huge amount of credit for never having a losing season, and he certainly should. I mean, I have quibbles with him schematically.
We had to trade back in too, Bob. But continue on what you're saying on Tomlin and Noel and Cowher.
Yeah, I have quibbles with Tomlin schematically, but not as a motivator, not as a leader. I mean, some of his game management stuff I question, but Cowher had his issues, and even Chuck Noll in the '80s, he had those 4 pretty dry years where they were just not very good that led up to the purge in '88.
Right.
Everybody has their issues, and I think Tomlin, if with the guys that we're getting, and I think this lends to the style he really wants to play. I think I was watching him on the Roethlisberger podcast about a month ago. Yeah. And he really enjoyed talking about that 2010 defense and the 2007 defense, the Super Bowl defenses of 2008, and how the 2010 group was basically responsible for the player safety initiatives. But I think he wants to play that way, and which is great, because that's Steeler football. I mean, let's get 12 personnel and just grind it down the field and see what happens. I mean, yes, I love Pickens is awesome. Deontay, as long as he catches it, is great at getting open. I mean, and that's kind of an unfair rap. I mean, realistically, since his rookie year, his drops haven't been that heavy, but it's always at the worst possible time.
Yeah, and just so you know, my dog is trying to get my attention today because my dog is a Browns fan, unfortunately. Yeah, I love the Browns. And she is very excited. Why are you excited, Liza? The Browns get to draft today. Yay! Yeah, they don't have a first rounder and they don't have a second rounder because they decided to get that dog of a quarterback in Deshaun Watson. I know. I love dogs. That's why we love him. I hump everything. It's fine. We don't mind that at all. You can't.
My little guy's around here somewhere. But Spike is definitely a Steelers fan. He's got his Steeler Nation garb on, as a matter of fact. Nice. But right now he's hiding.
Yeah, she hates it when I put her Steeler Nation or Steelers bandana on her. She tries to pull it off all the time, so she doesn't have any of that. Now I want to welcome onto the show Zach Franciscus, who is doing the due diligence with the BPA, tracking that. If you track along, go over to SteelerNation.com. You click on the Steeler Nation Draft Show article that has links to the BPA. Knock it off. Links to the BPA and the big board, the visual big board by position by Ford Fairlane as well. So you can follow along in real time as Zach updates these. Zach, welcome back to the show, my friend. How you been?
I'm good. Long time no see, everyone.
Yeah. So how are we looking right now at best player available according to the sheet?
Best player available by far is Brian Branch. He was ranked 10th overall on the board, and the fact that he's still there is insane. A little bit of a drop there. Then you have Osiris Torrance, the guard from Florida at 20. Cam Smith, the cornerback out of South Carolina at 21. Michael Mayer, who I know a lot of people are thinking we might take.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer and Darnell Washington, 2 of the top tight ends still available, still on the board. And Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. A lot of people linking that to 32. But then you have Josh Downs. You still have Will Levis on the board. You have Hendon Hooker on the board. Yeah. You have Derek Hall, John Michael Schmitz. There are plenty of not just good players, starting players in the NFL that are still on this board right now. Right. And you can look. All you got to do is scroll down a little. After 45, it opens up. Like, there's a huge amount of talent here, which is exciting because it's the NFL draft. But the Steelers having 3 picks within this range, if we don't draft out of it, I find it hard to believe that the front office has pulled everything off, and the draft last night is going to go wrong with this.
Yeah, it's especially with the talent available. Like we're saying, it's the third COVID draft, so there's more players that have more years of experience in this draft. So that pushes down a lot of talent, and we're seeing the glut of talent at corner, at wide receiver. Even though wide receiver isn't as deep, I guess, as other years, but it's pretty consistent, I think, for being average wide receivers as it goes through the draft.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Zach, didn't mean to jump in. I think there's some really interesting guys who they won't go tonight, and they won't probably go till the 7th round. But Grant DuBose, and it has insane measurables. A guy like Aubrey Miller from Jackson State. The Steelers, they need one more inside linebacker, in my opinion, and Aubrey Miller didn't get a combine invite, but if you watch his tape, and the Steelers have a great tradition of going to the HBCUs and finding tremendous talent. Aubrey Miller is a guy who I'm sure we'll talk about tomorrow, but those are 2 guys who are sleepers who could really help out in those late rounds.
And we're getting a lot of chiming in here from our Steeler Nation fans. Guten Tag, Travel Buddy. We're glad you're back up here. And I know you don't get to sleep much over there. It's the middle of the night already over there in Germany. Thanks to Gord, too, for jumping on early. Miles, of course. We've got miles and miles of miles always on this show. So always good to hear what you guys have to say. And keep it coming up, and we'll start talking about the questions you guys have for us as well. Guys, make sure you are liking and sharing this link with all of your Steeler fan friends. That is how we keep going. That is how we hopefully will get paid for this one day. But we do it out of love. We do it for fun, and we give you a chance to watch something other than the same crap you see every year on NFL Network. Outside of my favorite draft ever, which was the COVID 2020 draft, when I just watched Roger Goodell get drunker and drunker in his chair in the basement, and I loved every second of that draft. Outside of that, all the drafts has sucked, absolutely sucked. But he just kept leaning back in that chair, and just his face kept getting redder and redder during the entire show. I was like, he is ripped. I mean, I was too. I wasn't judging anybody. It was beginning of COVID. Everybody was ripped.
Absolutely.
So, for any people who are watching who are wondering about the Steelers drafting, I was listening to Mel Kiper before, and he was listing the teams who might be interested in either Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. And you have Detroit at 34, the Rams at 36, Seahawks at 37, and Tennessee at 41. Those are all right in the Steelers' neighborhood. And I've been saying since last night, if we're going to trade, I want a king's ransom for a team that's quarterback needy. And any of those teams.
Yeah.
Any of those, and even if it's not Will Levis, if they want Hendon Hooker, Detroit is the only one sitting pretty at 34. But the Rams, Seahawks, and Titans know that they're behind teams that want a quarterback. I'm hoping we took advantage of something there.
And who knows what the heck Detroit's going to do, because Jahmyr Gibbs is a wonderful player, fantastic weapon, but you already got DeAndre Swift and you signed David Montgomery to a free agent contract. I just don't understand that. And honestly, there were 3 players I thought before the draft that I really wanted the Steelers to get to set a tone physically for next year. And one was Broderick Jones, and we got him. I love Darnell Washington. I'd love to see us get him. And Jack Campbell, I desperately wanted the Steelers. I've been watching a long time. A Steelers linebacker named Jack. I mean, come on. It's a no-brainer.
Right. That wears the black and gold already.
Exactly. And him going at 18 was a huge reach. I mean, I think he's a great guy and a great player, but 18?
A lot of them were anticipating him being available here in the top of the second.
Yeah.
A lot of people say the Jack Campbell pick is a bit of a reach. He was supposed to be available now, so that was there were not a lot of reaches yesterday, but he was definitely one of them. Not the biggest reach. We know what that one was. Player number 99, Will McDonald, the 4th, jumping all the way up into the first round.
Right.
So
I think the Jets were all just a little more flustered than the Cowboys were when Buffalo jumped them and took Kincaid. And then Mozzie Smith, I mean, they play a 4-3. Why are you drafting a nose tackle? It didn't make any sense to me.
Right. And that early too. Like it's like crazy. Noses usually hang until bottom half of the second round, maybe third round, usually third and fourth rounds, usually when you start seeing them going off the board.
I know Ben and Matt loved him. They were. I saw a couple of their mocks where they had us taking them in the second round.
Wow. Yeah.
I like Moro Ojomo as a true nose from Texas a little more than Mozzie mostly because I thought we could get him in the fourth round. I thought the second's a little bit too early to pick a nose.
Yeah. And so what we're hearing right now, there's about 4 teams that are at least reported to be talking with the Steelers for moving up. And the good thing about that is if we hear that there's 4 teams, it means that a lot of players or a lot of different stuff can happen because they can create a bidding war. It's like, we're getting this, and this from this team. What can you do? Like, that is where Omar, I think, will be better than Kevin Colbert, who rarely traded back in any draft and just creates a chance for us to get the most value and even more value than we would normally get for this pick.
Well, I know Andrew Filipponi reported on his show. He didn't say who the source was, but he did say that the Raiders had made an offer to the Steelers, and they had offered 38 and 101 for 32, which personally I don't think is enough. But
yeah,
the other interesting thing he said is they want to move up to the Steelers 32, but they don't want a quarterback. He didn't say who they wanted, but it's reported they don't want Levis. They just want the 32 pick. So maybe Brian Branch is somebody they want to get a hold of.
Yeah. And right here too, Urich is stating that reports are Tomlin took Gonzalez off the board for the first round because of his visits. So that is something interesting that I haven't heard of before. But it would make sense why we traded up and did not take Gonzalez like a lot of us on the show thought we were going to do.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Urich. I heard that today as well. I forget who they said Tomlin talked to. It might have been Cam.
Fitzpatrick.
Yes, Minka. You're absolutely right, Zach. They talked to he talked to Minka right after and said, hey, that ain't the guy.
And the biggest reason was, and this is yet again, don't know the source. I read it in 2 different places, and then I read it somewhere else. Apparently, Tomlin asked Gonzalez why he switched schools, and Tomlin wanted to hear, "I want a better competition. I want to push myself," and he said, "I was following my position coach."
Yes,
and that did not impress Mike. And yet again, these are all it's but if that happens, I can understand that Mike Tomlin looks for specific kind of people. Yeah. He looks for, and if I can understand that, unless Christian Gonzalez is a bust, which honestly kind of I'm hoping he is. It's the only way I'm going to feel good about this.
Trust me, all pro tackle, all pro corner. I'll take the tackle.
So nice. That is true, and I know the last time the Steelers took a tackle in the first round was 1996. So it's been a while since that happened. So I'm not used to this.
And that didn't work out too well.
No, but before that was Leon Searcy, wasn't it? Yes. So hit and miss depending.
All right, Zach, I'm going to pop you off. I'm going to have you back on here as soon as we're on the clock. So Absolutely. Be ready to come back up. We're going to welcome a few more people back here to the show as soon as I can figure out how to run my switcher again. There we go. But welcoming back to the show, obviously we have to have our draft gurus back in here. We're going to have Matt and Ben jumping on first, and then we'll have Mackenzie and Chris coming on very soon thereafter. But Matt and Ben, now that you've had a day to sit on this, any extra information that we can start giving Steeler Nation for Broderick Jones?
He's going to wear number 77.
That's right. Guess. And he has 2 snakes.
Yeah, had 2.
Brody 2 snakes. That's his nickname. Brody 2 snakes.
He also has braces as well. That's why you're not going to probably see him smiling a lot.
Yeah.
That's really all I got. I'm just looking forward to today.
Nice. What do you see there, Matt?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just like he seems excited. He seems happy to be there. Love seeing always the picture in front of the statue in Pittsburgh's airport. he's already embracing the culture, and that's always a positive sign.
Nice. Any ideas on what you think the Steelers are going to be doing here coming up for this pick? Are we going to pick? Or are we going to trade back? What are your thoughts here? I'm going to start with you, Bob.
I'm really hoping we're going to trade back. I not too far. I really want. I think the Rams are somebody to keep an eye on because, and I don't think it's necessarily for Levis. The fact that they basically gave Jalen Ramsey away, I think the need for a Joey Porter, who they probably never expected to be there,
right.
Brian Branch, is going to be very enticing to them. I mean, if Matt Stafford gets hurt, their receiving core is a mess. Cooper Kupp is obviously fantastic, but the rest of them last year when A-Rob got hurt, you just saw it. They're slow. I mean, Baker Mayfield looked okay that one game, but and I don't know how good Matt Stafford's going to do this year with them anyway. I think they're just going to rip it down to the studs and then start over and hope that they get Caleb Williams next year in the draft.
Nice. Just a quick thing here before we go to you, Ben, for your ideas. Trey Essex, unfortunately, cannot make the show tonight. He had to travel and fly to New York. He is currently on a plane. So he might be texting in his ideas and stuff as people get drafted, but we wish him a safe flight to New York City tonight. All right, Ben, what do you think? What would you like to happen tonight?
On the side note as well, I can't believe you guys went 5 hours yesterday. I mean, you are an absolute animal, and I was tuning in like late night, like after midnight.
Yeah.
And your eyes were looking heavy, but you were looking good. You guys did well.
That's from the drink, but yes.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, I see him trading back just because, I mean, they already lost their 4th pick here on Jones. That's what we saw last night. And I think that they did that with the anticipation of they're just going to get that back here with the 32nd pick and pick up maybe another second later on. So I hope they trade back. I think that's the right move, especially with what they need and what's available. Kind of they can afford to be a little bit more patient than other teams. Yeah. And eventually, as we get closer to whenever they're on the clock, that's going to be like the ticking point where we're going to be seeing some desperate teams pulling out some desperate measures.
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think they want to trade back. I definitely believe they're going to want to try and pick up some extra draft capital. Rightfully so. I think they're going to ask for higher than a normal amount than you would just see based on the pick numbers.
Right.
Because normally you would expect about a 4th round pick to move up about 5 to 10 spots at this point in the draft. But because of the unique circumstances of it being the first pick of the 2nd round and some of the quarterbacks still being available with Hooker and Levis, as well as, Branch, Porter Jr. and some others, I think that they're going to ask for a lot more. Whether or not they get it, I don't know. But if you don't get at least, a 2nd and a 3rd or a 2nd and multiple 4ths or a 2nd and a future, 2nd or something along those lines, I think you stand pat, take one of these guys that are worth a 1st round pick, especially someone like Branch or, even Porter Jr. Grab one of these guys, get another all-star to join the team. It's one of those, don't overcomplicate it. Don't sit there and feel like you have to make a trade.
And Robert, I think Joey Porter Jr. is way faster speed-wise than Terrell Edmonds. That's why we were considering Joey Porter Jr. a 1st rounder, and everybody, when we drafted Terrell Edmonds in the 1st round, everybody's like, really? The only reason why he was there was because he was there with his brother.
So actually, Terrell Edmonds ran a faster 40 time.
Oh, he did?
By 0.01 seconds.
Wow. Well, thank you for correcting me. I just assumed that the side speed ratio would have gone to Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, that's part of what made Edmonds one of the I don't want to say shoot up draft boards because he was still considered a reach, but what made him enticing was because he was a height, weight, speed guy, being 6'2", 210, ran a 4 in the 4.4s, had like a 40-inch vertical. Having all those things made him an enticing option.
Well, I know Steve Jones from who's the play-by-play guy for Penn State. It was high on Porter, and he really thought he would test well at the combine going into it. But that 4.5 really hurt Porter. I mean, I think he's a lock 1st round pick, even if he's 4.49.
Yeah.
But that 4.5, and that pushed him. That pushed him into the second round. I did. Justin Imler from Steeler Nation is saying in our writers chat that the Commanders are offering 47 and Chase Young for 32, which that could be an interesting move.
That would have to be something I would consider, because we are still in the area where they did not yet offer the 5th round tender to Chase, not Chase Young, but to Young, the other Young. But I think you have to do it by May 4th or 5th. It's somewhere, I know it's right around the beginning of May. So if that happened tonight, Steelers would definitely be 5th round option and maybe a Steeler for 2 years for sure. That would be a very, very interesting trade.
I would be mad. I love Chase Young. I think he's an elite pass rusher. Had some issues, with injuries. What was it? 2021 season that made him miss the end of the year and then miss the beginning of this year. So he should be back to full go by the time this year comes around.
Nice. Now it's time to welcome Chris Barber to the show. I know he's been sitting patiently in the green room. We're getting here close to 7 o'clock, which is why I like to have most of our people up. So, Chris, how you doing, my friend? Good to have you back on the show.
Let's go.
And Bob, I know you're going to be writing tonight, so you're going to be jumping off and on throughout the night. Please tell us, which Steelers writers are currently in the war room right now that are doing the awesome job of getting up these great articles on Steeler Nation.
You're going to have Leanne Loman Parker.
Parker.
I hope I say his last name right. Abate.
Yeah.
And then Zach is updating the big board, so I don't know that he's going to be writing, but he's also one of the full-time writers. We should have Spencer will be pumping, and Stewart will be pumping out articles. So yeah, we're going to be busy all night, hopefully writing about a trade and 3 or 4 guys here tonight.
Nice. I forgot to put on my earphones. Everything's bleeding through. Thanks a lot for letting me know that, Chris. If you're saying you heard somebody coming through, it's probably because I didn't have my earphones in.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate that save. Mackenzie keeps jumping on and off. She was eating pizza. Looks like she's out in a park somewhere. So we'll hopefully get a Mackenzie here on the show soon once she has some better service. Now that I've got you on the show too, Chris, I want to hear what you think the Steelers should be doing here. Either taking somebody, who would you take, or are you trading back?
The only reason I don't like trading back is because the only ones that make sense would be too far back. I love the idea of getting more draft capital, getting more chances to get those players. I just feel like if we do trade back, a lot of those players will be gone. So I think it's best to stay put, take Joey Porter at 32.
Nice. Anybody this is, at least we started glossing over the fact, like you say, Joey Porter. I know Mackenzie's huge into Joey Porter as well. I've been Brian Branch. I think Matt is with me on Brian Branch with this pick if we stand pat. Ben, who do you like here?
Brian Branch.
You like Brian Branch as well? And Bob?
Absolutely.
And Bob, who do you like at this pick?
Brian Branch is very good. And if we get him, I'll be very happy. But I would rather have Darnell Washington. That just get a road grader, huge tight end to go and sit next to Broderick Jones. You put Chooks and Gentry on the other side, and float Pat in occasionally. I mean, blocking's not his strong suit, and just they'll just grate the ball down the field, and it'll be such a refreshing change to see Najee start making moves 3 yards down the field instead of when he gets the ball. And I think it'll make him a much better runner. He started to do it last year. And if we can get him rolling and go back to, young Ben with Pickett, throw the ball 25, 30 times a game, but take deep shots, get chunk plays, and just 4 or 5 yards down the field, I would love to see Darnell Washington.
You don't think 32 is too early for him? I think 32 is a little bit early for a second tight end, in my opinion.
Are you saying that because on your big board right now he is fifth best available? So I don't know how much earlier you're saying or later you think he's going to go. And you have Meyer on there too at above him, like at fourth best available.
But I thought Branch was above them.
Branch is 1, Osiris Torrance at 2, Cam Smith at 3, Michael Meyer 4, Darnell Washington 5, Joey Porter Jr. 6. That is BPA right now, according to your consensus list. So I'm putting you on note on that one, Ben.
But there was a lot of Matt influence on that one.
Yes,
there was a lot of Matt influence on that.
Yeah.
So
me and Ben went back and forth through several iterations to make sure that it captured both of our appeals and
more of a compromise.
Yes, the Darnell Washington was definitely something I pushed for, getting him that high on the list because for all the reasons Bob stated, he's already an NFL-ready blocker as a tight end and just happens to be 6'7", 260 and an elite athlete.
Nice.
And honestly, I love Tyreek Stevenson from Miami, and I think he's a guy Mike Tomlin will like a lot. We were talking about Christian Gonzalez earlier and how Tomlin soured on him with I followed my position coach. Stevenson, when he left to go home in Miami, he was homesick. And I think that might have played a little better in the interview that, hey, I just wanted to go home and be with family. I mean, Steelers are so family oriented. Yes, Joey Porter is family, but I think that'll really play. And he's very good in the slot. He's very good outside. He's more of an outside corner, but he has played the slot effectively.
But it's a cornerback from Miami. I'm still recovering from the last one.
He started out in the SEC though, so
all right.
And he's the second round, so no Artie Burns vibes.
Was Ringo drafted yesterday?
No.
That's we had a quick ask. No, Ian, not yet. And yes, Trey Essex is not making the show tonight, guys. He's on an airplane from Alabama to New York. He might be chirping in and shooting us some texts if he has some service on his plane. So we're looking forward to seeing if he to give us his opinions on any players that the Steelers draft tonight.
Should be
and
just
guys,
minutes away.
We are at the 7:00 hour. I know the draft coverages on the other networks have started. I don't know if we are officially on the clock yet. As you know, I don't carry a TV in the basement. I'm too busy running switchers and everything else. I'm going to have Zach jump back here on the show too, since we're back here at prime time. Show is starting. We'll get a 6 box here, and what was that hex box? Hexagon? Is that 6?
Yes.
The hex. We'll go with the hex box.
A 2x3.
Hopefully, putting a hex on the Raiders to give us all their draft picks to move up here to get the guy they want.
You want to give us a first.
Very nice, Chris.
Really quick, I want to add before we're on the board something that a lot of people haven't talked about with Broderick Jones. This dude's a pure athlete. I mean, a man as big as he is with a 30-inch vertical and runs a 4.97 40.
Jeez!
Wow. He's an athlete as well. So I remember Trey telling us yesterday that all the things he saw that needed to be improved with Broderick Jones could be coached. All the intangibles were there but everything could be coached up, which made me feel better about it. So,
and we've got the coach to do it. Myers is really about technique, coaching up players. It took half a year for most of our line to get down to his coaching and his technique. So it was nice to see them come together and gel in that system there toward the end of the season when we got Najee running downhill.
And I know D was he really liked Dan. He really likes Dan Moore. He wasn't necessarily sold on Jones. I think one thing to really watch out for with Dan Moore, and especially with Roethlisberger giving him such a big vote of confidence on his podcast this week, is Moore's a guy who could easily kick inside. And if Baldinger has been saying that the Steelers are going to finish the job on the offensive line, so we don't know exactly what that means. But if they go with a guy like either Joe Tippmann at center, which is a possibility, but if not, if they kick James Daniels over to center, which people in Chicago said that was his truly best position, that he should have been playing center, not guard. You can see Dan Moore slide over to next to Chooks on the other side, and that would be pretty formidable. I think Moore and Chooks together communication wise, that could be a very interesting right side of the line.
Now, who would you take? Now, right here, Litos over at Steeler Nation Football Forum. He goes by Litos. He goes by Carlos Daniel Goncalves when he's down in Venezuela where he lives. Who do you like better, Meyer or Washington? Because I personally liked Meyer a little better. I know Matt's huge into Washington. Tell me who you like better and why. And Matt, I'll start with you.
As an overall tight end, it's close. That's why, I mean, we had them at 22 and 25 on our big board coming in. That's why they're only one spot apart from each other now. They slightly different, though. Meyer's better as a receiver now, but can block, whereas Washington's a great blocker and needs to work on the receiving aspect, but has the athleticism to do it. For the Steelers, I think Washington fits better. Freiermuth is already the very good wide receiver that could afford to make his blocking better, whereas they use Gentry as that blocking tight end who played over 500 snaps last year. Let Washington pair with Freiermuth and let Washington play 500 snaps and see how good that run blocking is.
Nice. Ben, what are your thoughts?
Same exact. I mean, I think that Meyer is a better overall, but just in terms of the Steelers and what they need, they don't need a good overall guy. They need a guy who can block, another offensive tackle, if you will, everything we've been saying. So I completely echo all of Matt's thoughts.
I've got an interesting question here from Robert Tamboro. Robert's always a big part of our Steeler Nation video shows. Hey, guys, do you think the draft's best center is still available and best run blocking right tackle still available means the Steelers should super reinforce the offensive line by drafting another O lineman?
I don't think we should do that. Not right now. I mean, if we trade back and get more capital in 5th and 6th rounds, maybe. But the fact that we don't have something in the 4th, 5th, or 6th rounds, I don't think we have the capital to go after just a bolstering of something.
Awesome. I'm going to welcome one more person to the show, Mackenzie. She's been running through parks. She's been eating pizza. Now she's on the stream. Mackenzie, turn your thing sideways for us, please.
Sorry.
No
worries.
God,
you guys, I'm currently I'm in the porta potty. This is where I can get service. What is happening? What did I miss? What is going on? I don't know anything. What's happening?
You missed nothing.
Yep. Steelers, I think, are on the clock now.
Not yet.
Or getting ready to go on the clock. They started the draft shows, but I guess we're not officially on the clock yet. But we will be finding out very shortly whether or not the Steelers are going to be trading out of that spot or whether they're going to take somebody like Joey Porter Jr., who we all know you love, Brian Branch, who a lot of us love, maybe a tight end like Bob is saying might be Washington. Anybody else with any other wild cards? Let me know.
Well, the Albert Brutus tweeted that the Commanders were looking to trade up, but we asked too much. So you might be able to take Washington out of the mix for trade partners for Pittsburgh.
Right.
I like that. Stand your ground, get a large amount. I don't want to see a bad trade or anything on our end.
No.
And one thing, just to jump back on the Meyer-Washington comparison, I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. Meyer is a great receiver. I think he's going to be an excellent NFL tight end. But I agree with Matt and Ben. The Steelers don't need that. They need the guy to play where Gentry was playing. And one thing about Washington, if you watch him in college, those little 5-10-yard stick routes or that screenplay that I'm not a fan of at all that they threw to Gentry seemingly every game.
Yeah.
Washington is a big human, but he's fat. I think he's faster than Gentry, but he's good at that. He's very physical. He'll turn a 1-yard pass into a 5, 6, 7-yard gain.
Nice.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
Yay! Officially on the clock.
One really quick thing on the Meyer-Washington debate to answer the question. Something Trey said yesterday is that the middle of the field being as vulnerable as it is, the Steelers don't have someone. He didn't seem as confident in Freiermuth's ability to be the consistent guy. So if we get Meyer in there, I think he would be able to be that double seam up the end. George Pickens on the outside would be able to benefit from that. I remember Trey specifically saying that if we could get another person to be able to get that vulnerability in the middle of the field, George Pickens is going to be able to grow faster, and I'm all for that.
And I hear that George is working on his route running this year. He wants to be more of an all-around receiver as opposed to being that deep threat, sideline threat, combative catcher. So if he's working hard with Deontay Johnson and a little bit rubs off, look out for this year because he's going to have a big jump in year 2. Mm-hmm. And what were you going to say there, Mackenzie?
No, what time? How much time is on the clock?
Just under 6 minutes.
Sorry if it's glitchy. This is the best I can get right now.
It's all good.
What are you doing? You working out? You running around everywhere?
Oh my God, I'm on my break. I think my break, so it would be during this time. So I've been in the 103-degree weather.
Wow.
Baking.
Goodness. That's well. I'm glad you're indoors somewhere. Then I mean, it's a porta potty, but so, yeah, we're still waiting to hear anything.
It's like the luxurious porta potties where there's AC in here.
Ooh, nice.
So I've been like blasting the AC on my phone because it won't work when there's when it's heat, when it's so hot. It's not. So this is the best we got.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out an edge rusher at some point in this second round too.
Yeah, I'd go round B for edge.
Well, I haven't heard anyone say Derek Hall's name. If he keeps dropping, that'd be fancy. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Derek Hall, Keon White. I wouldn't be surprised if either of them are taken at some point by the Steelers in round 2, especially if they trade back.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we are on the clock. I don't see anything for a trade yet, but
not yet. I got the draft up on the same laptop. But yeah, it's funny. Last year we had Claypool announce his. Last year Claypool announced his replacements pick. This year Highsmith might announce his replacements pick.
That's something else. That's a good point there. I love that, Chris. Great association.
Yeah. We got 4 minutes on the clock. No trade, no pick.
If we trust Jersey Jerry as a source, he says Joey Porter Jr. confirmed, but that is not official. That is not official.
I'll let y'all know. Yeah, the pick isn't even in.
Yeah, so out of curiosity, do you guys think if we don't trade, is it because we didn't get enough, or is it because we decided not to on our own?
I think it's because we didn't get enough.
Tomlin's on the phone, and now Rooney on the phone by Pam. Thank you, Pam, for the update.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's talking to
someone.
Yeah, I see Con on the phone right now.
I definitely agree. If we don't trade,
Con's on the phone, that's a trade.
It wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Really?
Mike Tomlin looks mischievous. He's in the corner just kind of with this really mischievous grin like he knows what's up and none of us do.
Yeah. Maybe we just screwed someone over.
I wouldn't mind that. So still through about 3 minutes on the clock, nothing for a trade yet. So if the phones are going right now.
And how about this, guys? Being on the clock and not having somebody immediately running to the podium. There are wheeling and dealing going on right now. It is now crunch time for teams to determine on whether or not they're going to try to trade into the spot.
It's like a live auction.
The Steelers are doing their due diligence to try to get...
Pick is in. No trade. There's no trade.
No trade.
Okay.
Pick is in.
Oh, no.
Wait,
Kenzie, you're going to love this.
No.
Oh, wait, no. Did we...
No trade. The Steelers have made a decision.
No.
Mackenzie's boy.
Oh.
Is it really?
Porter.
No way. Did we get him? We got Joey
We'll
Porter?
See.
Joey Porter Jr.
Joey
pick
Porter
is in.
Jr. is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
I haven't seen the announcement yet.
Officially broken by Ben. There you go.
Joey
I'm
Porter
not mad.
is a Steeler.
I'm not mad.
That's going to be a great jersey for me, quite honestly. I'm pumped.
Yeah.
It is. Is he going to wear 55 like his dad?
It's available, so maybe.
Nobody is happier than Mackenzie right now, running around in an air-conditioned bathroom. The look of joy on her face, frozen for all of us to view.
It still hasn't been announced on TV yet, but
Yes.
It's official.
Yeah, that's why I'm holding off for now.
Yeah. Hey,
It's
I'm good with it. It's not at 17, so I'm happy.
It's
Yeah.
that cornerback. I
Right.
really wanted a corner in this
Right.
scenario, and I'm so happy that
Yeah.
they went in defense after going tackle last night.
And
got the
honestly,
future.
in this spot, I mean, it's either Cam Smith or Joey Porter Jr. I mean, those are the other two people that you had in
Oh
your
my
consensus.
God.
It looks like top 6 right
Right.
here for BPA.
Mhm.
So how is this better than picking Cam Smith?
They're very different corners. Joey Porter's
Yeah.
in your face, press you at the line of scrimmage, get physical with the wide receiver, whereas Cam Smith's an off man zone coverage, likes to read the quarterback, likes to attack the ball in the air, doesn't play in the hip pocket of the receiver at all times, likes to do that off man and read. So this depends on your scheme fit.
he can
Steelers
tackle.
thought
Yeah. Confirmed on
Confirmed.
TV. Let's go.
okay. Now the question is, does Brian Branch keep falling, and do we get him at 49 too?
Wow.
Zero shot. They're not taking another DB.
You calm yourself.
That would be insane, but I just don't see him dropping.
No, I
That
don't. But you
far.
know what? It's gonna look good, and I hope he lives up to it. I honestly hope this isn't just a legacy pick. I'm trusting that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
He's going to do well with Patrick Peterson too.
I'll tell you one thing. This actually feels a lot like the Kenny Pickett pickup, because that was a kid that was in the building. The entire team knew him, saw how he practiced, saw the makeup of the character of the guy. And that's the same thing with Joey Porter Jr., who is not only there as very young when he was Joey was a player, which Trey mentioned, but then was also in the building when Joey Porter Jr. turned around and was a coach for us for, not long ago, back when TJ Watt first started his career here with us. So this is a guy that they know. They know his character. They know his makeup. They know all of his flaws personally and all the trouble that he got into as a kid. I mean, this is a guy that they know. So to them, it's a safe pick because they know the character of the guy just like they knew the character of Kenny Pickett.
Now, I'm curious if you see trades happen in the next pick or two, and I'm curious what that compensation is, because the teams are still going to be looking to try and trade up to pick one of these quarterbacks.
Yep.
So I'm curious
Right.
what that compensation will be, because that's what the Steelers could have been looking at most likely.
Right. And guys, it is now time. We had our pick. Bob, I want to go to you first because I know you got to jump off of here quickly to start writing an article.
Absolutely.
But let's feature you, my friend, and I want to hear what you think about this pick and give us your thoughts.
Well, the Steelers needed a corner, and Porter is a pedigree. He's long. He's physical. He did a lot better job his senior season than his junior season with being handsy. I think he'll only improve at the next level. It remains to be seen if he can play that slot corner, which is how he probably will get on the field, unless Peterson slides inside when Porter's on the field. It's a legacy pick. I mean, the Steelers are all about family. It's the Watts, the Haywards. Now the Porters, and it isn't the first time. It's not going to be the last time. And I think Mike Tomlin kind of grinning. He really wanted this pick. He really wanted Porter. And I think Kahn and Weidel did a fantastic job of talking him into being patient and waiting till the top of the second round to get him.
Excellent take. And you got to keep it in the family like they do with the Godfather, Omar Khan. Yeah, you got to kiss the ring, keep it in the family. All right, Matt, you're next on the board. Let's get your thoughts on Joey Porter Jr.
Like Bob said, it's keep it in the family. I feel like I'm watching a Fast and the Furious movie, whether it be 1, 2, 7, 8, 12, whichever one, just family over and over again. But
Tokyo Drift.
Hey, that was one they didn't mention family.
Yeah, you're right.
Because the only one Vin Diesel wasn't in. But no, overall, at 32, I like the Joey Porter Jr. pick. Would I have preferred a couple other guys? Yes, but Joey Porter Jr., he's a tough physical corner, has the athletic tools to be a true shutdown corner in this league. I mentioned his hands and getting handsy. He made a big improvement in that last year, going from, I think, 11 penalties down to 2 last year. if I remember the stats correctly off the top of my head. So definitely made improvements. Real physical. I'm not mad at the pick at all.
Ooh, we might be
Here we
seeing
go,
our first
Steelers. That's
quarterback
all that
off the
matters.
board.
Nice. So the layout down. All right, Ben, next up, let's hear your thoughts on Joey Porter Jr.
So I love the position that they went with here this go around after trading up for a tackle. So, initially I was a little bit low. The only thing that concerns me about Joey Porter Jr. is his lack of interceptions, but it's because he wasn't targeted a lot because his coverage is so good. He can hang with a lot of guys. He has the speed. He's a great perimeter guy, which is exactly what the Steelers need. He's going to do well, I think, under Patrick Peterson, or I guess in tandem with Patrick Peterson. He's a great tackler for a cornerback. He's everything the Steelers like in an AFC North cornerback who plays in the snow and gritty and hard nosed. He's going to be having to coach up on a couple of stuff, how to adapt his game to an NFL rule book, like DPI stuff, getting handsy downfield, stay within 5 yards, all the fun stuff. But I think for a 32nd overall, a cornerback, I love it. I love it.
Nice. All righty, Mr. Zach. What are your thoughts here on Joey Porter Jr., my friend?
It's the second player I wanted. I wanted Brian Branch. If we didn't get Brian Branch, I'm okay with Joey Porter Jr. It's one of those things. Now that he is a Pittsburgh Steeler and I have nothing to say about it, he's got to prove me wrong about what I wanted instead. And I look forward to Joey Porter proving me wrong and work on your penalty, sir. That's all I got to say.
Good finish. Zach, we're going to have you off and back in the war room. We'll be calling you back up. You know that. Sooner
Absolutely.
than later. Thank you, Zach.
No problem.
And now, Chris, we want to get your thoughts on Joey Porter Jr. saving the best for last. I know you've got a hot take.
Yeah. Well, of course, like y'all mentioned, it's kind of a family pick. But at the same time, of course, because Tomlin wanted him, be able to wait, get the better guy first, and then get the guy we wanted. You would see that a lot in the draft. And with how the roster's constructed, we got Patrick Pearson rotating. Oh, so I'm getting distracted by the draft. Things are happening.
Yeah, there's a trade going on in that. But yeah, keep it on. Let's talk about Joey Porter Jr.
I'm sorry, but yeah. So of course, Patrick Pearson starting, but Joey Porter rotate with him. He can rotate with Levi Wallace, get a little bit of time in the slot. We can make him more of a versatile player. He doesn't have to get thrown into the fire entirely. Like we have it set to where he can develop, he can watch, he can play, he can do a little bit of everything. And then next year, he'll be a full-time starter on the outside. And then we'll see what he can do while he's playing every single snap.
Nice. Grab my thing here. Here we go. And now it's down to the big four until the next pick comes up, guys. Obviously, just let me know whether or not you have to jump on, jump off. You know me, I'm going to be on the show the entire time, as Ben has noticed. And he's acts surprised because I've only been doing it for 3 years now.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I have to get up and give somebody a topic on day 3 just so I can go use the restroom or grab some food. But other than that, that's what I do. And it's going to be tomorrow's going to be a weird show. Like if we don't get any more picks in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round, it's going to be a whole lot of sitting around with Stryker. And then Ben already did the smart thing. He's like, I'm available in the 7th round. But that was even before we even drafted or we even knew we were going to give up that 4th round pick. So
I already knew that they were going to do it. So that's why I just said, I'm happy to be that back end.
Look at the psychic.
But thus far, we've been talking about this all draft. We've been talking about it on the show. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Consensus was get yourself an offensive tackle, get yourself a cornerback. Bang, bang. Steelers have done that. And as far as the offensive tackles that were available, the cornerbacks that were available, they went BPA on their boards. Grab the guys they think that are going to make their team a better team. Now, we had a question earlier while I was rotating through. Is Joey Porter Jr. possibly can he play slot? Is he slot capable to be able to be kind of worked in this year before he is out there and on the edge, or is he strictly an edge corner?
I think he's more of an edge guy. Simply, his legs are so long, and he has such a long stride. So I think if you line him up inside, especially like on really press man coverage,
yeah,
his legs he may look like a Bambi on ice type of deal, which is how long his strides are. I think he was drafted and picked for an outside corner specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rose.
I've got a question here too that popped up that I love from Miles. At 49, he wants Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson. These are big inside linebackers. How are they looking? Oh, we got a baby sighting in the house. Hey, Ma. Hey, baby.
All right.
Youngest little Steeler in the house.
Yeah.
She just woke up from a nap just in time for the pick.
Awesome. So, Ben, I'm going to start with you. Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I love those names, Miles. I mean, that's where it gets down to where the Steelers see their next priority in their positions, because they went out in the free agency season and picked up two, I would say, caliber or starter caliber guys in there, in Roberts and Holcomb. So I would argue that maybe a defensive tackle, especially on the inside, is a little bit more of a priority for it, but they're going to draft a linebacker. The Steelers always draft a wide receiver and a linebacker at some point. It's just a matter of when. I think now at this point, I would hold a defensive tackle a little bit higher up on the priority sheet.
Okay. Matt, same question. Who do you like out of Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson? Why?
They're very different players. So for the Steelers, Drew Sanders might actually make more sense. Drew Sanders started his career at Alabama as an edge rusher, so playing on the perimeter, and transitioned when he got to Arkansas to middle linebacker, and he still excels in that blitzing role, now firing from the middle a little bit, but also transitioning to the edge at times, especially in true pass situations. So I think that versatility would give them some benefits earlier, definitely, for sure. He's still learning the middle linebacker position, so still learning his keys, still learning when to trigger, in the run game and things like that. But since they signed two veteran middle linebackers, he can learn on those early downs behind them, and then also rotate even in on the edge behind Highsmith and Watt to give them breaks. Trenton Simpson, though, he has a chance to be somewhat like the Shazier type linebacker where he can play all three downs. He has the speed, he has the athleticism, but he's still raw. He's not because he has a middle linebacker, but because, he's a little bit smaller, likes to play out in space, somewhat kind of like how Devin Bush was coming out of college. Don't kill me for the comparison, but where he was that smaller, speedy linebacker who needed some help in the run game, needed some development there. So depends which route they want to go. For the Steelers and to make up a team right now, though, I'd probably go Drew Sanders because of that. Give you that versatility where he can mix around all over the field. I mean, remember when Lawrence Timmons used to do that? Lawrence Timmons used to line up on the edge occasionally, but still be able to provide that pop in the middle. So having that would be huge for this team, especially since there is little edge depth right now after TJ and Alex.
Hey, man, the Raiders just grabbed the tight end.
Did they grab
Another
Darnell?
Titans off the board?
Did they grab
Matt
Darnell?
Meyer. Matt Meyer.
Yes, Sam Laporta got drafted by the Lions.
Yeah, Raiders got their Darren.
Wow, so now it looks like a run on tight ends is happening.
Yep, and also Levis is off the board. He's a Titan.
Guys, I want to do something special here. I want to bring Zach back on the show. I want you guys to grab your drinks because we forgot to toast the newest member of Steeler Nation. I'm going to be drinking a cheat day peach sour ale by Rusty Rail, Pennsylvania Brewery, center of the state, just right above Lewisburg.
I've been there.
That is what a great brewery.
That's God's country, though.
Yes, it is. That's why I was born in that area, a little farther north, up in Williamsport area.
Mm-hmm.
So, cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Let us all welcome Joey Porter Jr. as the newest member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cheers.
Welcome, Joey.
All right.
Always liked you. I never said you were overrated.
So, I have a question for the group. What do we think about the compensation that the Titans gave up to the Cardinals to make that Levis pick? Because it would have likely been a very, very similar trade for the Steelers. I mean, the Titans gave up 41, right? That was their pick. So they Cardinals had to move back 8 spots.
Yeah.
Titans also gave up 72. Cardinals had 81, so move back 9 spots or move up 9 spots there. So that's where the Steelers would move from 80 to 72, moved up 8 spots there, and then a 2024 third.
That is a lot. I would have probably
that's
taken
good.
that, maybe.
I personally wouldn't have. This year, you lose a little bit because it's about the same amount of spots, but a round later. To add a next year's third, which is like adding a fourth this year in terms of value, like Straker always points out.
Yeah.
Because
that's
I
actually a
wanted more
fourth-round
draft
pick.
picks for this year.
Yeah,
right.
I do as well.
Oh, wait, the Cardinals gave up. The Cardinals also gave up the 81st pick.
Yes. So
they
essentially swapped second and thirds, which is about the same movement.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, and then got a third next year, which I'd like next year's draft class, but you never know how that's going to turn out. I ain't backing up, especially because you're going from Joey Porter Jr. to, I don't know, maybe maybe it would have been Drew Sanders. Trying to figure out who you would drop down to there. So,
if that was the kind of compensation that we were going to be looking at, I am glad we didn't trade down. We got one of the 2 players that I was going to be happy with we got the second one, but we still got one of the 2. And so now that I know what I'm looking at, honestly, another great job by Khan to either turn it down or ask for more than other. I'm very happy with it.
So Colts traded with the Raiders, it looks like.
Yep, and the Raiders got Michael Meyer.
Oh, that was for the tight end. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, and then Sam Laporta went before that. So Washington is the last big name tight end, I think.
There is also a dude from Oregon State. What's his name?
Definitely surprised too.
Luke Musgrave.
Yeah,
Musgrave. That's right.
It looks like Hayden Hurst.
By the way, if anybody didn't know, Justin Herbert's 5th-year option was picked up today.
Obvious choices. Obvious.
No way.
So I know it's crazy, right? But the other one was Brandon Ayuk and JT Allen, or where is it? AJ Terrell.
The Rams have their pick in.
Oh,
okay. The Rams finally have a draft pick.
Steve Avila.
Who?
He's from TCU.
Yeah.
What position?
I think he's Matt, is he a tackler or a guard?
No, he's a guard and center.
He's a guard. Yeah, he's an interior guy.
I'm sorry, who was that? I gotta.
Steve Avila. He had a top 30 pick for the Steelers.
He was a guard. Some people say he might move to center a little bit too, but Steelers know how well that works out, taking a guard and moving him to center.
Yeah.
So
but he went before Torrance did. Wow.
Yeah, that I don't get a whole lot. Maybe they are seeing something similar with that flexibility, but I would have taken Torrance personally. But
yeah, you guys had 7 different interior linemen above Steve Avila. So that not really sure what was up with that. They must have seen something that not many other people did.
Yeah, I mean, I had center above a guard and ranks of priority. So a couple of those names you'll see on there are more center than a guard. Okay, I would say that's the logic behind that.
Jingleheimer's on the board.
That's right. He's still available.
I love me some Jingleheimer Schmitz.
Yeah.
If he's gonna go, I mean, Brian Branch still sitting on the board, Science Torrance on the board, Cam Smith, Darnell Washington, Josh Downs.
How weird is it that 2 teams have just traded up in the second round and neither of them picked Branch? What is up with Branch? This is like a very odd drop.
I've heard that teams are trying to value safety less. Like, he's a good player, first round talent, but not what the NFL wants exactly.
I was going
into that a little bit yesterday. Howie Roseman has never picked a center in the first round. Safety. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he didn't pick a center either.
I don't think so.
So he passed on Polamalu, is what you're saying. He passed on Minka Fitzpatrick, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But that's like Mel Kiper when he starts like flaming us for taking a running back in the first round. It's like, if you want to get a running back that kind of talent, that is the only place you're going to find one. Because he would not have been there the next pick because Jacksonville went ATN. And they probably would have gone Najee if Najee was on the board over ETN.
Yeah, and then Denver went Javonte in the early second.
Right.
That one hurt my and Ben's heart a little bit. We were big Javonte believers.
And Zach, well, I'm going to pop you back off. I'll see you. I'll pop you back
no
on
problem.
here.
Whenever you need me, I'm right here.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
the 4-box looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, my face is nice and bigger. You know,
We can see the
Mine's
baby when
already
he comes in the
huge.
room.
you can see my
Right?
receding hairline. Good. You know, what side is that? Yeah.
Oh, that's why I wear hats, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, I was wearing a hat earlier, and I think that's why it's worse than it normally is.
How about a Sika Ika?
Oh, I
at
would love him at
49?
I
I
take
would love him
Siaka.
at 49.
That's another nose tackle option right there,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like
I'd
Casey
be-
Hampton.
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I would be too.
At 49, I would take him. I'm not going to be mad at it. It's the Joey Porter Jr. pick all over again. I'm not mad at it by any means.
Right.
He's going to add value to the team. I would just absolutely love him at 80.
It depends on who else is on the board also.
Well, I'll tell you, like that's the same thing. Like we have all talked about on the shows. It's like we like Joey Porter Jr. as a prospect and an athlete, but none of us just wanted him in the first round. I mean, other than Mackenzie, obviously, and even like I think Trey was high on Joey
And
Porter
me.
Jr. as well, and you, yes. So it was like that's why I love the pick as the top pick in the second round. I think that's great value there. That's a guy that should have gone in the first round. I'm surprised that he made it past a lot of these teams that, some of these mocks, he was going in top 15, top 12, depending on who wanted to take who where. And we had a couple interesting picks for corner, but that also is a reason why he dropped down a little bit, but also a reason probably because of his production too in college with not getting the interceptions. Much like Ike Taylor didn't get a whole lot of interceptions in college, but
Well,
Well,
that
Seahawks-
was for a different
Seahawks
reason.
pick, by the way.
exactly.
But I compare that to Steven
Seahawks
Nelson. Who's the Seahawks get?
Oh gosh, I got Derek Hall.
Oh, okay.
So cross him off.
Yeah.
Well, no edge for the
Hall.
Steelers yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still here, Brian. What are you talking about?
I love watching Zach do it in real time. You go over, it's already locked out, put out exactly which team it's gone to round. Thank you, Zach. You're killing it, man. So, guys, all these draft tools, they're over, able to follow along as well. Go to SteelerNation.com, click on the Steeler Nation Draft Show article under the podcast, and you're able to follow along with all of these great tools. Of course, the Steeler Nation BPA board that I have for the top 300 consensus that these guys have to argue over here next to me, Matt and Ben, when they created it. Awesome resource, though. This is something that's really fun for me watching these drafts.
One year I want to go through and I want to do a mock, like all of us post our mock drafts, even of just like a first round, not just for the Steelers, and just see how accurate some of us are. Because
for the entire first round. Yes.
Yes. Because getting like 7 right means you did better than like 95%. Now, part of that's because of trades and all of that, you
Right.
start shuffling people around. But even if you get like 3 out of the top 5 right, you're considered like a genius.
I mean,
Yeah.
in my first 2 picks here, my most recent one, I did have a cornerback and a tackle being taken in the first 2 picks. So I'm not wrong necessarily.
Right.
I mean, you both.
That just means
Well,
you got
it's
a participation trophy, Ben.
I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, I had the Titans trading up with the Cardinals for a quarterback, just not in this round when it happened. I had them the first round.
And let's go here. I want to bring up the board here so people can take a look. We can see who the best players available are currently. If we haven't added it already, you guys can zoom in on your personal screens watching at home. Still have Branch there as your as the top pick there. Osiris Torrance second. Cam Smith still there. Darnell Washington at 4. Josh Downs at 5. Trenton Simpson at 6. John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz at 7. Jalen Duncan at 8. Drew Sanders at 9. And Dawad Jones at 10. So as we're sitting right now, which pick are we on?
Let me
38
check.
overall.
38.
38. And
Atlanta has it.
we pick in 10 picks, including this pick and the next 10 picks, we will have a pick. So we might be drafting one of these players.
Mm-hmm. The pick is in for Atlanta.
I would just I would like to point out all the people who said DeJuan Jones was going to be a first-round pick, and I fought him in our group text.
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh,
So,
wow.
sorry, things were happening.
Wow,
I'm
and the
sorry.
Falcons got an offensive tackle.
Who they-
Oh,
Matt Bergeron.
Ooh. That's right. We are now in the
I like
second.
that pick.
We're now in the
did.
second round as well. So like the timing, obviously, it's 7 minutes for each pick this round. I think we dropped down to 5 minutes then for rounds 3 and for round 3 then after.
Drops during round 4. I think round 3 is also 7 minutes.
No, it's 5.
It's
Oh,
5.
it is?
Yeah,
Oh,
they
crap.
changed the rule. And then 7th round is 4 minutes this year.
Oh, okay.
They're trying to get out of Dodge. There's like, it went too long last year. It was dark, I know, when I was waiting for the undrafted rookie free agents to come in.
Yeah.
Makes for a long weekend.
Yeah. They're just sitting in front of your TV or computer for 7 hours. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, and I was I'm going to state here, Brian, I was expecting to take Branch, and I would have been happy taking Branch at 17. And now, look, he's gone past 2 of our picks. He's gone past a lot of people's boards. Something has to be out there about Brian Branch being a reason why the Steelers and other teams are passing on this talent. Absolute elite talent on this guy.
Also, Carolina here, I feel like they got to go weapon, either receiver or tight end. Got to get some more help for their new quarterback, Bryce Young.
Yeah, it depends on the draft here, Robert. But the way it fell out, I think the Steelers fell too far to be able to pick the guy that they wanted for the people that wanted to trade up in that spot, unfortunately. So it's always a crapshoot. They did their due diligence, and they just didn't find somebody to make a crazy enough team to make that crazy enough trade value in their minds to be able to pull off of that pick and not take Joey Porter where they were standing. Matt Bergeron.
Yep.
Syracuse
Where's he on
guy.
yours, big board? Where was he?
He was a little bit
61.
lower. Yeah.
61.
Had a more of a, I think I had him as like a round 3 guy.
Yeah.
But he tested really well. So there's also rumblings, obviously, case in point, of him going earlier.
Yeah.
Got to jump on there. Hey.
We got this lull now.
Yeah. Although I just realized they did draft tackle. I just realized the Falcons already have 2 good tackles. I thought. So that was a head scratch. That's more of a head scratch now that I think about it.
Oh, the Panthers. Matt got your boy.
They get Darnell?
Nope. He rhymes with, Baby DK.
Oh.
My boy, Mingo.
Yeah, Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, Mingo's going.
He's coming here to Charlotte.
All right. Yeah, I
Pair him
did
with
say
Stroud.
receiver tight end.
Or not Stroud, Young. Jesus.
Yeah, Young, Adam Thielen as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta load up for Young.
Need to
Yeah,
figure out who's all blocking for him first.
I mean, they do have
Dickey.
they have a Cam Aquanu from last year, which they could use some more help.
They also have a really good center, I think. Center or guard? Yeah, center. I forget his name though. He's been here for like 10 years.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Khalil, I think.
No.
What's the dude's name? Give me a second. I'll look it up. Give me a second. Panthers center.
I mean, they already have a stud for a running back too, in Miles Sanders. Like they're making an effort.
Oh yeah, Bradley Bozeman.
There you
Of
go.
course.
Yeah,
How did I not know that?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm shocked that Jonathan Mingo went this early, Matt. I mean, when we were talking, we were thinking, at least me, like 3 or 4. Like he started really low, and just tested through the roof, and now he's a round 2 pick, which I think is crazy.
Yeah, great week at the Senior Bowl, good week at the Combine. Really helped his stock a lot, and then that got some attention on him. I mean, I forget who it was I was following. It might have been Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl. I was talking to him about him, and he said a lot of teams were probably higher on him than the media was, just because he didn't get a lot of praise or a lot of flash at Ole Miss, especially this past season. So it didn't surprise him, at least, that he would go earlier than a lot of people would originally thought. And early in the process, we did think like around round 4, but I think later we started putting him at least in the 3rd round. But still, good for him. Mm-hmm. That shows how you capitalize on things like the Senior Bowl and not just worry about testing numbers, because meeting with those teams and having them be able to see you play and practice for a week makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think there's going to be like another run on wide receivers around this range? Because this is generally when wide receivers start ticking back off of the board as well. In most drafts, once you start getting back in the 2nd round, those high-end guys are gone, but then you have teams starting to reach up and start grabbing some wide receivers.
I wouldn't be mad if there was.
Same. Go get both balls guys out the way.
Yeah. Zach shot me a text right here, a private message. He says, Joey Porter Jr. already at the Steelers facility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's probably sitting outside like,
he's probably at the Steeler draft party over there chilling.
Watch him be at the war room.
Right. Oh, that is something else. That is probably a record for speed for a player being at the facility after being drafted. Except Kenny, I don't know how quick it took Kenny Pickett, though. I think he was probably at the draft show. Was it in Cleveland last year?
No, he wasn't at the draft show. He was home.
Oh, he was home? Okay.
Yeah, he was in Jersey.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He's a Jersey guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, for a run on wide receiver where that happened, I wouldn't hate it. You still got – is Downs still on the board? Downs is still on the board, right?
Yeah, you got Downs. Yeah. You got both balls.
Yeah, Hyatt.
Yeah, Jalen Hyatt.
There's a couple guys that could start going.
Mm-hmm.
Jane Reed's another one who helped himself a lot at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts popping up here, especially as we get towards the mid to late 2nd round.
And Dell out of Houston, still available.
Mm-hmm.
And Charlie Jones. How is Charlie Jones still available?
Magic. Yeah.
I'm trying to find some obscure name I could see the Steelers just taking because they all of a sudden fell in love with him and everyone in Steeler Nation just getting mad.
Yeah.
I think Anthony Johnson. You think?
Yeah. Yeah, with Branch still on the board.
Or no, I'm sorry, Antonio Johnson. Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a Texas A&M defender. Steelers love him all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, they cut loose with Buddy Johnson really quick.
Here they select they take like Tank Bigsby, 2nd round running back.
Jesus.
Pissed everyone off.
Really? Oh, okay. I thought that happened.
That would upset me.
Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah. I did a lot more than Charbonnet for that.
I loved him at UCLA.
Yeah.
I will say, like I'm talking about these edge rushers, you still got a lot on the board in this range. Zach Harrison, Tuli Pulotu.
Tuilopu, yeah.
Yeah, Striker, you're always a lot better with these names than I
am. I love the Hawaiian and the Samoan names. I can because they're phonetic. If you take your time, you can always pronounce them to. Yeah, it's like they're great names. Great names.
Yeah.
You say Foskey just went?
Yeah, Saints.
I'm fine with that. I didn't really think he fit what the Steelers were going to want to do anyway. So
yeah, shocked he fell this low, but
tell these guys to go faster. Still 8 more picks.
Yeah,
7.
Okay, New official NFL rule: you never have 3 minutes to pick. Have fun.
Mhm.
I swear, if Branch is there at 49 and they don't take him, I'm going to be so annoyed.
Yeah, why? I mean, I wonder what it is. Does someone know
Yeah.
something that we don't?
Probably.
Yeah, because like, listen, I know some of us might have been a little higher on Branch than others because he was constantly in that like 15 to like 27 range. He wasn't necessarily 10th like we have him on the board in drafting, but that's because of position a little bit. I don't know really anyone that saw him going after 40.
Yeah. I'm looking at like Arizona and Green Bay next. They can both easily take receivers.
Darnell Washington's still on the board. I mean, take either of those. Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson.
Green Bay could take a tight end too. Unfortunately, they lost Tanyan.
I'm curious what Green Bay's going to do.
Yeah. If the Packers do get Washington, would we be in the running for Musgrove?
I don't know if they'd go for Musgrove. Musgrove's more of just a pure wide receiver.
All right.
I could see the Packers going with Josh Downs.
And if they take any tank other than Tank Dell, I'm banning everyone off of Steeler Nation. This is our Steeler Nation Football Forum moderator, Robert C., who also goes by Coolie Man over at Steeler Nation. He is the resident Houston Cougar, and he's always big on the Cougar players.
Listen, I'm going to make a rule that the Steelers aren't allowed to draft anyone that's 5'9" or shorter. Because when's the last one that planned out? When's the last one that planned out? I mean, you had
Are you several planned out?
Panned out. Sorry,
yeah.
I did.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Calvin Austin's TBD on that.
Yeah, I mean, because the one that comes to my head is Dree Archer. I mean, they had some other people like Stephon Logan. He had his little time to shine in the return
Chris
game. Rainey.
Yep.
I liked Rainey. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, Eli Rogers, was he technically below that threshold?
I think he was 5'10".
Okay, so he's fine.
I like Mewelde Moore.
Okay, running back.
It wasn't a draft pick, but
yeah, and also running backs. I slightly because he was also 5'9" and like 195, not 5'8", 165.
Yeah.
But they just haven't had luck with that. So I don't know if it's they're choosing the wrong guy or if they just don't know how to use them properly.
I think it's the latter, especially with Anthony McFarland. I don't know how tall he is, but he kind of falls in that category of misused.
No, Robert, I'm not drunk.
Yet.
I'm only 3 seltzers and 1 Coors Light in.
Yeah.
He's only a .03. He's fine.
He's hydrating.
Yes. I got all these waters.
That's called hydrating tonight.
Yeah.
That's called drinking water.
Yeah.
Oh.
Arizona.
If I start busting out the glass of bourbon like Ben, then you might see Drunk Matt tonight.
Yeah, I cannot go back to bourbon. I mean, Trey got me going last night, and I was like Roger Goodell on at the end of the second round in 2020.
In 2020, just like, with this pick, who
leaning
the hell
back
cares?
in there.
I told Rose last night, my wife, forget most of Steeler Nation doesn't know who my wife is. I told her, I'm like, well, we were sitting there doing the draft and I decided to switch to bourbon. I'm like, hey, go get me a pour of bourbon. She's like, sure. Brings it back. I'm like, I said a pour, not like a quarter of the bottle. She filled it like, because I have like a Buffalo Trace whiskey glass, and she filled it up to like the rim.
Oh my gosh. That happened to me once when I went to Olive Garden and I ordered, it was a younger waitress and I ordered a tequila neat. And she came back. It was tequila poured all the way in a rocks glass, all the way to the top. And I was like, well, looks like I'm not driving home tonight.
Exactly. You don't complain, but you're like, all right, my night plans have changed.
Quarter of a bottle right there.
All right, who wants the keys?
Right.
There you go.
And the Cardinals have their picking, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Who is it?
I don't know how to say his last name, Matt. You do. Looks like it's a run on the edge guys now. BJ.
Olajari?
There you go. That one.
BJ Olajari out of LSU. I'll take it.
I was going to say, I'm like, don't trust me with names. Just because I pronounce them right once, sometimes that's a guess that happened to go the right direction.
I just assume that you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I knew exactly who you meant when you said BJ. There's only so many people out there.
Yeah.
But I think he's a decent value here. He's not a huge reach by me. I think we had him at like 60 or something like that in that range. So
yeah.
And then edge guys, everyone has their own preference depending on if you're in a 4-3, 3-4, and how you want to pair them. So
you think Keon White's going to be here at 49?
There's going to be a lot of decent people here.
Yeah.
I don't really, and it's scary in a way because I see 8-10 names where I could see them going. And for some reason, like I said, they're going to choose someone obscure that I don't see in those 8 to 10 names. Just because they do that at least once a draft where they take just someone random plucked out that no one saw them taking.
Although I could see this being the pick where the Steelers trade out of.
No.
I could see them moving away from this pick, getting in like a 4th or a 5th rounder.
I doubt
I mean, you still have Hendon Hooker still on the board, who some team might eventually want to move up for.
Yeah, again, Brian Branch.
Yeah. And guys, I'm going to throw up some highlights here.
All right.
So we can take a look at Joey Porter Jr. before we get on to our next pick. So let me see if I can share this. Let me see if I can move this one off.
Well, here, Striker, while you're doing that, I'm going to go grab myself another drink real quick.
Sure.
Perfect timing.
Sure,
and the Packers
man.
got a tight end.
Which one? Washington or Musgrove?
Got to be Washington.
Musgrave.
Really?
Musgrave.
Wow. Washington dropped.
Musgrave.
Hey, it's because he's not the receiving threat. And that's exactly why. Everyone else is a receiver before blocker that's on this list.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some Joey Porter Jr. highlights here.
All right.
Lining up at the top of the screen here. Looks like got some good press. Oh, that's just a ball on the ground, but a heads up, looking at the play, recovering the fumble on the sideline, and being picked up. I like the way he's like fully straight as he was picked up on that one. That was interesting.
We got any corners here that can judge his technique?
On this one.
Go.
Going deep. Nobody's at the top, and he knocks the pass away. He did not get an interference call there.
Yeah, but he also didn't get an interception on a jump ball. That's
being a head taller than that receiver as well.
Wherever.
Yeah, it looks like he's at the top of the screen again, up behind him. That really isn't a highlight as much as it's a ball just thrown behind him. I don't see white number 15 getting by him. Now he's throwing down the middle. That looked like a pass defensed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely a pass defensed. And that looked like he was in a slot roll there.
No, you started out on the outside of that.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
He's almost there.
That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
we got to start riding him. It's like, how many interceptions does your dad have? You've got to have more than that.
Yeah.
He's got to practice with the receivers.
Oh, yeah. The receiver had inside control. I can see how he couldn't get to the ball, but he did make the play to make sure the receiver did not catch it. I did like his trail and close on that. Oh, that's a great play.
Yeah.
Clicking and closing, getting to the player as the ball gets there. I like that one. And that's a good quarterback there from Purdue who's available in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the screen, jump ball. Nope. That's one thing that can really help us out is on those fade passes to the back corners, especially with Chase. That's the guy I want to see lined up against Chase on those fades.
Yeah.
Looked like he kind of went through the receiver there. I don't know if that's a highlight. It didn't get called. But he is aggressive. We all know he's an aggressive player. Top of the screen. Oh, that could have been a pick six. Absolutely could have been a pick six.
These are
Those
so
like Taylor
agonizing.
Right. All right, top of the screen again. In the underneath coverage, she did a good job of making sure that it's not going to be a play or even a catch. I don't know if that was the most accurate ball, but this is more of a contested play. Got his head around. Great play, getting his hand up on the ball. Leaning on the guy for the pose. Top of the screen again, it looks like. So he's playing on both sides or coming in for a blitz. Got around him and gets a nice hit on the quarterback in that play. That was a good play and forced that incomplete pass.
Yeah.
I do like that play. No,
Kind of looking like a Mike Hilton.
right.
Hmm.
And coming up through the screen. Yeah, that looks like Mike Hilton. Somebody that would always bust through two guys, lead blockers in the screen, and make the tackle.
The only thing I
Absolutely.
have to say about that play, that happens every time Ohio State runs a wide receiver screen. Their wide receivers cannot block on those screens to save
But
their
they-
lives. So Joey Porter Jr., it could have been me and Ben out there trying to block.
Well, that's what we have there for Joey Porter Jr. I'm at least glad we got to see some highlights. Let me see if I can figure out how to remove this. There we go. Boop. Oh, I've had that Matt drunk already for a long time.
Yeah.
You've had that up there for a minute. I was like, are you guys trying to insinuate something?
Geez. I think everybody always roots for these shows. Guys, day 3, it's probably going to be a drunk striker. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Where did you borderline there last night?
I was there last night. By the end of the show, because I didn't eat much. You know, it was like,
Yeah. Go get some more food when we transition to round 3.
Right. Tomorrow, it's just probably going to happen. I mean, it's.
Yeah, tomorrow.
What am I going to do for 3 rounds? 4, 4, 5, and 6. It's like, hey, let's drink. Let's have a drinking game.
Yeah.
Every trade, do a shot. Let's go.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to carry the show then.
Grab a real drink, Matt.
Oh, the Jets got their pick, by the way.
Who they
Have
get?
a real drink. Come on.
Who they get?
A new center for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
John Michael?
John
No,
Michael Digger. Not
nope.
Jingleheimer?
No, it's that Joe Pittman. No, I'm sorry, not Pittman.
Tippmann.
Tippmann. There you go.
All right.
I mean, I would. Sure.
He
Yeah,
met with the
everyone's
Steelers.
following.
Yeah, I mean, not who I would have chose, but there's a reason I'm sitting here drinking my not so beer.
See, everybody wants us to drink. Our German friend from overseas, Matt, that was a reminder to drink more.
Yeah.
Dankeschön, travel buddy, Dankeschön.
I don't have alcohol.
Do it all the time. Don't even know how many shots I've already had since yesterday. 4 hours of sleep. That's like me. When I drink a lot, I can barely sleep. Like 6 hours max.
Oh, I'm running on 4 hours of sleep right now. I went to bed shortly after we cut off last night, Striker, so around 1.
Yeah.
And I woke up at 5 a.m. to go to the gym to play basketball.
Why would you do that?
Because Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 a.m. I'm there.
I was just rolling over.
Yeah. I randomly woke up right around then because I'm used to waking up. And it was one of those, I was debating on to go or just get sleep because I knew it was going to be a long night tonight. And it was one of those, you can tell you're not going back to sleep anyways. You would have just sat there awake. So just go, get the exercise in. Took like a half-hour nap later. But now I'm roaring to go. I made sure I had like 3 Monsters in the fridge, had my beer. One way or the other, I'm making it through this.
4 Loko
If they had the original 4 Locos, yes.
from our day.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, those ones. My gosh, that 4 Loko was so insane for me. It was like the drink of bad decisions because it was the only drink that I ever had that I wouldn't fall asleep on. And what happens to drunk Striker when he drinks so much that he can't fall asleep? He loses clothing and runs around naked. That's what the drunk Striker becomes. He becomes naked Striker. I mean, yeah, when I was younger, I think people were more interested in seeing that stuff. At my age, probably not so much.
Yeah. Wait, are you striker or streaker? I can't tell.
Yeah, it was streaker. If I was because we ran out the one time we were at my friend's house. It was actually my wife's best friend visiting them in North Carolina, and when they're in Asheville area there, Ben, and they had a bonfire out back, and me and my buddy from that actually lives in Pittsburgh, we just stripped down and ran out to the fire and just jumped naked over it, and everybody's like, "What's going on?" So it was a big streaker moment. Streaker. We had a great time. I don't remember much else than that. And fortunately, I didn't burn off any hair or anything.
Yeah. Oh, they moved the draft. Okay. They moved the channel. There you go.
Speaking of 4 Locos, there was one thing we had in college at this one bar we went to, which actually I had the koozie for the bar on. It's called Two's. We had Hyper Vipers.
I like the rhyming scheme. What is that?
You took a King Cobra 40-ounce beer.
Mhm.
You drank half of it, filled it back up with the Gold 4 Loco.
I'm
Hyper
liking
Vipers.
this. I like that. I like that.
Those were $5 for that much alcohol at
And
this
you're
bar.
wrecked. And
Oh,
you're
yes.
wrecked.
It was poor decision making time in my
And the
life.
Colts pick is in, by the way.
Okay.
Who'd they get?
My favorite, or one of my favorites, in Julius Brent.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 more picks before we're back on the board.
That was a good pick.
Yeah,
I
love Julius Brent.
If it means they can get Branch,
Was that the slot corner?
He could have been. He was more of an outside guy from Kansas
Okay.
State. But
Yeah.
he's one where he just tested, like, he was flying under the radar. He had a great game against TCU in the Big 12 championship game, and just tested through the roof at the combine. I don't know if he went to the Senior Bowl, but like as pro day as well, and he thrives in zone coverage. And he was the biggest corner in the draft as well. So I mean, he just checked all the Steelers boxes, just not this early, but this is right where I thought. I think at 32 would have been a little bit early on him.
Yeah.
But man.
So going back to drinking conversations.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
We have draft going on. We're going to talk about drinking. There's a drink called Buckfast out of Scotland. And it's a caffeinated fortified wine. And I think 75% of all crime that occurs in Scotland is because somebody is on Buckfast. My brother actually gets cases imported over so they can do Buckfast parties, and I've had, I wouldn't say the pleasure of drinking a Buckfast. It's like drinking syrup but it's not as syrupy as syrup. It's just a really thick drink, not very tasty. It's slightly sweet, slightly like sickeningly sweet, actually. But it keeps you awake and it gets you wrecked, much like the old Four Loko.
Gosh.
Ooh,
man, those Scots.
Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Let's go out, got some Buckfast. And then they don't even drink Scotch whiskey over there anymore. It's like the potato famine. And like they ship it over to England so they can drink it. Really weird. Mad Dog 2020 here by Brian. Oh, that's Banana Red used to be my flavor of choice before I had taste buds.
Ooh, the Lions are on the clock.
You knew I'd learned.
Is that a trade?
Yeah.
They traded up with the Packers in a division trade.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it.
Wow. The NFC North won't stop trading with each other.
NFC North won't stop trading with each other.
But specifically the Lions.
Yeah.
Like remember they
the
traded
Lions
up
and
with
Packers
the
traded.
yeah. I mean, they traded with the Vikings twice last year.
I do, Brian. Haven't had to use it yet, though. Haven't had to use it.
No, I'm just gonna leave when I have to go.
So if I ever go, you'll know what's going on.
Jesus.
Liver is well trained. That's an actual German citizen right there. You know he has a well trained liver.
Man, I think it's going to be Keon White. I think it's going to be Keon. My gut's just telling me Keon White.
I wouldn't hate that. They
White
need an edge.
Yeah.
I wish that was
they need a lot defensively. So.
Yeah. No, I wish that was a fifth-year option for the number 32 pick, Robert. I hear you, but the rule does not go by pick number; it goes by round number. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, being a second-round pick means that we cannot grab Joey Porter Jr. Oh, Ben, you look excited. What's going on?
Well, Stryker, your guy's gone. Our favorite guy. The Lions.
No, Branch just went. Oh,
Ryan Branch is gone.
It's going to Detroit.
Gone. And Detroit had to trade up from behind where we were to get there, right?
Yeah.
No, they were in front of Pittsburgh, but they jumped New England and Washington.
They swapped with the Packers. Yeah. Well, they would have gotten him anyway, so there's no chance of us getting Branch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so now
Branch,
the Packers
so they-
are picking right before the Steelers.
wow, but still, I mean, let's talk about it. Branch fell all the way to 45. We thought he was going to be gone by the 14th pick in the first round, not the 14th pick in the second round.
Yeah.
And he was the first safety taken, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really, the
Well, put
only
it this
one
way,
with a first round grade, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least he was the first safety taken. That just shows that the NFL is not really valuing that position very highly right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially for someone like Branch, who isn't your Mega Fitzpatrick ranging free safety to really take the top off of, or make sure that the offense can't take the top off of defense. So, good for the Lions.
The Patriots just picked.
Who they get?
Washington.
No,
Are you
it's
kidding?
Keon White.
Okay.
So cross
Keon
him
White.
off.
Really? Where was Keon White on your board? Oh, he's down pretty far at number 56.
Yeah, I had him more as a third rounder.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what we're
Yeah.
marking off right now.
But I mean, we're only at, think about it. We had him all the way down at 56, but we're at pick 46, 48.
Right.
47,
True.
somewhere
So
in
he
there.
would not be there. Then you're right for the next pick.
Yeah.
So
So it
Uh,
really
uh,
wasn't that big of a step up.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we're going to trade back anymore. I think that,
Yeah. Too many people are
I mean-
going.
yeah. We could get a Darnell here.
I'm going to share the screen again here, guys. Because now we're at what, 3 picks away
Yeah.
Yep.
from our pick. I want to see this is who's best available right now. Number 1 best available, Osiris Torrance, the interior offensive lineman from Florida. Cam Smith, probably not grabbing him because he's a corner. We got our corner. Darnell Washington being there on the board, Matt would be super happy grabbing him.
I love it.
Josh Downs being an option, and Trenton Simpson, who a lot of Steeler Nation would love to have as well. And I love some John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz being your 5th guy. So or 6th guy. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So some really good play. And then Drew Sanders is your 8th on there as well. I don't think we're going back to offensive tackle with Jalen Duncan. I think all the rest of the tackles and corners are kind of off of the board. And then we have our next safety on the board being Antonio Johnson, rounding out at least positionally who's here on the board. Any of these players, I mean, really, I don't have to ask you, Matt, since your guy is still right there, Darnell Washington. We know you love Darnell Washington. Ben, who do you love out of these last remaining players?
I mean, I'm looking at my own notes here. I'm trying to, it's where it's like, because now this is the area where I was looking at edge, with Keon White, but there's still some depth where they can hold off until the 80th overall to wait on that. Maybe throw in Trenton Simpson in there as well.
Right.
He's also a Charlotte boy, so I also have some
Yeah.
ties here. It's one of those where they don't need interior linebacker depth, but it would help. I'm still really shocked the Steelers don't really need him, maybe, but don't be shocked because I consider him a really good player. Of Josh Downs. He's a slot receiver there that's still available. I'm kind of surprised he is. So this is going to be an interesting pick, I think, here at 49.
I swear, if they take John Michael Schmitz, I'm going to lose my Schmitz.
I really don't want to.
Jingleheimer.
It's one of those. Listen, I'm not saying he's not a good center, and he can't be a 10-year center. You have Mason Cole currently, and you have James Daniels, who has that flexibility to play center.
And
Herbig.
And Herbig. You
Herbig,
have all
yeah.
these guys, so you have backups. Yes, Schmitz could be the future, but I do not like drafting guys that can't potentially take the starting spot. I know in our group chat, Justin's talking about, well, maybe he takes the starting spot from Cole. He's not taking the starting spot from Cole. Cole played good enough last year. That's his spot. Stuff would have to go wrong.
Picked, FYI. I'm sorry, the Commanders picked.
Who they get?
Yeah, DeJuan Jones.
Dartavius Martin, who's a cornerback.
Ooh.
Sure.
Cam
go
Smith
ahead.
is falling hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting. So that with Washington picking, there's 2 more.
Yeah, the Germans
I guess we can do one more.
love Michael or John Michael Jingleheimer Schmidt's name.
Yeah.
I like it as well. Pat's on the clock.
Wow, it's like my TV is
Ooh.
so behind.
I know.
I'm still on the
like,
Lions pick coming out.
Same here. Like I'm watching Brian Branch go on stage.
Right.
We picked up 2 inside linebackers, Robert, in free agency. Just so you know, they didn't stand pat. Let me see if I have my board here. For linebackers, we grabbed Cole Holcomb from Washington, and we grabbed Landon Roberts from Miami. So they also grabbed Tanner Muse, who's more of like filling in the role of special teams linebacker, like Marcus Allen grabbed. But we don't have any holes on this team. The only hole that we had going into this draft, which is like the least holy team that I've ever seen, including all of like Donahoe, all of Colbert's tenures, was this year. And the only hole that we had was third quarterback. That was the only place we did not have a position rostered for. We had 2 punters. Hell, I mean, we have 2 kickers already on the roster too. I think we grabbed that other one.
Did we? I know we grabbed I know we claimed Brandon Mann. Who we got for kicker?
And Spillane is a Vegas Raider. Tim Burrows.
Yeah.
So you can pump the brakes on that.
Oh, wow, and the Packers just traded back, by the way.
The Packers are back in.
So somebody is jumping us for somebody.
Yeah, it's the Bucks are now drafting right ahead of the Steelers at 48.
Okay.
I'm trying to think who they would want.
They need tight end.
They need a lot of things now that Tom's gone, though.
Yeah.
Quarterback.
I mean, let's say they're going with Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. But yeah, they need. They do need tight end. They need corner.
They're shopping Devin White, so they might need a linebacker.
That's true. Also.
Yeah.
I just hope it's not Darnell. That's what I'm most excited for the Steelers. You know, tight end first, then linebacker or nose tackle like Ika.
No, they're starters, Robert. The first 2 guys, the Miami guy and the Washington guy.
Yeah.
And there's also Keanu Neal as well who can
bump down and play in there. Yeah.
I mean, so can Casey.
Yes, he can.
But like all 3 of our safeties, they can rotate between linebacker, strong, and free safety. Like we're set there.
Right. I'm going to bring Zach back onto the show. We're getting pretty close to Steeler time. Since what did you say? Are Commanders still on the clock?
No, Commanders pick. Yeah, he said Commanders pick.
It's now the Bucks. It's
Bucks.
It's at 48 right now.
Yeah, but still, it's time to have Zach back on the show. I miss me some Zach.
Yeah. How
we doing, Zach?
Very well. I had to scroll down to 186 to find Jartavius Martin. So another one of those things. I'm like, where on earth is this guy? So yeah,
you're going to start doing that. Control F.
Honestly, I was wondering what it was. I didn't want to click something and like close it. So Control F. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Control F, and that'll help you a lot. I'm watching you do it a lot of time. Like I'm watching
what
you
does
pop up red.
What does Control F do?
It's a search to find thing.
Cool.
So this way you can find a name really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because as we start getting down in these second, third round, some of these names are going to be names that we had a lot lower or could have fell. So I mean, they're not going to always be that close anymore compared to like the first round. So someone like at 187.
Exactly. Like I don't even think you guys have on the ranking where you don't have Jartavius Washington on the other, Martin on the other one. He wasn't even on the draftable players list.
And he was one of those in betweeners. Like he's one of those he's listed as like a defensive back. I mean, he was drafted, it looks like, as a corner, but he played safety at Syracuse.
So why would he be taken above everybody else that was available?
Did Steelers trade back a spot?
Why? Are we at 50?
I don't know.
The Bucks are taking Cody Mock.
Cody Mock, okay.
Okay, so offensive lineman. I don't know why they need to jump Steelers to do that, but
yeah, we already got a tackle.
Just to be
and guys, I just want you guys to know we have our first text in here from Trey Essex. He said, "Tell the crew I just tried to tackle a light post because I was so damn hyped. We got Keezy 2.0. That is awesome, Trey. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. And of course, we always get a big kick out of it. And we hope you're having a great time. and can't wait to have you back on the show, man.
Yeah, you're talking about the Bucks made their pick. I'm still on Keon White getting drafted by the Patriots.
Yeah, the Patriots
still-
are still on my TV too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Twitter sphere is a lot faster than the TV sphere.
Yeah. That's why I have all of my. I even have the Steelers Nation group chat turned off, so I don't get spoilers.
So just for the record, who did we trade back with? For the record, so
We
I know.
didn't. We haven't gotten that confirmation.
Yeah, someone put it out there in Steelers like Twitter world, but apparently it's not real. So
Okay.
Yeah. No, they are on the clock right now. Steelers are on the clock.
Ooh.
Okay. Good to know.
Darnell.
Yeah, I want Darnell. I'll be okay with like Simpson or Ika or who's the other linebacker? Sanders.
Drew Sanders. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple
be-
names where I'm okay with, but
Yeah, I'll be fine with those
Yeah.
three, but I want Darnell.
Yeah.
I've been talking Darnell Washington into existence for 3 months now.
Right.
Yeah, you got me.
Manifest that tight end.
I'd be happy because technically we don't know if that's a hole. We don't know if Connor's going to be playing fullback. We don't, because technically that is a hole because Watt is off of the team as well. But you know, we're not drafting one day two.
Yeah.
But either way, if he moves to fullback, then we do have a hole at third tight end. So boom, this is a guy that's going to make the roster if we draft a tight end.
Yeah, and I'd rather Gentry be at tight end 3 because I'm a bit lower on him than others, and to be honest.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
And Robert, yeah, we did draft Robinson. We actually have an interview with Robinson. If you go to SteelerNation.com, click on the podcast, one of the interviews that we did with Robinson before he was even drafted. It's the only player I ever interviewed before he was a Steeler or that wasn't a Steeler, and he was amazing and ended up being a good player for us and starting at the end of the year. So he will be in the mix to being a starter this year.
Steelers pick is in.
Oh,
Who is it?
Okay, like
He's smiling.
His name is Keanu Benton.
Ooh.
Interior defensive tackle, Wisconsin. I love it.
You were on Benton's bandwagon, Ben. That's for sure.
It's not done
Yeah.
yet, but interior defensive line, I'll take it.
Wow. So they made an effort to rebuild their trenches. In
Yeah.
free agency and in the Andy Weidel influence is real. Wow.
Yeah, love it. I love it.
So tell us about Keanu Benton. Is he like more of a 0 to 3 tech, or is he like more of an outside, like 3 to 5 tech guy?
Inside guy. He's inside. He's
Looking for
flexible
notes.
he's more of a gap plugger. He's a big guy. He's a huge guy. Steelers had him in for a visit in their top 30, so the trend continues there. And two, he's a defender from Wisconsin. I mean, how can you not like it?
So
Look at me. All right.
Yeah, so he gets to play here with TJ Watt, another
Exactly.
Badger on D.
Exactly. And he's going to pair really well with Cam and Lario on the other side. He doesn't have to be thrown into the fire necessarily as well.
Yeah.
With the other big guy here from the Chargers that we
Adams,
got too.
yes.
Yeah,
Adams is
as
technically
well.
the starter. Yeah, and we did pick up Armand Watts there from the Chargers.
We
No,
got
from Chicago. Sorry, from Chicago.
from the Chargers. We got Fajoko.
Yeah, Fajoko.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be able to take his time getting in there, but he's gonna be great on like goal line situations to start. Again, he's a huge guy. He's a gap plugger. He's a great
How did I
ball player
say
too.
the
Like he's
wrong
able to
guy?
like eat blocks, open up gaps for other blitzing defenders to get home. He's a great rush defender, which Steelers are making a conscious effort, obviously, to bulk up their rush defense still, even after it's 2 years later. But I love it. I love the pick.
Nice. Hey, Mr. Matt Papiernik, our other draft Nick, what are your thoughts here on grabbing Keanu?
I was a little lower on him than Ben, but that's not because I don't think this is a solid pick. I do, especially because I've been early in the draft process. I was big on needing D-line. I was big on the Brian Breesy train. I was big on the Jalen Carter train. So getting someone like Keanu is very solid. He's going to be able to flex between that nose tackle and that 3-4 defensive end like the Cam and Lario are doing now. So he's going to be able to have flexibility there. He's definitely, a two-gapper, able to plug two different gaps at the same time, really give opposing offensive lines trouble in the run game, not be able to move him off his spot. I like him a lot. He's going to give me very much like Brett Kiesel vibes, in my opinion, in the long run. Just that one guy that no one's going to talk about. You're never going to hear his name outside of Pittsburgh. But everyone in Pittsburgh is going to know that he's a key part of that defensive line.
Nice. Chris, do you have any thoughts here on Keanu joining the team?
I mean, mainly I'm just glad that we did get more of an interior defensive line presence, because we got some decent guys in free agency, but we still need a guy that can anchor down the middle, like Tyson Aluwala before his injury and Javon Hargrave before that. We still need that guy, and I hope Benton can be that guy.
Nice. And Zach, it's going to be your turn next, my friend. I always love getting your opinion because you always have one. Zach, what are your thoughts here on Keanu Benton?
I really like this. I miss the days where the best game of the year was the Ravens Steelers, because you had Casey Hampton and Holgi Nada, and you always knew that in the middle there was going to be a massive guy that the running backs were going to hate all day long. We haven't had a guy like that for a while. Javon Hargrave looked like he might turn it out, then we sent him to the Eagles and he turned into it. So we needed that guy, and from the reaction I saw from Matt and Ben, it was confirmed. I love the rebuilding of the trenches, and this is a great round so far. And I'm interested to see if we trade back up somehow and back in, because I'll take this role that's going on.
Nice. Yeah, a lot of people, we had Robert Tamburo here mention and asked if Benton was still available. Obviously, we just grabbed him. And that's it. No, you've been talking about that for 2 years, Robert. Really, both of us have been agreeing about needing a nose tackle and a solid nose tackle, because we really haven't had one since Hargrave has left. Somebody that can make plays, rush the passer, and be stout in the run game as well. So this could be, he also asked if this was the top nose tackle available in this draft?
I would argue it is a pretty lean draft, I would say, in that comparison. I mean, I also like Ika out of Baylor as well on that. Zach Pickens is one, but he's more of a later one. I would say at this point, I think he's good. I think this was the right spot here to take him.
And also, unlike Ika, I wouldn't say Benton's a strictly nose tackle either. Right. Ika's definitely, he's a nose tackle. You're not flexing him out over a tackle like Cam and Lario and them. You're leaving him over the center or on one of the center shoulders. Benton has that flexibility where he could probably, especially on early downs, flex out over the tackle and, be that nose tackle as well. So you get a lot of flexibility here. And now the Steelers defensive line looks like it's finally getting some depth back.
Mm-hmm. I'm tired of being run against. That's the one thing. I'm a very proud Steelers defensive guy, and when I would rather teams pass on us all day. I'll eat that. If you run on us, it's gonna hurt my soul. And what the Ravens did to us there was a couple. I think this could be the solution, or at least the beginning to a solution to that.
And guys, it is time, Steeler Nation, break out your drinks. We are going to describe which drinks we have to now. I've got a different beer from Rusty Rail. Honoring the big boy on the field, I'm going with the Root Beer Lager. It's a root beer lager by Rusty Rail, the Pennsylvania-themed brewery there just northwest of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, in the center of the state. Matt, what are you drinking?
Sticking with Coors Light for the moment.
The isotonic of beers keeps you well hydrated.
Once I move out to my living room, I'll probably switch to bourbon. And
Nice. Ben, what you got?
I have some Basil Hayden here. Now, there was ice in this, so don't judge me, please. Basil Hayden.
We got some red breast here for Cooley. What you got there, Zach?
I'm showing my age. I had a really strong Earl Grey that I had to just water down. It's an Earl Grey tea.
Nice.
So, there you go.
And Chris, what you drinking? Chris,
water.
What are you drinking? Wine.
Water.
Oh, water. Okay.
He's going to turn it to wine.
Yeah.
So Steeler Nation, congratulations to our newest Pittsburgh Steeler nose tackle, Keanu Benton from Wisconsin. Welcome to Steeler
Welcome,
Nation.
Keanu.
All right.
Cheers.
Yeah, Jaden Reed was just taken by the Packers.
That's a good pick for them. Even though they have Romeo Dubes in the slot, Dubes, however you say his name. And that's where I think Jaden Reed's going to have his best success. So seeing
he's
what they
always
do
hurt.
there.
He missed a lot of time last season.
Yeah, fair.
As
But-
a rookie.
Yeah, when they wanted Cedric Tillman there to complement Christian Watson.
I could see that. They are very similar wide receivers, in my opinion. Tillman and Watson a little bit.
Yeah.
So that might be
The
why.
Dolphins
But
picked. FYI, the Dolphins picked Cam Smith.
Okay.
Finally, he's off the
I
board.
was just about to
wow.
ask how long he was going to last. There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Excellent.
Now the next one is who's going to take Osiris Torrance?
I hope not the Steelers.
Yeah.
Ooh,
He's
wow.
not going
Well,
to drop.
who knows at 80? Jesus.
He's not going to drop all the way to 80.
What are we going to do after 80, guys? We're going
What
to
if
be.
Washington is still at
Drink.
80?
Striker's going to drink. He already told us. That's his plan.
Tomorrow's the drinking show. Welcome to the bourbon tasting and beer tasting with Stryker of Steeler Nation for the first 3 rounds of the draft.
Tomorrow, everyone's going to get hammered. I'll be the designated, not the designated driver, but the designated host.
Yes. Thank you, Chris. You will be the yin to my wavering, inebriated yang.
I just wonder if Andy and Omar and Mike Tomlin, they're having so much fun that they talk and they're like, we can't not have picks tomorrow, and they just find some way to get them. They're just having so much fun together. They're like, let's just keep this going.
Oh, okay, well, let's talk about this a little bit because with the players that the Steelers have just drafted, could they move somebody like, since they got an offensive tackle, could they move more for picks?
I'd say they moved Dotson before Moore.
Yeah. And also could they move so Dotson would be an option. Well, Moore's lesser of an option. I think we could probably agree with that. Yeah. But then in the cornerback room, who would be enticing enough to move for picks? Is Wallace and Witherspoon still on the team?
I would say Witherspoon. Boot him.
Yeah, like Wallace and Pearson start the season as starters, and we just let Wallace play his contract out, and then Joy Porter takes over.
Yeah. And then we have some extra nose tackles. I mean, Adams could move. Might get some value out of that. I don't know if we'd be pushing Fehoko out the door as soon as bringing him in, but but these are options now. Like these are things that if they want to move up to 4, 5, and 6, you're not going to trade picks next year. I don't think that's something that would even be smart to try to throw a 7th and trade a next year pick to move back in. But who knows? I mean, the Steelers did do that with Loudermilk.
Yeah, they traded a 4th for a 5th.
Right.
And that hasn't exactly turned out well.
Seattle picked Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA.
They have bigger needs than running back. I'm sorry.
It seems early for him, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I'm fine with him where he went. But what about Kenneth Walker?
Yeah.
Exactly. They have bigger needs than running back.
I mean, their offense is going to put up 50 points a game.
Yeah, and the defense is going to allow 50 points a game. It's like the same thing when Jahmyr Gibbs got drafted by the Lions. Like, cool, your offense is stronger. Who the hell's playing defense?
Did anyone see?
Go ahead, Matt.
I was curious. Did anyone see what the compensation was that the Packers got for the Bucks trading up?
No, I can look it up real quick.
They got their 2nd round pick here, and then their 140 something, 150 something. I think it was their
So that's
5th rounder.
So I'm wondering if that was less about jumping the Steelers, especially because they took an interior offensive line, which the Steelers don't seem to need at the moment. Even though they have had some in for visits, and more about they offered their pickup for trade because the Bucks wanted to jump up, so the Packers took the trade knowing that the Steelers were going to, so they took the trade instead, and the Bucks were able to jump up a 1 pick higher even.
Yeah.
If it was more something like that, or something along those lines, where it wasn't necessarily about jumping the Steelers, but it was about making sure someone else didn't go with the Steelers to get Mouch.
Oh, and the Bears drafted Jervon Dexter, who is the other defensive tackle that at least the Steelers were looking at out of Florida.
Okay.
And a lot of talk too. And I know we've been discussing Dotson. Some of the fans here don't understand like why we'd even list him as a tradable option. It's because we grab players like Isaac Seumalo from Philadelphia, who's a stud interior offensive lineman, and Andy Weidel guy, and Nate Herbig as well from the Jets. I mean, these are two great interior offensive linemen that we have brought in, as well as Raven Clark, too, being the offensive tackle brought in from Tennessee, who we all know is a big run blocking team. So this is what the Steelers have done. Like, Omar's put this team in a position to succeed, putting talented players at a lot of these positions, and Andy Weidel as well, helping out with their connections to bring in some of these players that we wouldn't even looked at for NFC talent wise, especially NFC East, where he was residing for the last 6-7 years.
True. The biggest thing when I think about Steelers trading a player away, even if it's someone like Dotson or like we're sure is on the way out, Broderick Jones actually mentioned this that made Mike Tomlin light up. He said, "Iron sharpens iron," and Mike Tomlin lit up. And I can't remember how many times I've said that Mike Tomlin loves competition, even if it's from players that we may have written off. If he thinks there's even a spark there, he'll keep them on the team just for that competition, even maybe not for themselves, to make another player better. It's something good is going to come out of this if we do keep them. I may not have believed that a year and a half ago, but it's a different Steeler world now, so I have a little more faith in that plan.
Yeah, it was also talking about when Broderick Jones first got to Georgia, like his very first practice, he had to go one-on-one with 6 different Georgia defensive players. All 6 of them were first rounders. He lost every single battle. He's just like, man, maybe I'm not the greatest thing ever. Damn.
So
go ahead, Matt.
So Daniel Jeremiah tweeted that there was chatter about Benton possibly being the Steelers pick at 32. They chose Porter Jr. over him and still got Benton at 49.
Wow.
Same thing. Like same thing. They wanted Porter at 17.
Yeah. Yep, I made that association too, Chris. That's a great call. Great call. Christopher Evers over here is saying, do we trade our 3rd round pick and maybe get a 4th and 5th tomorrow? To me, I think it depends on who's on the board at that time. Because right now, really the only positions that we haven't touched that we were trying to touch well, we don't have a 4th. We have a 3rd rounder. The 4th is gone. Yeah. So the 3rd round. So it's going to be today. The only other position that we were even really talking about the Steelers trying to get, we were talking about defensive linemen. We were talking about offensive tackle, check. We were talking about cornerback, check. The other one we were talking about was inside linebacker or possibly tight end. So this might be a spot where one of those 2 players come off the board. And I know at least on my mock, I did like in this area, like Zach Kuntz the tight end out of ODU. The Penn State tight end will be available probably as well. To maybe pair with the other Penn State tight end and Pat Freiermuth on our roster. If we're going with family and just crazy associations or drafting associations. And travel buddy, wide receiver too as well, but I don't think we're going to grab wide receiver until the 7th. You can still get some small school guys that are good kick and punt returners there in the 7th. And weirdly enough, 7th round has like obscenely tall, fast people this year, like 6'4" guys that run 4.4 40s in small schools. It is crazy the talent down there.
Let's not forget that Mike Tomlin said that this year he talked to more people than he ever has in his scouting. So even we could trade back because their scouting is just so deep that they know play. Either could happen, and regardless, because of that and the picks we've already seen, I feel very comfortable either way they go. They've lulled me into a place where I'm like, you know what? Okay, this feels good. This feels good. Just do it. Go for it, Con. Enjoy your time.
Yeah.
And Robert, I know he's pushing hard on Tank Dell out of Houston, which I don't like the size of him. I like his film looks great. I'm just worried about him getting hit. But to tell you the truth, once we start getting into our 3rd round pick, I think it's an option of finding a slot corner that's return capable as well in that spot. So yeah, definitely something that could happen as well, being a wide receiver. But I think we're pretty much done drafting offensive line, defensive line, and corner.
Probably unless we go for a safety in the 7th round, we're probably done with DB in general.
Right.
Although, would you consider, if he somehow falls, would you consider drafting Hooker as a backup quarterback?
No.
Not at all?
No. I like Hooker a lot. I think he would have been a first-round pick if he wasn't injured right now because he had a chance to win the Heisman.
Yeah.
But the Steelers just have too many other needs right now, and with such limited draft capital, you just can't afford it right now.
All right.
The Steelers always want to compete. Getting your third-string quarterback and your number 2 quarterback for the next 3 or 4 years doesn't help you win.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only time they've ever drafted a quarterback, somewhat high was Mason since Ben, when they had a known starter, was Mason in the 3rd and Dobbs in the 4th.
Yeah, and even then, both were meant to be starters, I think. Like, they were drafted to try and develop behind Ben.
Mason more so than Dobbs. I mean, Dobbs was there. I think he got drafted when Ben was like 32. So,
and you also had Landry Jones.
Oh, did Zach drop off? Yeah, I'm gonna pull. Oh no, there, Zach. I'm gonna just pull you off for a couple minutes, and we'll pop you back on here soon.
I'm updating stuff. Do your thing.
Awesome.
The Chargers made their pick, by the way.
Who they got?
It was the USC defensive tackle I'm gonna butcher that last name.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Tuilopolu. Yeah.
There you go. I knew Stryker would know it.
Yeah, I love the Samoans. Long flowing hair.
The Roman Samoans.
Yep. And Robert, we're not going to know exactly what the compensation was offered, but we kind of know that the pick afterward, I think, what did they get? Just the compensation.
3rd-round pick swap, 2nd-round pick swap, and future 3rd.
Yeah. So not any real compensation, 2 pick swaps and a future 3rd. That equates to essentially a 4th-round pick. Mm-hmm. So not good enough compensation for the Steelers to trade out of Joey Porter Jr., at least in their minds and mine as well. Mm-hmm. And got another question here from Travel Buddy. So did someone of you expect what Omar did so far? For they sure were they considering, but not like we definitely pick him and him. Well, the only thing that we were talking already, Travel Buddy, was that the Steelers definitely hit the positions that we thought they were going to hit in this draft. Mm-hmm. We've always been talking about offensive tackle and cornerback early, possibly mixing in some defensive line, offensive line, or inside linebackers early. Like that was it. That was really the only positions we were even kind of tight end as well. Tight end also possibly being a position where the Steelers might target. So as far as for the first 3 picks being a nose tackle, an offensive tackle, and a cornerback, I think they hit the nail on the head on the positions that we were expecting them to draft.
Absolutely.
All right, Stryker, I'm going to hop off here for a couple minutes as well. Put my little girl to bed.
Oh, you do that. And what's your little girl's name, if you don't mind sharing?
Isla.
Oh, beautiful name.
Okay.
ILA.
You put Isla Papirnik to bed, and we'll see you soon, my friend.
Yep. As much as I love the Steelers, don't miss bedtime with my girl.
That is it. I'll see you soon, my friend.
Be back.
And we can welcome someone else here that's sitting in the green room who just got here. Dakota Locker, welcome to the show, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right.
We're excited. We're just talking about how the Steelers took off 3 positions that we were expecting them to draft. They did it early. They got 3 great players, great value in all 3 positions, with the offensive tackle, the cornerback, and now the nose tackle drafted to this team. I want to get your opinions too on the players that the Steelers have taken and what you think about them.
I'm a fan. I mean, how could you not be? I mean, our 3 biggest needs were Lang. I mean, we've been talking about it on the website. I mean, obviously with our articles for weeks, months, and we know we needed some help up front on offense and defense. And we got a bunch of pure man on the offensive and defensive line. Benton, I mean, he's 6'4", 315, and he's a bulldozer, so he's going to provide a big interior presence that, we kind of really missed ever since the sudden retiring of Tuitt a few years back. And obviously, Hayward's getting a little older. I know he's done better his last 4 years than his first 6. But, it's getting about the perfect time to groom a fearmonger on the defensive line, and I think we've hit the nail on the head with our 3 picks. And then you bring in Joey Porter Jr. Obviously, we know what his dad did for the time that he was in Pittsburgh. So if we can get even the toughness instilled in that, I mean, that's something. And the length he possesses is a freak of nature, and something we really don't see for cornerbacks. But I'm just excited, and it's a new generation with Omar Khan in his first draft, and I'm just excited. I mean, that's all I can really say about it.
That's great. That is great. Oh, I popped you off. I'll bring you right back up. And now I'm in solo. Nobody wants to see my face as I exit the solo layout. I'm bribing Dakota back up here. So great. Thank you so much for giving us your input on that too, Dakota. Because it's been crazy. And you also asked Travel Buddy, but do we expect the names? Yeah, we've been talking about these names for the past couple of days. Joey Porter Jr. is a name we've been throwing around. A lot of people wanted him at pick 17. Trey Essex being one of them, as well as McKenzie. We've also been talking about Broderick Jones as being an option. I know initially when we started talking about it yesterday that Derwin D. Gray brought up some of his concerns about him being a former offensive lineman for the Steelers, as well as Essex parroting that until we actually drafted him. And then both of them did the right thing, welcomed him to the team, and started talking about the things they do like about that player. And that it seems like their problems that they have with him are fixable with good coaching. And we do have the right coach definitely to create him. And plus he doesn't have to be thrown into the starting lineup. We have more. We have Chooks, like they're starters. We don't have to force him into that role this year. Maybe next year, or if not the year after. You're a first rounder. We got you for 5 years. We don't even have to force you up in the first 2 years. So be the swing tackle there that we can get you in the inline blocking. And I think that's the way. And then of course, Ben was very high on Keanu Benton as well. So yeah, so all of these names are not mysteries to Steeler Nation, the Steeler Nation draft gurus, or the Steeler Nation writers. So it's just, they ended up getting taken. Other than maybe Jones, because we know Jones was only going to be available at around 17. Outside of that, like, yeah, it's a big surprise to take Joey Porter Jr., but we're very happy when we were expecting Joey Porter Jr. to possibly be that pick at 17.
Yeah. Gosh, this is just so. So it begs the question then. So here we are, we're rounding the turn here into, I mean, we still have some picks. What was it? We got like 25 left here to be exact, but with that 80th overall, I'm so torn into what direction they should be going.
Yeah. We'll see who comes off the board. That's all we can do at this point.
Yeah. See, I would argue still like an edge guy. I mean, Nick Herbig. We always talk about these.
Yeah, putting the brothers together.
All these family ties. Yeah, Nick Herbig is one where he's not going to be a starter right out the gate, but he's another Wisconsin defender. If the Steelers double dip in Wisconsin, that's a possibility.
Not double dip in TCU like my draft over in the 7th round.
Yeah,
I feel like Max Duggan has a final pick.
Yeah. And I like his receiver / returner a lot there too, and Darius Davis.
Yeah.
Slightly larger than Tank Dell.
A little bit. Oh, and the Bears are taking that Miami cornerback of Tyreek Stevenson.
All right.
And don't worry, Robert, I'm going to say something dumb to even that out pretty soon. And now here we have a good question here too from Robert Tamburo. What order of priority do you rate the still to be drafted positions, safety, inside linebacker, and wide receiver? I'll let you guys field, and I'll give my opinion later.
I'll say inside linebacker, safety, wide receiver. I mean, the Steelers still need a return man. It's still one of those things, and they usually like to, I think it's 6 that they carry with one of the receivers who plays that return man as well. So that's where I would put the edge, maybe the wide receiver. But yeah, those 3 I would put: linebacker, safety, wide receiver.
I'd have to agree in the same order. I mean, we just brought in, I know we hit on some picks in the mid rounds with them wide receivers. I get it, and that's one reason I love us, is because we make stars out of people that are overlooked, and especially on the outside. But I agree, we got to have an inside linebacker, and I think that's
maybe
biggest priority out of those three. A safety would have been nice. I wanted Branch. I like Porter Jr., but I thought Minka and Branch, that Alabama safeties, that would be nasty.
Right.
But I think it's got to be inside linebacker, safety, wide receiver.
Yeah, for me, I think I kind of parrot a little bit what Ben was saying. We need that punt kick returner, but also, like I said, the guy that I really liked in the 7th round, Darius Davis, the wide receiver out of TCU, he just happens to have 6 punt return touchdowns. So there are spots in this draft to be able to get somebody a little bit later that can still contribute and make some good plays for us. But so for me, probably with that one, I would say wide receiver just for the return aspects, then probably followed by inside linebacker because we could upgrade there, that we brought in a lot of great talent in free agency, and the same thing with safety. Like, I was ready to do an upgrade of there, but I love KZ. You guys know I was singing KZ's praises ever since we brought him in. Yeah, I wanted Honey Badger number 1, but KZ was my number 2 in free agency last year, and we ended up grabbing KZ. And then what does he do? Makes plays when he's healthy. So excited for him to come in for a full season, being able to start next to Fitzy and see what he can do. And then they still ended up, even though they didn't grab Chris Johnson, who I loved as well as that strong safety that could come in off the bench and make some big plays for some fumbles. But he ended up not coming in, and we ended up picking up, who do we get a safety? Keanu Neal, who is a game wrecker as well, can play some slot corner, can play strong safety downhill as well. Like, this is a guy that you can put in the mix, and he's going to be making plays as well. So the reason why mine's going to go wide receiver, inside linebacker, safety has more to do with depth as opposed to drafting BPAs.
Mm-hmm.
Inside linebacker, tight end, wide receiver. So tight end is definitely an option as well. And we're going to draft a quarterback. It's going to be in the 7th, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to draft a quarterback.
Unless we trade into the earlier rounds. Yeah, I could easily see Clayton Tune in the 4th or 5th if we get that pick.
Yeah. And Robert, if out of those that you're saying, maybe a 3rd tight end, but you can still flex Connor to 3rd tight end right now, as we have on the roster, if he's not playing fullback, slap back, scat back, wherever they're going to throw him, because I think that's smart to be able to move him around as much as possible. Wide receiver, we're thick. We brought in Robinson to be big slot for us on this team. So that's why, like, the only other option might be another slot receiver to play with them. That would probably push Gunner off the roster if we did that.
Anthony Miller.
Anthony Miller is that's why I think he's going to be a backup edge. We just brought back Boykin as well. To
Calvin
work behind
Austin,
the edge. Yeah. So we are thick at wide receiver, to tell you the truth, unless they wanted to find a different returner other than Calvin Austin, the 3rd, actually being big enough to play in the league and actually play this season.
So another tight end was just taken off the board, by the way, and his name was not Darnell Washington.
Wow. We got a 2nd punter. You got to go look at the Steelers roster right now. We actually brought in another punter as well.
Yeah, Braden Mann.
Yep, he was out of the Jets, and he's a good punter. He has a really good punting average.
You forgot to say this. The Giants got your guy. The Giants got your guy, striker.
Which one? Oh, did they end up
Schmitz.
taking John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmitz? John
Mhm.
Michael.
Yes.
Travel buddy. We just lost John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz ever being a Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, you're asking a lot of questions where if you just look at the roster, you're going to know some of the stuff.
Yeah.
And at least check out the transaction sheet, because like Omar Khan killed it this year in free agency. We were just as active this year as we were last year. We're not getting any comp picks unless we have one of our coaches get hired as a head coach or an offensive coordinator or a GM somewhere. That's the only way we're getting comp picks next year. because
Yeah.
we are way upside down in the amount of money that we spent in free agency. And not a dumb thing to do, to tell you the truth, as opposed to sitting around waiting to get a comp pick. Just go out and grab that player you want to make your team better while you have a rookie quarterback.
That's today's NFL.
Right.
So who was the tight end that got drafted again?
Who's the third rounder? Yeah.
Yeah, it was Schoonmaker out of Michigan.
Schumacher.
He got drafted.
Oh, we know.
Dallas.
Yeah, Schumacher. Yeah.
He's gonna do.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
gonna do awesome in Texas.
Remember, Alfredo Roberts went for him. He was looking at him as a potential day 3 pick. That's a shocker. He went up this high. What's up with Washington?
I'm not sure what's up with Washington. I mean, you look at him and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what's going on with him.
Yeah.
In the 7th, it would strictly be like 7th is essentially undrafted rookie free agent territory. Same thing Brian Davis you're talking about as well. That's what we did last year when we grabbed a Lodican in the 7th round, because we did not want him to go to undrafted rookie free agency and lose him. But he ended up winning the Super Bowl when the Kansas City picked him up when we
Lost
waived
him
him
anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, his loss is his gain. I think he's happy that he has a ring.
Like we really wanted to get him, but we didn't want him to get any playing time whatsoever with us. Not even in preseason.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Bills just drafted Osiris Torrance out of Florida.
They got themselves a steal.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does the big board look like now?
Let's take a look at the big board. Let me see if I can share this bad
I'm pretty
boy.
sure that Josh Downs is the number 1 for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darnell Washington is your number 1 on the board so far.
Yeah.
And then Josh Downs.
And then Josh Downs. Yep.
Jen Simpson. I'd love it if he fell.
Surely Washington don't fall to us again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it has to be an offensive coordinator, head coach, or GM. That's the only time you're getting any compensation. Not for us losing Hunt, going to the Phillies to be their backup GM.
That's a baseball team.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Eagles.
Yeah, Phillies, whatever.
He's seen them Pirates start off hot. He's in baseball mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
No, because Flores wasn't on the team for 2 years. He has to be on the team for 2 years to get compensation.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, do we even have anyone that could get a compensation? Or is it just
our secondaries coach is getting a lot of
Grady
notoriety.
Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. This was his first year as secondary coach, correct? Yeah, because Terrell Austin was the secondary coach before.
Yeah, but he's been in our system for longer than a year. Like you have to be within the system, work your way through the system, and then go. Like we just brought in Flores for that 1 year. If he was in our system at a lower position, got promoted, and then moved to another team, then
But yeah, he's way too good to just be linebacker coach.
Right. Let me pull this off of the board now so we can see us. I think we have somebody down. Matt's ready to join the show. I'm going to add Zach to the show as well, just to make the boxes look nice and clean with these. The
hex box.
Yep, we're going back to the hex box because the penta box just looks weird to me. Hex box, Zach and Matt, back to the show. Baby Isla's down and sleeping soundly, I hope, and I hope a nice quiet 3rd round for the Papiernik household.
Yes, she is down. She is honestly a great sleeper. She sleeps better than I do. So
that's great. Yeah, I was lucky with my daughter as well. We brought her home from the hospital and she was sleeping 8 hours out of the box. Every night, 8 hours, and my wife's trying to wake her up to feed. She didn't want to feed, and like told the doctors, like, she's not waking up to feed, and the doctor's like, let her sleep. She'll wake up when she's hungry. Like, fine. Like fortunately we were blessed that we didn't have to worry about waking up every 2-3 hours for our baby. Yeah.
Wow.
We went that
Bengals
lucky,
just drafted a new corner, by the way.
Eagles.
No, it's the Bengals.
Oh, who did they grab?
That's DJ Turner out of Michigan.
Okay.
And you like him?
Yeah, I mean, at this spot, yeah. I mean, I honestly like Joey Porter Jr. more than him.
Of course.
I forget where we had him on our board, Matt, but he was like right in the middle of the pack for us.
Yeah, you had him as a second or third round draft pick as your ranking, and where'd you have him? 62 overall.
Yeah.
Very end of the second. Shit. I mean,
Yeah,
at this
so they
point,
got solid
anything's
value there.
yeah, anything's better than Eli Apple for them.
So I think other than like the top couple picks, this is the closest you've come to hitting one right on. He was taken at 60, and you had him at 62. So good value there, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
I mean, we won't talk about the Steelers reaching for Keanu, but
I mean,
On
it
this
was a
board,
position
right?
of need. I'll take it.
but still, I
But-
mean,
oh, no.
that would have been before the Steelers would have been able to take their third pick or their third round pick. So
Yeah.
Exactly. And every other front office is, just I ignore them. I know trust our front office. So
Right.
that's the
Yeah.
difference. See,
Yeah.
when
We
Ben
had
has to
Levy
go to
Noble
sleep,
Khan.
my job's gonna get twice as hard.
Yeah.
Because anything I miss on Twitter, Ben brings up.
come on, what do you have to say? Come on, my cat is in the room.
Very nice. We got Jacksonville
Here-
coming
here
up
we-
after that.
Here we are, meow meow. We just got our cornerback because I'm a Bengals fan. Meow meow. That's what you get. Yeah, I'm in a house with a Bengals fan cat and a Browns fan dog. I'm just glad I don't have a bird, or it would be dead by now. Living in the Baltimore area, but that's if you ever watch the vidcast, that's always what happens, and people like that when the cats are throwing some shade at the Steelers and the dog's throwing shade at the Steelers, and we talk back and forth. We have a good time. See, this is what I'm going to do for the first 3 rounds tomorrow. It's going to be Striker drunk with his cat.
Oh God.
Well, that's good. As you can see behind me, there's my cat Elsie.
Oh, yeah,
So-
mine can eat yours. Mine is way bigger than yours.
Oh, yes.
You're the little pudding.
Like I said, it's an outnumbering thing because from where I'm sitting, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. I can see 5 of our cats.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, we have 7. We have 7. So 2
Yeah.
of them
Oh, my
were in the
God.
other room.
Wow.
Yeah.
That becomes like the great outdoors when that happens. Like they become their own like hierarchy and
Oh yeah, this is their home. Well, I'm just grateful they live here.
Yeah.
So, Cincy's pick is. Did we already say Cincy picked? Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a corner.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
DJ.
got a
But
dog
TV's
that
so
can eat both
slow.
of your cats.
There's no need for the draft to be on TV. It can just be a bunch of people checking Twitter and just telling us what happens.
Exactly.
Which is us. See, we don't need the draft on TV. Put us on TV. We'll be fine.
Oh, the
Jackson, we're
Jags. Wow, another tight end. It's not Washington.
wow.
Matt, Washington's fallen.
Why
Who is it?
Why is Washington falling? I mean, consensus on a lot of these boards, he was seen as a first rounder, like even by NFL.com. Yeah,
it has
why
to be
is
the receiving aspect. Has to be the receiving aspect.
That's it.
People must.
so they strictly see him as a blocking tight end?
I mean, he's an athlete, but I agree he's not a polished receiver. So, but still, I mean, some of these guys, you're getting wide receivers that just happen to weigh 245 pounds.
Yeah. That's
So
Kincaid.
that's why I'm just like,
which tight end went?
It was Bretton Strange.
Ooh.
Oh,
What?
Bretton
Jags.
Strange.
Brendan
Strange isn't even-
when he's a
I'm-
stranger.
I'm not gonna lie. I never even heard of his name throughout this draft process.
I mean, he's not even a good receiver.
Brenton Strange. What was he on the big board? That's what I want to know.
Pretty far down
114.
there.
114. Oh.
So,
And Ben, I think it's getting around to the time of the draft where you've got to pop off, but I'm sure
Trash
we will,
night and
yeah, draft. I'll see you in the meat and potatoes portion of tomorrow's draft, being the 7th round.
exactly.
the round where the Steelers have picks. You have planned
Yeah.
your time accordingly. I will send out the emails and the links, and I thank you always for your smiling face and great projections and draft, telling us at least which players can play and or not, and
It's always a
giving us
pleasure,
your
Striker.
insight. I think insight is the word I'm looking for. I'm not even drunk.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. I'm so going to be watching on on the live stream here. So just
Awesome.
You better just keep it up.
Cool. We will.
Yeah.
Cool.
Talk-
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you, Ben.
See ya.
Later.
All right.
All right. And Ben is off the board. Bound it back to the pentabox.
Yeah.
That nerve striker.
It does.
I mean, isn't there something where you can like make it look more like a circle?
Oh, hang on a second. Maybe I can do this.
What-
Yeah, because
what we
I've
gotta
seen
do?
something like it.
It's that point of the.
Ooh,
Yeah, that look
that's
better.
better.
There we
Yeah.
go. Look
Much
at you,
better.
striker, doing stuff.
I'm finding things. What does this look like? Oh, that looks crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's me and you four.
Yeah.
Ooh.
One day when this lady met this fellow, she knew spot more than a bunch. There we go. It's the Steeler bunch.
There we go. And they're finally announcing the Jacksonville pick on TV, so
Okay.
we're only like 9 years behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even seeing it. I'm still on commercial break.
What? Oh no, I'm just following what's on the bottom there because I'm trying to see if Philly's gonna pick next.
So we are still in the second round. We've got 2 more picks in the second round. The 2 Super Bowl teams, obviously the Eagles and the Lions. No, they got their pick from the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Was the trade they made with the Chiefs to get that pick?
That was for Rashee Rice.
Mm.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was the Rashee Rice one. Which they're Kansas City is loading up with a lot of wide receivers to try and replace Tyreek Hill.
Mm.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes was very flippant about replacing Tyreek Hill. They have not replaced Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, and again, they lost Juju. They lost McCall Hardman. Like, MVS is their only receiver. Did they sign anyone?
Gesundheit.
I don't know where that came from.
It came from
I
your
don't know.
nose.
My cat
Clearly.
looks weird too. I don't know. That's the one thing. You can always know how many cats are in the room. Just sneeze, and they all just peek out at once. So, roll call. It'll work. So.
Attention, cats. Achoo! What?
Wow. The early release for the draft grade is giving the Steelers a C- for Keanu Benton.
I don't care.
So we love him.
That's
so
great.
I'm just saying on the
Who gave that?
it's from Andrew Filipponi's
It's
early
it's
draft
probably
grades.
it's irrelevant.
Yeah, never mind.
Androfilla one trick pony. We know
There you
how
go,
he
yep.
goes and tweets. Come on. He's like Mark Manatee. We understand how they're going to just try to flame and get people upset.
And
It's probably why I don't have followers because I'm too positive.
The Steelers version of Skip Bayless.
Ooh, Eagles. Texans traded up to the Eagles pick.
Ooh,
nice.
What'd they give?
Yes.
Which means I get to do my check-in with my brother-in-law.
That actually means good health, but that's okay.
Damn it.
Who's best at inside linebacker that we have on the board right now?
Trenton Simpson.
Yeah, we still have Trenton, which I can't believe. We have Trenton Simpson. We have Drew Sanders. Let's see. You got to drop a little bit. Yeah, you got Diane Henley after that, but Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson to still be on the board.
We've had one inside linebacker, correct? Just Jack Campbell at 18.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I couldn't believe you went that high.
Yeah, Samson's still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had one linebacker, and he plays goaltender right now. If you watch hockey, you get the joke.
Why? They keep scoring 5-hole? What's going on? I'm trying to get that.
No,
I am a goaltender, which is why I'm trying to get the joke.
No, the Oilers goaltender is Jack Campbell.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. My brother-in-law just informed me that they drafted Juice Scruggs, the center Houston just did. Juice Scruggs is off the board.
Got to protect CJ Stroud. I like it.
Yeah.
Can never have too many.
He's happy. He's with what we needed. They need a center, wide receiver. And he said after that, just depth. And I have not heard him say that in a bit. So, wow. They have won my brother-in-law. Look at that.
So I was gone when it happened. Where'd Schmitz go?
Giants.
Giants, yes.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Good call. Thank you. And yes, there's no way we are drafting a punter at all. And the reason why is because we picked up Braden Mann on waivers. We picked up his contract.
Yep.
So Steelers are not looking at all in the draft at a punter. It is not going to happen because we still have he and
and Harvin.
Yeah.
And thickest kickers.
Presley Harvin III on the team, who are going to be battling it out
for the position this year.
Yeah.
This is a 1A, 1B situation, kind of like when Harden was going up against
Barry
right at the end of Barry's career here with us before he went over and had some good years over in Minnesota kicking in the Dome.
Yeah.
This is
Being in the Dome definitely helps punters.
So we just have one more pick after this, and then we are officially going to be in the 3rd round.
Yep. And it is the Detroit Lions. How will they mess this one up?
It's considering the lull for people who are drinking. Feel free to drink to welcome in the 3rd round if you'd like to, spark that off.
Top of the 3rd.
There you go. See,
top of Presley Harvin the 3rd. Top of Calvin Austin the 3rd. How many threes do we have on this damn team?
Any more?
Yeah, well,
there's three Watt brothers, and we got one of them.
We have a junior, which is technically a second, right?
Yeah,
at the second.
We have the 3rd Watt brother.
Too bad we don't have Haskins anymore. He was number 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Brian Cushing always looks like he just got fired from selling insurance.
He's looked like that for about a decade.
I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I just mistrust you. I don't like you. I just turn and he's looking at me in the face. I'm like, why? Go away.
There's a 3 jersey right there on Matt. That's
Repping Haskins right here. Repping Haskins right here.
Oh, bravo, sir. Bravo.
Yeah. Oh, we could go to the dirty laundry. Landry Jones.
Oh.
Actually, my wife ended up buying me a jersey with my name on it for the Steelers.
Oh, no.
Didn't know that my wide receiver number was 80, both because I love Jerry Rice back when I was playing, and my grandmother was 80 when I started playing football. But she ended up buying me a number 3 jersey because that was my hockey number. But 3 jerseys in football don't work out very well because I think the game that I wore that one to, I think Jeff Reed missed a chip shot field goal in Pittsburgh to lose to the Ravens. And everybody's like heckling me out of Pittsburgh. I'm like, it says striker on the back, but it doesn't matter because it's like a jersey that every time I wear that jersey at a game, the kicker sucks. So like I never wear it at games anymore.
That's true. By the way, best tweet just came out. It said the irony of Brian Cushing announcing the pick for a guy named Juice. I had to make sure that got on the air. I just had to make
Love that.
And Marvin Mims, another wide receiver off the board. Broncos are going to select Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma.
All right.
So, Broncos have to be trading one of these wide receivers.
They have how many wide receivers do they have now?
I mean, because they have Judy, they have Sutton, they have
Patrick.
Tim Patrick. But then who's the other one? They have
don't they have that in State?
Yeah.
Hamler.
Hamler.
Yeah, they have Hamler, and now
Derby.
I mean, I know they were talking about trading one. One of them has to be on the move here soon.
Yeah.
That's true, but you had Marvin Mims ranked really high. You had him as a 1st-round draft pick. So if they get that kind of value out of him, then maybe someone else is going.
Really?
So, yeah, no, so you guys saw
What the
something.
hell did I have Mims?
You had him as a 1st-round draft value.
You sure?
I just took the color off of
Probably
it.
not.
I'm just saying.
And we are into the 3rd round.
There was elite, and then under that was a 1st-round value. So.
Oh, okay. So.
Marvin Mims. He was on. You had 4 in the 1st round, which is JSN, Jalen Highland, Quentin Johnson. Marvin Mims was the 4th of those, but you had him as a 1st-round talent.
Okay, so that's something slightly different. Then I'm just looking straight at the big board.
See, I always switch back and forth. So.
Yeah, gotcha. So I only technically contributed for the big board.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Then I won't mock you at all for that one. Then.
Yeah, no. So I'm just curious. Who helped contribute on that? Because that's interesting. Because I would not have had Mims in the 1st one. So I'm just curious who had all that.
Striker, do you know who helped with the big board that had the actual draft rankings for what round?
Yes, that is Ford Fairlane. He's he just does it for fun. He's a Steeler Nation Football Forum member, which is free to join if anybody wants to go over there.
Wonderful.
He loves to do it because we had some great people over there. Delchick, TMC. These guys used to write like 300 pages breaking down every single like top like you do, but they do a page for each player and they'd sell them for like $5 or something. But it's just like a labor of love that they do over there. And that's how I started over at Steeler Nation before I started doing the podcasts and everything. I used to treat that as a place to writing articles before I started writing articles for Steeler Nation. And then of course doing the podcast stuff, which I enjoyed a little bit more, but every once in a while I do pop out an article or two.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be my best match yet. We had Marvin Mims at 63 on the big board. He got taken at 63.
Oh yeah, you closed
it up. Bing, 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 bing,
nailed
bing.
it.
Bravo.
Absolutely nailed it.
Did you hit number 1 also?
No, because we didn't have Bryce Young one. We had Bryce Young like 7.
Okay. Yeah, Will Anderson was 1. Yeah.
So is this the first number that you hit right then?
Yes, the first exact.
It might be.
Wait, let me.
That's interesting.
So who's your top 10?
Where'd Tyree Wilson get picked? Because I have him on 9 here.
6 or 7.
Okay.
He got picked at Las Vegas at 7. Yeah.
7.
Okay. Where'd Skronsky? Oh, he went to the Falcons, right?
He went to the Titans.
No, Tennessee at 11. Tennessee at 11.
Yeah. Okay. So
Falcons got Bijan.
13.
Witherspoon went higher too.
Really
Witherspoon,
close to
Seattle at
Jones.
5.
Yeah, Broderick Jones is really close because I had him at 15. We took him at 14.
Very nice.
Jigba, where'd he end up going?
What about Van Ness?
Seattle.
Van Ness went to 13.
Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, the numbers are right here next to it. I can just look like that way.
Yep.
Hey, guys.
I didn't see that had that. My screen was too zoomed in.
Yeah,
So
I just recalled that. Yeah, you can pop over and see if the numbers line up from left to right. That's interesting. That's a fun way to do it, though.
But that definitely helps.
Yes.
Because I'm sitting here trying to remember where all these guys went.
Oh, 14. Almost 14 and 15.
Yeah.
On
right
Broderick
there.
Jones.
Hey, I'm just happy that I said Will Levis wasn't a first round guy. Well, I should say I'm not going to say me. It was Ben and I. Both
Yes.
Will Levis wasn't a first round guy. I need to word it that way because Ben had just as much input in all of this as I did.
Nice.
So Joey Porter Jr. is giving a press conference right now, and a fun quote from him is he legitimately thought when the Steelers traded up, that was him. He was 100% sure they had traded up to get him, and his dad told him use the snub of the first round as fuel. Yes. He said he's like, yeah, I was mad about having to wait. So yeah, so he was sure. He was at his parents' house.
You have 3 players correct at positions so far. At 53, you picked Jervon Dexter Sr. At 53, he went at 53. And then immediately after, Tuli Tuipulotu went 54 at your 54 mark. So now you have 3 positions. So you said that's genius level. So like that's why you guys are geniuses over.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's weird. It's weird that I get
back.
no one in the top 10 like in this right. Well, I shouldn't say right because it's not a mock, but the ranking matched the pick. But then people in the 50s and 60s happen to line up.
Right.
That's true.
That is pretty insane. That's cool though.
Who was your top 10?
Well, the big ones were Christian Gonzalez.
The sheet here. Let me bring it up. I'll add it to the stream.
JSN dropping to Seattle at 22.
Here, we'll go up to the top 10. They have Will Anderson at 1, Bijan Robinson at 2, Jalen Carter at 3, CJ Stroud at 4, Christian Gonzalez at 5, Paris Johnson Jr. at 6, Bryce Young 7, Jigba at 8, Tyree Wilson at 9, and Brian Branch at 10, who ended up going late.
Yeah.
In the second. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Oh, that didn't do it the same way that I like it this way.
Yeah. You like it better?
Yeah, bring it in so it doesn't have so much black negative space around us.
Yeah. But this team is black.
Yeah, it is. Black and gold.
Third round's officially kicked off. Zach Pickens is the first pick of the third round taken by
All right. Pickens.
So, just for
keep
the record.
Washington falling.
This that would be a very interesting pickup at 80.
If he falls to 80, I'm loving it. Loving it all.
At some point, there's still a lot of other players that are falling that I didn't expect to fall. I mean, we got Trenton Simpson still on the board.
Yeah, I'd be happy with him and Drew Sanders.
So we have, let's see. We have only about 15, 14.
We have a link, Robert. You don't have to keep asking questions on who we like. That thing I keep showing you on. You go to SteelerNation.com. You click on the article in the podcast section for Steeler Nation Draft Show, and we have the draft tools there. That is showing the BPA board by the top 300 by Matt Papiernick and Ben McCallion. You can follow along and follow all that information. Be sure to like and share as well, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely share it all around.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're still Eagles are up right now.
Yeah, they got back to back.
Oh, that is true. Goodness.
They're taking Darnell Washington because he's a Georgia guy.
I mean, might as well keep the trend up at this point.
Yeah, they only draft.
And how about that? I mean, obviously, all the stuff that went down with Jalen Carter, I just couldn't believe he fell that far to the NFC representation of the Super Bowl.
Right,
it's insane.
That was a gift.
I just couldn't believe that. And then they just hop up and get Nolan Smith, who I thought, could have went higher too. If we really wanted to.
Yeah, I had him going to the Jets.
So they're going to be tough if Jalen Hurts can continue that trend he's on. Look out, because the NFC has not. I don't see anyone beating them other than the Niners. I just can't at this point. I just can't.
Yeah. And of course, that depends on their quarterback situation. Like, who starts and how good is he?
And that's another thing that's kind of blown my mind with the Niners. They've had these opportunities throughout the years to find a quarterback. Obviously, with Jimmy G, he's always hurt, and they thought he was going to be their guy. But you're telling me Josh Johnson's the best guy you could find to back up Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship?
Right.
And then he gets a concussion.
Even Cam. Come on, he's better than Josh Johnson.
I don't know about that. Like Cam's
really
a good
low
runner.
on Cam Newton on an MVP. If you think he ain't as good as Josh Johnson,
no, Cam Newton used to be an MVP, but now ever since TJ Watt tore up his shoulder, he can't throw to save his life. He's a great runner, but he can't throw.
But I've never seen Josh Johnson throw fully healthy.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I think what they did with Josh Johnson is they outsmarted themselves. They could have got someone who could come in and just kind of do what Purdy did, a mixture of pure talent and what you got in your head, but they outsmarted themselves by saying, let's get someone who's older, a veteran, can come in, knows the system and all that without thinking of the downsides of it. Bring in someone younger who can, if you had to play some sandlot, can actually move around a little bit. 100%. I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, but at the same time, how many times are you expecting 4 quarterbacks to go down at once?
That was a once-in-a-lifetime deal.
Yeah, that's like if the Steelers lost Duck Hodges during the 2019 season. Like,
we'd have been doomed.
Right. Duck. Good old Duck. That was a fun, short-lived thing. It was enjoyable.
He won a duck calling competition. I liked going to away games and hearing duck calls. It was so fun.
Yeah.
So there's some information on why Darnell Washington may be falling.
Okay.
Ooh.
So Aaron Wilson, who's covers the NFL for the Houston Chronicle and Baltimore Sun previously, states that he's been pushed down some draft boards because he currently has a knee issue that might be pushing him down some draft boards. And it's unclear how far that could push him. So it makes sense now. At least there's a reason. It's not like, we said the receiving tight end aspect of it. And since he's not a primary receiver, but if he does have this knee issue with such a big body and frame like him, who knows what could be wrong there. And that's not something that anyone would have medicals on right now. If it's relatively new.
And it's like the same thing with the Hooker's ACL.
You're talking a knee and a guy that's going to have to take that many impacts per game. Yeah, you want to make sure that knee's going to be okay. If your main thing is blocking and you're going to have to hold up a guy pushing you backwards, you want to make sure your knee doesn't go the first time that happens and we spend a pick on you.
Yeah. And guys, I did have time to look up Keanu Benton's highlights. We're going to start sharing that now. So yes, Cooley, while you were asking about me, dicking around, where's that? Yeah, right here. Striker, can you find any highlights of Benton? That's what I've been working on. So yes, I found some highlights. He's the nose. He's big number 95 in the center of this picture. Kind of looks like the frame here of Casey Hampton when he's playing. So let's click here and play. Watch the big man there push backwards, come around, and then make the tackle in the backfield, either a stuff or a small loss. Great play by Benton. Here he is. He should be in the center as well. Let's see how he attacks on this play. Yep, he is. And he gets after the quarterback. That's a great snap, showing a nose tackle that can get at the quarterback after the big block by the center. And great job of tracking down a faster player. That's a sure tackle. Good play. Looks fairly athletic. Again, he should be lined up. Looks like he's Nope, he's not standing up. He's down in all fours right there. Oh, sorry. He was the next person down. I was wrong. Good working his way through some traffic, getting a leg tackle there on the running back. Short gain. Should be here as well. Spin move and stays and pushes. And while being blocked, grabs the quarterback and brings him down before the quarterback can get a gain. That is technically a sack.
I like seeing that.
Nice play. Yeah. And this is another angle on the same play, how he's being blocked and gets that strong hand around. That's a Casey Hampton play. And it looks like he knocked that play down on that one. Was that a blocked? Jumps up and blocks here. We'll see. Oh, no, he actually tackles the quarterback. That's a sack. Sorry.
That is a full-on sack.
I miswatched that. Yeah. Yeah, here he is again in the middle, pushing the pile. And, he lined up in a different spot. He was lining up in 7 tech on that one, I believe. On that one. Yeah, he 3 tech. So he came around the outside on that one against Maryland, of course. Looks like he's down here on the bottom, holding space. And then, does a good job of setting the space, short gain. Comes off the block to make the tackle. I like that rep. It's one of those.
It's what you want to see when a lot of.
Oh no, he came through 2 guys and made the tackle in the backfield. That's a beautiful rep.
Oh,
yeah. It is also Iowa, so
right.
And Iowa,
it's still a nice play off a double team. Though the next guy just whiffs, doesn't even assign to him. So,
but the Big Ten and Iowa are really good for linemen.
Yeah,
they are.
So if he's been tearing up offensive line,
nice. Another tackle for loss, getting in the backfield. That's what you want to see out of a nose tackle that can get some disruption out of that middle position. Like I said, that we haven't really had since Hargrave has left the team. Gravedigger going to Philly. Again, coming up in the middle. Oh no, he was up on the left side that time. No, that was him. He just landed on. No, that was 56. No, I had the wrong guy.
That's nice closing speed.
Yeah. He was lined up. Yeah, that was 3 tech on that one. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. He was lined up in 3 tech.
That's impressive because he hits him and then his acceleration, the second he breaks the block to get to the quarterback, that's a great first step.
And that, as a big guy right there, that was a 3 tech rep where he got the outside of the guard to make the tackle on the edge as he's moving toward the outside of the field.
It's another tackle.
So this is an athletic nose.
Wow.
I like seeing these reps. And he's here, I believe. Yep. Stays with it, kept his eyes on the quarterback, stayed engaged, broke engagement right when the quarterback was trying to make a play with his legs for a stuff. No gain. Love it.
That's a high motor play right there.
Yes, it is. Right there. He's getting push through the line and gets the sack. Wow. What a great rep. What a great and high motor guy, excited about the game.
He is 90 strong. Wow.
Yeah, right here. Here he goes. He goes through 2 guys and then boom, down and low. He's back in the backfield as quick as TJ. That was a great rep too.
Yeah.
So, there we go, guys. Those are the so now we got some highlights on our newest player.
Yeah. So we did have a few guys get drafted. One of them is a linebacker. Drew Sanders is off the board.
So Sanders was the last big inside linebacker. Yeah, Robert's been asking about inside linebackers.
Yeah.
Really, the last.
Simpson.
And we're also been talking about Herbig as well here, Robert. Like, we're not ignoring you, man. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. So it's not like it's not the Robert Burrow show. It is the Steel Nation Draft Show.
Yeah. The Eagles picked up a guard and safety. Eagles got a guard and safety back to back. Then the Broncos got Sanders. Simpson still available, I think.
Yeah, Miles is still a free agent too. Miles Jack.
Mm-hmm.
They're Cooley.
Maybe we need to start picking up Jaguars players. They haven't worked out well for us.
I know, especially Jaguars inside linebackers going Schobert and Jack back to back. And we kept getting more excited each year. It's like, oh, this time it's going to work out. This time it's going to work out.
Scobie.
No. Scobie. Oh,
he was a Jack.
Just because you said Scobie, I'm having a shot of whiskey. Okay, guys, Steeler Nation. I got to forget Scobie.
I might be on there with you.
Here comes a shot of whiskey. Thanks, Chris.
Happy to help.
I'll never forget when Snoop Dogg went on Facebook Live after Scobie missed them kicks. That was some of the craziest stuff I had seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sanders was a guy that we all loved. We absolutely did love him. Hooker. Now we're getting some Hooker talk here. We've been talking about Hooker. I know you just jumped on here more recently here, Derpy. I know you were huge on day one. But yeah, we've been talking about Hooker. We had some first round talk about Hooker as well. But he's still available.
Let's see here. There's still a lot of good wide receivers left.
Yeah, there has not been a run on wide receivers yet.
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting in mid-second. Did not happen. Oh, Hooker's off the board, Zach says. Thank you, Zach.
Hooker went to the Lions?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
They
traded back in to get him.
Hendon Hooker is
Was that the last pick of the second then?
No, it was 68. So like fourth pick of the So they traded back up to get him, which I like a lot because you still have Jared Goff there. They want to compete. Whether or not they can is another story, but they want to. Not Drew Campbell. Their coach.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell. Drew, Dan, same thing.
Bruce.
Dan Campbell is going to have them thinking they compete. That's the type of coach he is. So getting someone like Hendon Hooker, who's going to need a redshirt year anyways, to sit behind Goff, I think is a good long-term move for the team.
Yeah. That's the thing about with the Jared Goff. Like he's doing well in this. He's doing really well, but is he the franchise guy? Like, again, like he's really good. Like, I wouldn't blame the Lions for keeping him, except for the fact that he's going to demand a lot of money. Like, he's going to be looking for like $45 million, and he's probably not worth it.
Well, he was already on a big deal because he signed it with the Rams.
How many quarterbacks worth the money they were getting paid?
Exactly. Every quarterback's getting paid. Like I'm afraid we're gonna have to give Pickett like $55 million by the time we get to his fifth-year option.
I mean, the market just keeps going up. Every new guy makes it up, and then the Browns just threw a wrench in the whole thing, giving Watson that deal.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm almost considering like in 3 years, trading Kenny Pickett in the first to move up, see if we can't get Arch. Just to save some money.
No way.
Just to save money. So we can keep getting other guys.
That has been a big plan for a lot of teams, is having a quarterback cheap. That's what makes the Niners, with the Garoppolo now off the books, I mean, they're going to have a lot of money to even load that roster up even more.
Yeah.
Since they're not spending however much they were on Garoppolo.
Yeah, Lions could clear like $26 million in cap space next year by moving on from Goff. He's due like 31, and they're only due, and he's only on the hook for 5 guaranteed.
Yeah. Yep. I just saw the draft pick on my laptop. Hooker did go to Detroit.
Okay. Yeah. That's what we've been talking about. Yeah. Derpy's got it too. Hooker to Lions.
Yeah, because everything's behind on the screen. Everything's behind on the feed.
Yeah.
So we got Houston again, and then they pick at 73.
Yeah.
They
got a lot of picks. Yeah. Like they got to nail this draft. They're low on picks next year. They have to nail it.
And Robert, he was a cap casualty. He did lead the Steelers in tackles, but he ended up being a cap casualty because that 10 mil that we were able to save allowed us to go out and pick. Like I said, our free agency this past year was as busy as our free agency was the year before. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Even
6,
more.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 players in free agency, though Allen Robinson was a trade. And Braden Mann was technically a waiver pickup and not technically a free agent.
Yeah.
But that is still 17 contracts we are now paying, with Miles Jack's contract that we saved that 10 million being a big reason why we could pick up those players.
Yeah. And don't forget cutting the greatest Steeler to ever live, William Jackson.
The third.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was disappointed that William Jackson. I know Robert C. was disappointed probably too that we didn't give a chance for William Jackson to have a chance to make plays here in training camp and preseason. But hopefully he signs on with somebody. Right now, technically, William Jackson III is still technically a free agent.
Yeah, I mean, I pick him up again for like vet men, get some more cornerback depth.
Yeah. Okay, this might be the my absolute favorite comment of the night. Robert C. Detroit does love hookers. Bravo, Robert C. Cheers.
I was waiting for the joke to happen. I knew it was coming. Oh boy.
Almost.
Yeah.
So the Browns are coming up soon, right, with their first pick?
Yes. Browns. Where's my dog? Liza.
Let me see here.
Yeah, they're at
Texans are on the clock at 69. Browns are 74, so we got 5 picks. The Niners still haven't picked yet. When do the Niners come up? Did I miss something?
It shows that they got 99, 101, and 102.
They don't come up to a 99.
Yeah.
So I wasn't reading that wrong. Wow.
Nope.
But they do have 3 picks and 4. So.
Yeah. They're gonna need to make the most of those picks. Or at this point, if there's someone that they like, they might as well go and trade up.
NFL.com is the slowest freaking site. I swear. I think it's because everybody's on trying to track stuff.
Yeah, everyone's probably all on there at the same time right now.
Yeah.
The Texans got a wide receiver, and it wasn't one of the Tennessee receivers.
Downs?
Nope, it wasn't him either. It was Nathaniel Dell.
Is Trenton Simpson's? He's an inside linebacker as well, right?
Yes, he's inside.
Yeah, he's still on the board. He was 31
He played on the edge a little bit too.
Yeah.
Early on in his career, I think last year was either his first or second year being off ball, but he's very athletic too, though. So I mean, he has flexibility.
And we've got to get into the reality of drafts, because everybody wants to say they draft best player available. All drafts end up being drafting the guys you need to fill holes.
Yeah.
It becomes like slotting people to improve positions where you don't have players that can make plays. So it's not BPA draft. What the Steelers do is they try to take BPA for the positions of need. You combine those two, you end up getting really good picks. So
yeah, there's a lot of things that go into it. And again, you look at last year, the Ravens, they drafted nothing but BPA. It's like, man, they had a really good draft.
Yes.
It's like, man, they had a really good draft. Cool. They didn't address their needs. They got a backup punter. They got a 3rd and 4th string tight end.
Yeah. Right.
They didn't address their needs. They just
got some good defensive players too. But...
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong. They got some studs, but they could have done a whole lot better if they didn't go BPA. Like, they didn't have to worry about us getting Calvin Austin if they went and grabbed him.
Did Tank Dell come off the board?
Yeah, Dell just came off Nathaniel Dell just came off to the Texans.
Wow. Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Yeah. We have 10 picks. There's 10 picks until we pick again. And there's still Trenton Simpson and Darnell Washington available.
Yeah, and the Raiders.
Who's
just
our backup
took
center?
Byron Young.
It's probably a Herbig or Daniels.
Yeah. Well, Daniels is starting right guard, so I don't think Daniels would slide over. And it's odd, too, because we still have Kendrick Green, who was a starter at center for his rookie season.
He's getting cut.
But yeah,
there's no doubt.
Yeah, J.C. Hassenauer went to the Giants.
Yeah.
But we do have a backup center at least. We've got 3 interior offensive guys that we picked up this season that do have center snaps.
Yeah. Remember the other night we were talking about Dotson. We could shift Daniels to center and put Dotson at right guard.
How do you like that, Robert? Cooley, how do you like Dell staying at home there in the great state of Texas? Right there in your city of Houston. Are you going to go watch some games to see Dell run around the field?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know.
Oh, the Raiders got Byron Young.
Matt, look at this comment. This one's for you. Oh, you're muted.
Matt, you're muted again.
Oh, Tank Dell even before Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, let's take the 5'8", 165-pound guy versus the 6'7", 260 guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was shaking my screen, bobbing my leg over here. People think my screen's drunk. No, that's just me.
No, it's oh yeah, I do that a lot too. Don't worry. But yeah, Byron Young out of Alabama. Because remember, there's 2 Byron Youngs in this draft, and they play the same position.
69. Yeah, that's not far off. 69 from 75 to 80. That's still the same round. That's not bad, Robert. Not bad.
Yeah.
And then the Saints just took Kendra Miller out of TCU.
Okay. What position does he play?
He's running back.
It's not the next running back I would have taken, but
yeah. I'm trying to think, did Charbonnet go off yet?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Charbonnet went to the Seahawks. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we were questioning that. Honestly, I question nearly any running picks.
Miles. Probably 2 picks, Miles.
What did you miss? Washington and Simpson are still on the board somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's the fastest wide receiver on the roster? Would that be a Miller? I'm trying to think. Just speed wise.
Either Miller or Austin.
Austin, definitely. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No,
yeah.
Austin.
And remember
is definitely the fastest on the roster.
Also, remember with the Calvin Austin?
Yeah.
Last year, Sauce Gardner said that Austin was the hardest receiver he's ever had to face. That comment alone, Sauce.
Oh, yeah, Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, nice. Guy got drafted 4th overall, Defensive Player of the Year.
Right.
That comment gives me high hopes that Austin can be something in this league. As long as he's actually on the field.
And that's another, punt guy. I mean, he might be your answer. We got to give him a shot.
Exactly. Yeah, remember last year we had 4 guys competing for punt and kick returner. 2 of them get hurt. So it's like, well, our decision's already made.
Yeah, we're taking Gunner, and then Gunner puts 2 on the ground, and
then we go with Steven Sims, who is solid.
Right. Yes, Sims had some good plays.
Yeah, especially that Tampa return.
I miss some Ray McLeod, not going to lie.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray, he put the ball on the ground a little too much for comfort. Ray.
Well, that's the Steelers' MO. Punt returner's job, first and foremost, is not to get touchdowns and yardage. It's not to turn the ball over. Yeah. That's how you lose your job at punt returner for the pit. That's why Hank Poteet was a punt returner as long as he was defensive back. It looked like he had a seizure every time he caught the ball, like trying to triple, quadruple, centuple shake everybody every time he got the ball and just get tackled. But the guy never put the ball on the ground. That is the Steelers' way.
Same thing with the Switzer. He never put the ball on the ground, but he never actually returned the ball.
Yeah.
He wasn't the punt returner, he was a punt catcher.
Yes.
But he didn't put the ball on the ground ever.
I think that's more your job, isn't it? To corral it, not return it. You just got to handle it before you can run it.
Yeah, exactly. But he didn't run it.
So what do you do here, Matt? Washington's still on the board. You go Washington, you go inside linebacker.
God, I
taking
love both
Washington.
picks.
Right.
I don't care if he has a bad
3,
knee.
4,
You have tight end
5,
depth.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, he doesn't have to start this year. He can redshirt. You'll have him for 4. Not a bad pick, or at least for the back half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what's wrong with his knee, I mean, unless he has a torn ACL or something, he should be healthy at least by, you would think, training camp.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, unless it's some serious, like an ACL, I mean, you can let him rest. Even if he needs meniscus surgery, that's a few months. He'll be healthy by training camp.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm just curious what it could be to push him this far down. Now, I get it. It probably is also worries because they don't get to see him. Like, if this is relatively new, like within the last couple weeks, no one's really had medicals done on him. So
that's a good trade, Al, for their travel buddy. We'd take that. This is what we do. Like, this is the show tomorrow. It's not just like me getting drunk. It's me interacting and talking with Steeler Nation. And this is why we have so much fun on these shows. It's just like,
I imagine tomorrow will be more talking about the league as a whole than the Steelers, especially if we don't trade.
Yeah. And I can bring Zach back to the feed here. I think Zach's been sitting down there long enough. I'll get this in a little tighter. Here we go. There we go. I'll squeeze you in there next to Matt. And guys, let me know if you have to jump off. Obviously, I'm here for the long haul. I don't leave the window because I'm tethered.
Yes, boys. Don't forget, you're here forever.
Right? Yeah, that's why I do the show. Yeah. I'm a gamer.
No, we're getting closer. We only got what, like 8
picks.
But 7.
Yep.
It's
7
right around there.
Yeah, we're at 72. I haven't seen who's got a pick yet, but the Chronos pick is in at 72.
They took Williams from Syracuse, Garrett Williams, cornerback.
So in nearly a half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, not on the board, obviously watching at home, we will have a new Pittsburgh Steeler in about a half an hour, 35 minutes at the longest.
Let's go.
Here we go.
I'm just ready for football. I mean, this is just like, I've just waited 2 months just to even think football. So
I think football every day of my life.
Well, obviously it's on my mind all the time, but
yeah, like football is my passion. Like, I'm looking to get into coaching.
Nice.
Thanks.
Oh, another trade. Giants just traded up.
If they traded, they didn't. Would you have 73? Okay.
No, they did not. They Jalen Hyatt. That's one of the people we had targeted. I was hoping he might fall to us.
Jalen Hyatt went to the Giants. That is a great pick for the Giants. Great position of need, BPA. Yeah.
That was a solid pick. I just wanted him.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just like, damn.
Steelers aren't drafting a wide receiver at 80, Zach.
You never. I
don't know. I don't know. If it's a kick punt returner, they got to consider it.
Yeah, I think they. Actually, I don't even think they draft a receiver in the 7th round. I think 7th round would be quarterback and safety.
Inside linebacker and tight end right now for value, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Inside linebacker and tight end this round. In the 7th, we go quarterback in.
Oh, and wide receiver. I completely agree. That was
not even wide receiver, safety.
Oh, safety.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we have a safety on the roster available.
Yeah.
Because we brought in 2 in free agency with KZ and Keanu Neal.
Yeah, it's just lately.
And Killebrew is still on the roster as the special teamer. So we have all of our positions set.
It's a common trend that the Steelers draft a safety to make them a slot corner. I think we do that again. We did that with Trey Norwood. He lost the job to Millette.
He's still on the roster.
Yeah, he's still on the roster, but he clearly lost the job.
Well, he was hurt.
Yeah.
Was he hurt most of the time?
Yeah,
he got hurt last year.
Banged up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he started the year as the passing game slot. Well, Mollett was the early down run stopping slot because Mollett can't cover us.
Yeah, like that. like that second Bengals game, like I know there's a lot of debate on Tomlin, but I'm still questioning why he never benched Mollett in that second Bengals game.
They didn't have anyone else to put there,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because
but they did.
at that time too, I think.
I mean,
Wait,
they did.
we
They
have
could move
KZ,
Sutton
no, that was
over.
second half of the season. We did have KZ back.
Yeah,
But
Which
that
I-
might have been one of the games where one of our starting safeties were hurt, and I think he actually started that game. So
but
they
still,
couldn't put him
even
in the
then,
spot.
we could have moved Sutton over and put someone else on the outside, which we ended up doing against the Colts.
Yeah.
We did that the next week on Monday Night Football. James Pierce started on the outside. He got an interception right off the bat.
Right. Good call, Chris. Good call.
Thanks.
The Browns got a receiver.
They did.
Who'd they get?
They took Cedric Tillman out of Tennessee.
Both Vols receivers bang off the bat.
Back to back.
That might be that run you were talking about on wide receivers.
Here we go. Wide
I hope
receiver
so.
run.
Do it. Wide receivers run. Make it happen.
Yep.
Falcons, you definitely want a wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Patriots need a wide receiver.
Patriots are good. If there's one thing Belichick can't do to save his life, it's draft receiver.
Yes.
Patriots need a whole new offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Maybe
What?
the last.
Patriots would take Washington. I think if I'm looking at this board where the Steelers are drafting, I think if anybody's going to take Washington, it would be the Patriots.
That would make sense, and that hurts me that you said that.
It does. It hurts me too, but I've got to go with my head instead of my heart.
Yeah.
Do they still have I know they signed Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith a few years ago. Do they still have both of those?
John, you got traded to the Falcons for a 7th.
That's right. So they still have Hunter Henry though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they might go another tight end because Henry has been kind of underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, here's some quick little trivia. The last receiver, when I say receiver, he was drafted as a receiver. The last one that Belichick drafted that was good.
So the second they took Christian Gonzalez, my very first thought was Ty Law.
Yeah.
And that's the very first thing I thought that I hated Ty Law for years because every time we played him, he made our lives miserable.
Yeah.
Because I know Bill Belichick is, whether they'll say it or not, he's frustrated with Mac Jones, does not like the progression of how things are going. So maybe he's trying to throw it back, say, listen, before Tom Brady just put together a hard defense, and then Tom Brady was able to learn behind it. Maybe he's going there and eventually replacing Jones. So
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
even then. So,
Quarterback, so that would be an interesting pick here.
yeah.
So I would not be surprised if something happened like that.
And at least Jones won't be running the quarterback out of the building and the city like Tom Brady used to.
Yeah, exactly.
Every
Which
time they drafted a decent quarterback.
Yeah.
But they got good picks out of him. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Matt Castle, Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, you're looking at
Ryan Mallett.
banking picks. Yeah.
Ryan Mallett.
Yeah, but even then, Mac Jones not progressing, that's kind of Bill Belichick's fault because he had a defensive mind to be offensive coordinator. That's Belichick's fault.
Yeah, didn't he have Matt Patricia calling plays?
Yes.
Yeah.
And his assistant was Joe Judge, the genius that ran a quarterback sneak on 3rd and 9 at his own 4-yard line. That genius was Patricia's second in command.
Joe Judge, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'll leave that comment.
I think they're in a world of trouble. The Patriots are, because I think Bill Belichick. I mean, he's got 8 rings. Obviously, he's probably the greatest coach we've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I just think he's gotten to
And
this
cheating.
point-
Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, we can't forget about that.
Yeah,
But
spy game intensifies.
Just
No, the worst
I
was he
think-
got caught again, and they gave him an even lesser
Yeah.
penalty when the Bengals caught him red frickin' handed.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts to this day.
I
I'm
think
taking a
he's-
shot of whiskey right now to forget it.
I think he's so stuck. He's so stuck in his ways, and he's kind of just I've done this for so long, it's worked, and I think he's just trying to stick with that he was the reason for that dynasty, or that he is why they were successful. And I think he's just trying to heavy hit that, and it just hasn't worked.
Yeah.
His quarterback won a Super Bowl without him. So
Yeah.
That's true. I saw that coming though, because the Patriots did not prepare for Tom Brady to age at all.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
no preparation there. They're like, no, it's Tom Brady. He'll be fine. And every year was all on Tom Brady, all on.
Technically, they were right, but he decided to leave.
Yes. So
And I still won't be surprised if Tom Brady doesn't return in some way, shape, or form this season.
Yeah.
I don't see how he hasn't gone to San Fran.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's a perfect landing spot for him.
Honestly-
That's your team. You love Montana.
Yep.
Yeah.
Growing up, that's your whole life. I mean,
To win the Super
that's
Bowl right
the
there,
biggest
it's
no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, my pick is shows any sign of injury or fatigue or whatever. Dolphins pick him up because they were tampering with him earlier.
That could be
I
true,
think he's
too.
a Miami Dolphin in the middle of the season.
Which they could be scary. I mean, if
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's Brady. We've seen it for
Yeah.
years
Great-
and years, break our
Great
hearts every
speedy
single
receivers
year.
there too, Dakota. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a fast team on the edges.
Yeah.
And you put Brady out there, man, he's going to get the ball there.
Yeah, I bet he's not underthrowing Tyreek Hill.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, I actually put a bet down that the Dolphins win the East.
Really?
Yeah. It was a parlay. It was a 2-leg parlay. Dolphins win the East, Steelers win the North.
Yeah. That could happen.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Could
tough.
happen.
Too. That's gonna be tough. It's gonna
If
be a
Tua
battle.
stays healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as TJ Watt's healthy, there's a very good shot.
Yeah. I agree.
For sure. But it's gonna be fun every week. It's gonna be a battle with these teams.
Yeah.
And now that the Browns have Watson, I mean, how long has it been since every team in the North has had a solid starting quarterback?
Unless Watson takes off.
No.
Unless Watson checks off his rust, I'm not calling him solid.
Yeah, he looked kind of lost. It really kind of surprised me. I knew he hadn't played for a while, but I mean, he was arguably top 5 quarterback. We were talking a lot of people were talking about him like that when he left.
Yeah,
for sure, 100%. I was one of those people. I can agree with that.
I don't know if he's solid, but he's definitely stiff. He's definitely firm. Oh wait, no, I'm talking about his masseuses. Sorry, my bad.
I thought you were. I'm not going to make that joke. I was going to go even worse.
That's the Steeler Nation Draft Show, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll put in private chat.
Derpy asking, who do you take? Do you take? Nate Herbig, or do you take Trenton Sampson there at 80?
I take Darnell. Let's see. The Patriots got Mapu. They got a linebacker that wasn't Simpson.
Wow.
They got Mapu.
How is Simpson dropping in this draft?
Yeah,
He's smaller and raw, so I can see why.
How far down is Mapu?
133.
Man.
Yeah.
There he is. Watching you in real time here, Zach.
Yeah, this is the art that is what I'm doing.
Think of beauty. I love that.
But you know the Patriots like to reach. I mean, last year didn't they take that guy in the first round that the Rams were saying they didn't have him until the 3rd round?
Yeah, Cole Strange chat that was an FCS guy. And then they traded ahead of us to take Tyquan Thornton. Like I said, Belichick does not draft as well. The last time they drafted a wide receiver and he was good, 2002, Deion Branch. I mean, if you think about Julian Edelman technically counts, but he was drafted as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Edelman was a quarterback that shifted to wide receiver. Now, for some reason, he could develop undrafted wide receivers like nobody's business, but he can't draft them to save his life.
But they have to be lacrosse players first.
All right, Chris Hogan.
Another linebacker that is not Simpson. Byron Young's off the board.
I mean, that's a D lineman. That's more of an interior guy, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, or at the most, he's an edge rusher.
My TV is so far behind.
I know.
Drew Sanders still out there for a linebacker?
No, Sanders got drafted.
Okay, he just got drafted. Okay, I'm looking at the big board by Fairline.
I think he went to Atlanta. Let me make sure. Sanders, no, he did not go to Atlanta. He went to Denver.
Okay.
Yeah, he went 4th pick in the 3rd round. Number
All right,
6.
I just pulled him off the board then.
Okay.
Off the big board on the other side.
Both Byron Youngs are gone.
Okay.
The Packers are on the board.
And the one that just went definitely like a outside linebacker / D end.
Yeah.
He's like probably like 6'3", 6'4", like 250. He would be a good fit also for like an outside linebacker for the Steelers if he would have made it there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
tight end that
Simpson.
isn't Darnell Washington.
Wow.
Tucker
Wow.
Kraft is off the board.
Tucker Kraft. Now he fell a lot too. I heard his name hovering around like the late second. I guess he didn't fall that far then, but yeah, late second, early third, he fell a little bit then. But again, Darn and Trent Simpson are both available.
Yeah, we're starting to get to a point where Washington or Simpson up here.
I'd love again now watch us draft running back.
Yeah, someone completely off the wall. You're like,
Hey!
who?
I'm going to add someone here to the stream.
All right.
Someone we've been missing here on the Steeler Nation Draft Show ever since she was locked in that climate controlled porta potty. Let us welcome Mackenzie Miller to the show.
With the dark screen.
She is frozen. I'm sorry, Mackenzie. You are frozen.
Frozen in the dark.
I'll pull you down, pull up a chat when you're back on. We'd love to have you back on the show. As always, Mackenzie, you are always welcome on the show.
The Colts are on the doesn't matter. No matter what the Colts pick, the Steelers are in line to get someone good, in line to get a major steal.
I'm just fascinated to see who we're going to pick with these kind of selections on the board. Because there's been some all over ones, but there's some. I just don't want a head scratcher where everyone just kind of cocks right to the side and is unsure about what just happened. That's what I don't want.
Yeah, why just get the Fresno State quarterback?
Josh Downs off the board.
Josh Downs went to Indy?
Yep. Colts take Josh
Let's
Downs.
go.
Here we go.
Katie, here we are.
We've been waiting. Here we go.
And
I think Mackenzie's starting to stream back in here. It's getting a little choppy, though.
Yeah. Potato streams are always the worst.
Hutchinson from Iowa State as a receiver, possibly.
No, come on. Washington or Simpson? Don't upset me. Washington, Simpson.
Oh, no, I'm fully prepared to hear a name that I'm not even ready for.
Yeah, I know, right?
For that.
Hank Bigsby.
Mackenzie, your feed is choppy yet again. You look like you're in a tent now instead of a porta potty, so good to see you.
She's frozen.
And she's frozen. I'm going to pull her off until she can fix her stream.
Yeah, she said she's like working a concert or music festival or something.
Yeah, like some country fest.
That's my hubby, Zach.
Hey, whoa. That's my wife.
Hey, honey. How you doing, honey?
All right.
She's out to a big fancy dinner and theater and all this, so I am here making sure that our draft board works.
Oh, here's an interesting one too. Offensive tackle D Jones being the right tackle, possibly. Would you consider that as well at this spot?
No.
I mean, I would because Okor. Because I'm not entirely sold on.
He's got 2 more years. This year, next year, he is under contract.
I'm not entirely sold. Like, I would love Jones as a developmental piece for the right side.
Mm-hmm.
We traded our pick.
We traded it back.
We did.
Whoa!
Who did we trade with?
Knew it was happening.
We traded to the Panthers. I'm not sure what. I just know that my Steeler logo on the board.
Wow!
And,
guys,
I'm gonna keep looking up the.
I'm not. Wow.
I'm gonna look up
Carolina. What did we?
I'm gonna look up potential job compensation. Got to get the screen.
So we moved back
the screen back up, but that's interesting.
Mackenzie!
Can you hear me?
We can see you. Yeah.
Yes,
now I hear you.
Sideways. Yep. There you go. Awesome.
Hi guys. Oh my goodness. Y'all,
Hey.
are we happy with what is it, defensive tackle we got?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
And we just traded back.
Yeah. We traded back, so we didn't get hurt.
Yes, just traded back now for more picks. So it looks like we might be doing something tomorrow on the draft show before the 7th round. Thank you. Thank you so much.
For sure, we got their 93rd pick because when the logos switched. So I know we got that. I want to know what else.
Okay, so 93rd. Actually,
That's
let
a
me go
fa-
check the draft pick chart to see what would make
A
the
fifth
most
or a
sense.
sixth, I'd imagine. Probably a
Something
sixth.
Let me
like
check
that.
draft pick value chart.
They may have just ruined your all-day drinking thing tomorrow, Striker. You might have to
Oh,
pay attention for just one
Oh,
part
no.
during the
It's
game.
only
Anyways.
2 rounds instead of 3 rounds now. I'm fine.
So we
with
no
it.
longer have a pick in the 3rd round. We don't have any 4th round
No,
picks.
We still
no,
have
we
a pick
do.
in the-
We have pick 93 in the 3rd.
Okay,
So we
Oh.
drop back how many? 13 picks?
13. We drop back 13. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Our pick is 190 points. Theirs is 128 points. We'd have to make up about 62 points. So that would be we probably have the 4th rounder. If I had the 4th rounder, we might have given them a 7th.
That would be great. That
Yeah,
would be
I'll take
great.
a 3rd and a 4th. I'm happy
Yeah.
with that.
So to have a 4th and a 7th, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Hey, Mackenzie, since we have you on here, we got you a good feed. I want to highlight you. I want to hear what you think about
93
drafting.
and 132. They got 93 and 132. I like it.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
132. Okay.
Nice.
So
So that's
end of the
that is a
4th.
4th rounder. Yep. So Mackenzie, I want to hear what you think about Joey Porter Jr.
Okay, you guys, I told you. We were going to do this. We were going to make this happen. This is what the Steelers do. They like to keep people who value and know who the Pittsburgh Steelers are within the organization. We saw his father do exactly what his son is doing. It is just beyond me to see something like this happen, and for it to fall literally in exactly where it needed to be. I have no words. I'm literally speechless. I'm just so happy right now, and I'm so excited to see what Joey Porter Jr. does with Patrick Peterson. I'm so excited.
Mm-hmm. Good call. Good call. Got a little freeze there. Oh, I added that to the stream, and then I pulled it off, and now I got to take me off of the sexy pose over here that I had while I was watching Mackenzie speak. So I will exit my solo layout, so we have the full group here in the DS. Yeah, so great job. At least we knew that was the player that Mackenzie wanted at 17. We are obviously happy that we ended up getting the player that she still wanted there at 32. And so far, like it seems this draft is working out pretty well for the Steelers and the things that they want. There we go. It looks like Mackenzie's moving again. I'll bring her back up to the feed. You're moving again, Mackenzie. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we got you back. So yeah, so great to still get the player that you wanted at 17 at 32. And we are
Penn State.
right. Yeah, we got some. You look at the Ohio State fan rubbing his eyes over here in the lower corner.
You know what? You know what's cool? Now we have 4 Nittany Lions on the squad.
Yeah,
at least
Pat.
At least
we got
4.
Primus.
We have
We've got
Pat. We
JPJ.
got Allen Robinson, Joey
Yep.
Porter Jr. And oh wait, I guess that's only 3. But
Yeah, I forgot Robinson was on there too. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Robinson, yeah.
Yeah.
So who likes Ohio State?
the guy behind you. My team just upsets me every year, except for this year somehow. Go Vols.
Mackenzie, is that McDonald's Wi-Fi?
Yes.
No, we can call it McDonald's. I feel like McDonald's has better Wi-Fi. I just don't have service, so
Yeah. Well, I'm loving it, so thanks.
I'm actually in a tent with a bunch of Nebraska fellas.
From a climate control porta potty to a tent with a bunch of Nebraska fellows.
I
This is
know.
how
Big
Mackenzie
tents
Miller
everywhere.
joins the Steeler Nation Draft Show, doing whatever it takes.
Dedication at
Awesome.
its finest.
That's awesome, Eminem.
Literally.
Love it.
Literally.
I-
All right, you guys. I'm gonna hop off now. Okay.
Great. Great.
But
Are you,
thanks for
are you
having
hopping
me
on
back
tomorrow at all?
on. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best.
Great.
I'll let you know. Okay?
I'll shoot you the link. We'll figure it out.
All right, y'all. Have
Awesome.
a great
Thanks.
rest of your night. Let's
Thanks,
go
Mac.
Steelers. Here
Yep.
we go. Bye.
Bye.
The Panthers drafted an outside linebacker with our pick.
Yep, DJ. What was his name?
Johnson.
DJ Johnson. Yeah. So we got the Titans, and Titans pick is in. I just don't know what it is yet.
Sounds like our
Yeah.
receiver.
I mean,
Close.
I'd be
close.
happy with this.
Deontay Johnson, DJ. We call him DJ, but
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have we do have a 4th round pick, but then there's over 100 selections till our next one. So
That's still better.
There's still a decent gap, but at least we got something. So
Yeah, that's still better than going from 80 to 241.
No, I'm way happier to have Joey Porter Jr. at 32 than 17 because we didn't think he was worth a 17 pick, and there's no way we're getting Broderick Jones at 32.
Exactly.
Definitely the way that needed to work out.
Yeah, we got the best of both worlds in that case. Like, I'll happily lose a year of Joey Porter Jr. for getting Broderick Jones easily.
Right.
goodness gracious.
Especially if you know if he falls in love like his dad did, he won't leave.
Yeah.
Right. But he did leave, and he did have some great years over there in Miami when we wanted to finally give Harrison a chance to start instead of just hurtling over LaDainian Tomlinson and tackling Browns fan as a backup. So, yeah, it was time to put Harrison on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was a win-win for both players, to tell you the truth. Harrison got a DPOY. Porter's getting 17 sack seasons down in the fun and sun of Miami. So it worked out great for both of them.
Yeah. I don't see the ticker up on the feed anymore.
Which ticker?
Like the draft ticker on the ABC feed of the draft.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the NFL.com.
There we go. There it is. Titans are selecting, and they pick. Oh.
Mine's saying the pick is in, but it's not saying who it is yet.
Yeah. Mine says selection, like they're about to show it, but not to Jay Spears. Is that what it is?
Ben's loving this trade back. Thanks, Ben.
Let's go.
He's got his feet up and his pants off. I know.
I think it's a Jay. I think
it's a running back. Yeah,
running
back
to
Jay Spears.
Nice.
It's just stuck. The ABC feed is stuck on Titans selection. They didn't actually pull the name up. I just saw the graphic when they were pulling him up on the main screen.
Yeah. You think Mac Kenzie would have gotten the McDonald's reference? I like that one.
Yeah.
Here we go. Omar was listening to the cast and thought, that's something I can't do. These awesome guys need a reason to drink earlier than round 7.
Yes.
Believe me, I find reasons. But yes, now we have an actual reason. We got to pick in the 4th round, which is great. Absolutely fantastic.
A toast to said trade?
A toast what?
A toast to said trade?
Yes. Time to toast the trade. It is a drinking trade. We had to move back. Sure. We can take a shot for drinking trade. We ready, Steeler Nation, for our shots of tea and whiskey and Coors Light. Cheers, Steeler Nation.
Cheers.
Glenn Morangi.
I'd have to call for a refill.
So the good thing about the trade back is because Mike Tomlin did say the amount of work he did on players this year was so much more vast than he had done before. I trust that the players that were there, even though we were excited about them, they did not trust the value for where they were.
Oh. Yeah,
I like that.
And so, the way it's going, we might get one of them at 93.
Yeah,
right.
it's
they're moving along. We're only 10 away now.
Yeah. I like this comment here by Robert C. Too bad the 4th might not be too early for Tune. To me, I thought Tune was a 4th rounder, maybe 5th rounder. I think that might be a spot where you do see the Steelers grab Tune if he's available to be our 3rd quarterback. We brought him in for a visit. Steelers like him. Steelers were at the Senior Bowl. We know who the guy is. So that's it. Yeah, I think that's a great call for being a possible Steeler player in the 4th round.
The Buccaneers just got one of the better names in the draft. Yaya Diaby.
Yaya.
This draft is full of weird names. It's making me question people.
To'o still on the board?
Yep, To'o. Yep, Caillou Blue Kelly.
Not the dog in the Wizard of Oz. Not Toto. To'o.
Yeah.
You got to say it like you got to stutter. To'o.
Yeah. I think it was To'o.
Or it could be To'o. Yeah.
Yeah, To'o.
There's whispers that Washington might fall to Baltimore. The Baltimore's been doing some work on Darnell Washington. So.
Oh no.
So we go at what, 86?
Congratulations to Brian Davis, our resident Steeler fan that was having sex while the trade happened. Wanted to know what players we got during that, what positions we got during that trade. We moved back, I believe, in the third round to
93. And we got a late fourth.
And a late fourth. So yeah.
Yeah. And we are demonetized for bringing that up.
So not
bringing
too
that comment up.
No. We didn't swear. So we can still talk about innuendo and say words like sex, but we can't say F and things like that.
Yeah.
Toon's game is that's why I did like Toon. I loved his film, looking at his stuff too. Yeah.
Who was the other quarterback we brought in?
Did we I don't think we brought in another quarterback yet.
I thought I'll check the list. I thought we brought in 2.
I know, but
there's been some talk about the Steelers possibly grabbing one of the XFL quarterbacks as well. Maybe as a UDFA, but
the only one I'd like is AJ McCarron.
Yeah.
Let's see, top 30 visits.
Yeah.
Diaby.
How long has it been since AJ McCarron was at Alabama?
It's been a long time. Like, remember, AJ McCarron was the quarterback of the infamous Bengals Steelers game. Mm-hmm. You know which one I'm talking about.
Well, I find it crazy. I mean, I'm only 22, so when I was 9, 10, up to up to I was 14 or 15, he was that. So I just can't believe how long he's been in the NFL.
22, you can only remember Roethlisberger. That's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
I looked it up.
You didn't have to suffer with Malone. You didn't have
to 05 when I started watching. So Big Ben's been it.
He had the best Steeler comeback in playoff history against the Brownies. So I did love that game.
Yeah. But I checked, we did bring in a second quarterback in with Sharon Hall.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, we brought in Jaron Hall for a top 30 visit with Clayton Tune.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good call.
Yep. Let's see.
Welcome home, Press Graves. I hope they don't have screen capture on text.
I think I forget if this is from an early trade, if this just now happened, but the Broncos traded for the number 8.
Number 83, yeah. They just traded up and they're taking Riley Moss, the defensive back out of Iowa.
Okay.
Is that one of Randy Moss's kids?
It could be.
I don't know.
I don't know his family tree. It's in the other room.
Right.
Yeah. I know one of his sons is in the XFL or USFL.
I didn't know that.
Thaddeus?
Yeah, I think he plays for Birmingham, I think.
I remember when he was on that LSU team with Burrow, and that was crazy.
Yeah. And then he got drafted by, I think, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even make it.
Clark Phillips, Aubrey Miller, some names getting thrown around now.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's still Simpson and Washington.
There's a lot. Like I said, Baltimore's been apparently doing some extra work on Washington in case he fell this far because they didn't trust his knee higher up. So there's a possibility that Baltimore in a few picks takes Washington.
I feel like they'll totally grab him.
Because they don't have enough tight ends on the team.
Mm-hmm.
You pair him up with Mark Andrews, that's going to be nasty.
Yeah.
They drafted 2 of them last year. They're drafting a tight end 4 at this rate.
Well, this would be whoever takes Darnell Washington because of the knee thing is going to realize there's a chance he's going to be a little bit of a sit and wait kind of thing. So it's a lot of risk. Now it's high reward if it works out, but
high risk, high reward. And again, same thing with Simpson. Like, he's raw, but he's got a ton of potential.
Yeah, they're speeding through Miami's picks in too.
Yeah.
Ringo's still on the board there, Miles. And he's your Smoke Monday. Miles kept asking for Smoke Monday to get drafted in every round until the Steelers kept passing on him. He kept getting more and more mad. It was a great show last year. Great moments for a few rounds before he went to the other black and gold team in New Orleans as opposed to us.
Yeah. Remember when Herb Waters was a meme for a while?
Dolphins. Who are the Dolphins going to take? Oh, there we go. Dolphins took a running back, Devin Akane.
Mm.
All right.
Okay, interesting.
Okay. Okay, we
Just
have
another-
we're 93, right? Yep. 85. We're still close. I'm gonna be upset the Ravens do pick. Even if they don't need him, it's gonna be revenge for Calvin Austin.
So they're drafting weird now. Like this is now out of the sphere of influence for Ozzie Newsome. They're a couple years removed now. Like
Yeah.
though last year, I agree with you, Chris. It was a BPA draft. They seemed to take every single great player that was on the board when they were drafting. But this one they seem to be a little looser, taking Zay Flowers in the first round, which was a receiver that a lot of us had mocked here for like third or fourth round.
Mhm.
So, we're not sure how their drafting is being called. Maybe Harbaugh has a little bit more.
No, you're right the first time. You're right the first time.
The best part about that nickname, it is a nickname from a Ravens draft board that I never thought of. So I love the Harbaugh nickname.
Oh, in the Steelers Discord, we have an emote of Karen haircut.
No, you're good. What's that? Oh, you're breaking up on us today, Chris.
Ah, crap.
We missed your story. Tell your story again, please. On the board.
In the Steelers Discord, we have an emote, which is John Harbaugh with the Karen haircut. Really short blonde hair, kind of parted to the side.
Yes.
Let's see here. Another linebacker off the board that is not Trenton Simpson.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's funny is that people are talking about how.
Where are you seeing this, Zach? Where do you get your updates here? You're getting them faster than I am.
Yeah,
this one's already on ESPN.
I have notifications to like 17 different things, so if something comes up, I see until once I get a second confirmation. That one was from around the NFL.
Yeah.
So.
ESPN's been pretty quick with it, I think.
Yeah. ESPN's been getting quicker with it lately.
Yeah, see, I have all my notifications turned off because I don't like things enough to notify me.
I don't even have
I have to adjust them.
Maybe we trade back again, Travel Buddy is saying, which maybe we could pick up a sixth or a fifth if we go back a couple spots. That could happen.
Why not both?
We don't see any players we like at this point.
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
Yeah.
What's
so
funny, like Trent Simpson's falling because he's supposed to be raw and not ready. Yeah, Anthony Richardson goes at pick 4. Anthony Richardson is more raw than the meat in my freezer.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, he is not NFL ready in the slightest.
Yeah. I'm sorry, your freezer doesn't work.
Anthony Richardson is this year's version of the media is bored, so they're hyping up some random bad quarterback. That's Richardson this year. Hot take.
That is a very good hot take. I like that. So yeah, fastest 4x100 team in the NFL. The Dolphins have. Dolphins got some fast people.
Yeah, I mean they got Tyreek Hill. What do you expect?
It's just because I'm when the Steelers played down here in Miami. I went to the game and it's just the speed that's on that field sometimes is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane.
And they just keep adding to it.
And guys, I want to thank Dakota for being on the show too, man. Are you available tomorrow at all?
Yeah, I got a few things I got to do in the morning.
Great.
Got to cover a few conference tennis tournaments. I'm a sports editor at a paper. Yeah. That's my daily job.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, I'll be tuned in like you guys are, so I'll have to hop on for a little while.
You heard it directly from Dakota Locker. He will be Clayton tuned in tomorrow for the draft show. Excited to have you back too, Dakota. Thanks for being a part of the show today, my friend.
I appreciate you all welcoming me in. I mean, who doesn't love this? We're just talking.
Right.
I mean, this is just normal conversation, just shooting
whatever.
Yeah. But I appreciate you guys having me on, and I look forward to being on with you guys tomorrow.
Awesome. See you tomorrow, Dakota. Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to
another player that's falling. I didn't even think about Ringo.
Yeah, so we're getting a lot of Ringo calls here on the Steeler Nation comments. So we're all pretty impressed that Ringo's been falling as well.
Yep. Ravens got their pick in with 5 seconds to go.
I forget what team was it? The Broncos a little while that didn't get their pick in time. Who was it?
It was the. I remember.
Vicky.
I think the last time it was the Ravens during
Oh,
the
that's
Mark
my
Ingram situation.
There's Ma.
There's
Is that
my
Ma?
mother again.
Yeah, missed first part. Huge fan. Steeler fan. He played defensive line in college. We talked about on our show. I shout out to Steeler Nation from Boca Raton.
Yes, a fun story about my mom that links to the Steelers. She was working at a hospital here in South Florida, and guy came in that was in a nasty accident. Who should walk in to check on him but the Pouncey brothers?
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
And if you thought they were big, there's a picture of my mother standing next to these gentlemen. They are massive human beings.
I bet.
Yeah.
Just monstrosities. So yeah, so fun little story. So I didn't get to meet them, but my mom said they were very nice.
Nice. Thanks, Ma. We're a
Alright.
family show. We love having the family on the show.
Well,
Lions-
Trenton Simpson just went to the Ravens.
That makes me
Shoot!
so
Son of a
mad.
bitch.
Hey, I
That's
see
the
Derby commenting
Ravens,
down
too.
there. He says he likes Overshawn if Simpson doesn't last. I like the Marvion Overshawn too. I think he's basically like someone who's very similar to Simpson, just slightly down the draft board.
Okay, well
Damn.
that makes me
That
feel
was good.
Baltimore, wretched.
Maybe at 132 or whatever pick they got.
Yeah.
I think Overshawn will be in play.
Yeah, Derby's with you as well.
I'm trying to think. Did Highsmith announce the other second rounder, or is he going to announce this third rounder?
I'm not watching the show. I don't know when Highsmith jumped on to announce anything.
Yeah, they
have
don't
no-
Yeah,
I
they
know
don't
he's-
necessarily show the stage every pick, so I don't know.
Yeah, because I know Alan Faneca announced Joey Porter.
Okay. Because he's at the draft show in Mexico, I believe.
Oh, okay.
That's where he is. I like that we have some people are following around with the BPA board. I can see some icons up there for people checking it out. So if you guys want to check out the BPA board or the positional big board, go over to SteelerNation.com. Click on the Steeler Nation draft show down in the podcast area, and you'll have links to all these draft tools that you'll be able to follow along with. Also, be sure to like and share all of our draft shows, because that's how we get to perpetuate this awesome draft show each year.
Yeah.
So, Striker, one
Yeah.
corner I think you would love in this draft, and reason being is I compare him to one of your favorite corners that the Steelers had in Mike Hilton.
Okay.
Travius Hodges Tomlinson.
Wow.
So he's related to LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah, so I was going to ask if he was,
Oh, wow.
yeah, because the last name being Tomlinson. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the nephew
he's a
of
legacy?
LaDainian Tomlinson. Yes.
Yeah.
But he's a 5'8", 100 and probably like 85 pounds
Jeez.
corner. But
But
played for
he's got more
TCU.
size at 5'8". I like that size at 5'8".
So he played for TCU, but he was strictly an outside corner at TCU,
Okay.
and he literally fought with everyone on the outside. You would
Wow.
not think this dude's 5'8", 185 pounds. That reminds me so much of Mike Hilton, to where Mike Hilton, you never thought he was small when you saw him on the field
Wow.
because of the way he played.
And that was a crazy draft, because we drafted Mike Hilton's opposite corner at the time in Marquez Colston, I believe in the second round. And Colston never played it down for us. He was injured every year. I think he lasted on the team for maybe 2 or 3 years before he was lost.
Senquez
Golston.
Yeah.
Yes. Not Marquez Colston. Senquez. It rhymed.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's a saint, I think.
Yes. But then we ended up getting Hilton as an undrafted rookie free agent when the New England Patriots did not roster him. And he ended up starting week 1 as our slot that year, which was crazy for somebody that quickly on our team as an undrafted rookie free agent to be a starting nickel corner out of the box week 1. And that was just spoke to the athleticism and what Mike Hilton was. And I don't know why New England didn't retain him, but their loss was our gain.
Yeah.
And so we chose not to sign a playmaker in that free agency 2 years ago, which I still lament to this day.
Yeah. Niners traded up, drafted a safety.
Uh-oh.
We're at pick 88 now.
And that might be the second safety taken in the draft.
I I think there's a couple of guys where it's
4.
like,
Okay.
Yeah.
but there's a couple of guys where they're debating if they were corner or safety. Like, it was listed at corner, listed at safety. We don't know. So, like the second actual safety, the second person that's all over the board labeled.
I got the Jaguars.
Jags are up, and then Jags, then Rams, Cowboys, and then it's just back. Oh, the pick we have is was one of the ones that Carolina got from the Christian McCaffrey trade. That's the pick we have in the 3rd round.
All right, Zach, I'm going to give you a break here. We're going to pop you back on here right before the Steelers draft.
No problem, but
Thanks, Zach.
Well, how do you feel about this?
Ah,
I was gonna
there I
say,
am.
I'm like, you gotta like fit in.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how I feel about this.
Oh, I went the wrong way, damn it.
I know you got to lean opposite.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that. And I use this a lot too. Yeah.
But it works off pretty nicely. The type box, I like the type box a little bit more than the default settings.
All right. The Jags
gotta
took
sit
Tank
back.
Bigsby. All right. I
Did they
don't
take-
understand why the Tank Bigsby, the running back that I keep joking the Steelers are going to take.
Ooh.
Oh, he
The
went
other
to
Tank.
Jags?
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more talented between the tackle runners in the draft, but he doesn't have that third down capability as much, which I think pairs well with ETN.
Okay. It wasn't
2
a
7.
third down back. Like a third down back that Urban wanted to turn to a slot receiver.
Who was that?
ETN.
Some people thought that, but the Jags had him as like a full-time running back.
Yeah.
And that's what he was at Clemson too.
It's funny. Like, I didn't like the Najee pick. I was kind of upset. The Jaguars picking ETN when they had Robinson instantly made me feel better. It's like, compared to the freaking amazing pick, thanks.
Hey, I was a Travis Etienne supporter. I wanted him over
I was with you there.
Najee.
That was my call that year too.
Yeah.
I thought because I liked his diversity. I thought he was a better pass receiver.
Yeah, I mean,
a little bit more elusive, definitely faster.
Yeah, I mean he had a good year last year too. I know he got hurt his first year, so he missed his rookie year. But I mean,
Right.
Last year he had 1,100 yards. So I mean, he put together a solid season.
Yeah. No, that year I wanted it.
Yeah, Brian. Brian killing it today on the show.
Yeah.
In between thrusts, he's killing it on the show.
Jesus. Jesus.
I have no idea. No. Well, I guess we could track what position teams trade up to get. But yeah, as far as we're trading back to get, that's a tougher one to know because you might not be drafting the player that you wanted when you trade back unless you just go back 1 or 2 picks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think, all right, here, would we want to go with To'o with this pick, maybe?
I would consider it.
Yeah. Again,
I
know we signed 2 linebackers, but we still need linebackers. At very least, we need depth.
Yeah.
I'm not as high on Toto as some others. Granted, by this point, I mean, I think he's a fine pick because I had him ranked like 88th or something.
Mm-hmm.
So by this point, he fits. But
Ika's there, but I don't think we're taking Ika because we already we grabbed.
we got
Keanu.
Benton.
Yeah.
We got another Keanu.
Darnell.
Colby Wooden, maybe as an edge from Auburn.
Yeah, I figure we could probably get Nate Herbig's brother in the 4th. We can probably wait on edge.
Definitely could. We definitely could.
Yeah, we could probably wait. I've seen some mocks of Herbig going round 6 or 7.
I've seen some saying To'o also as an edge as opposed to being an interior linebacker.
I guess with the Steelers, we'd probably move him around in both. Probably like have him like that's how we get him snaps. We have him behind TJ. We have him behind Holcomb and Roberts.
Nathaniel Dell was drafted, right?
Yes, he was drafted a while. Oh yeah, he was drafted to his to the same team, to the same
Right.
city that he played college at, Houston.
I still see him on the BPA board at 97.
I mean, I'll go back and make sure, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I still
I'm
see him
really
there too.
sure.
Yeah,
He
he's at
was
97.
drafted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we talked about it earlier in the show.
Yeah, because
Yeah, there's
there he is. Yeah, pick number 9th overall.
Yeah, there's a couple that haven't been updated yet because Tank Bigsby's still here.
Yeah.
So just don't know if it's not refreshing on Zach's end, right, or if it's on our end.
Yeah.
Overshawn being asked to. Overshawn or Ringo. I don't know if we're going to grab Ringo because we already got Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we're talking about like the only way we're going to double dip at corner is if we're grabbing a slot corner. Nickel corner.
Yeah.
And neither Ringo or Porter are those guys.
Right.
Rumors of Ringo maybe doing a little bit of safety as well. We could maybe have Ringo do slot corner, a little bit of safety. I wouldn't draft that in the 3rd round, but it's not the worst idea.
Brian is asking who's the best inside linebacker right now?
Like on the draft board?
Yeah, it depends.
In general.
Yeah, it depends. If you go by my draft board, it's probably Noah Sewell at this point. But the one
I forgot about Sewell.
The one I like a lot is Overshown. I have him a little farther down my draft board, but I think I think both of them would be solid picks though. But it's going to be really interesting to see if they select anyone at all, and if they would want that thumper or more of that speed guy, like when they had Shazier.
Yeah, Rams got a defensive tackle.
Dell at 69, you say?
Yeah.
That's an interesting position to be drafted.
Actually might have messed up on my draft board. I think I might have forgot to include Overshown altogether.
Overshown.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking for him, and I can't find him at all.
Did you control F9?
Yes.
Yeah.
F9.
What about Alt F4?
Or F4? What is it?
No. That was a joke. Alt F4 closes out the page.
Yeah. No, well, Bills are on the clock. We haven't traded back yet again.
Yeah. The Rams got a defensive tackle. Oh wait, you said Bills are on the clock? Cowboys are on the clock.
Bills pick is or the Cowboys pick is in. Bills are on the clock is what I have.
They took Overshown. Cowboys took Overshown. So run on linebackers is happening.
Ooh. So
son of a gun.
Bills might get Toro.
Well, I don't even know if they're interested in linebacker. I mean, they signed 2. They have Mark Robinson, so you have 3.
Yeah.
Neal's basically a linebacker.
Yeah, that's true. And we have Tandem Muse that can play linebacker, even though he's more of a special teams ace.
Yeah, I mean, they got Muse. Yeah, I always forget about Muse. I liked him a lot coming out. He was that height, weight, speed guy, that safety converting to linebacker.
Yeah, that's also probably an Aaron Curry signing too, because they were both at Seattle.
93 now listing as the Carolina Panthers.
What?
Paul is mentioning that. I don't know where he's getting that information. I don't know if it's correct.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, because on the
right now I still see him on NFL.com as being Steelers.
Yeah, I see that on I'm on ESPN.com. That's been updated. Okay, I like how all these people have like running back as need for the Cowboys, as if Tony Pollard doesn't exist.
Steelers are on the clock.
Let's go.
Not on the clock. We are on deck. Pick is in for Buffalo Bills. Bengals on the clock. Steelers on deck. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks left in this 3rd round to end day 2. We're going to get done before 11 o'clock, guys. This is actually that's incredible timing because I thought these were going to be midnight runs.
Oh, it's probably going to go before 10:30.
Well, I meant the entire. It's already 10:37 right now. That's the entire draft.
I forgot. I forgot y'all are at Eastern time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're both right. Yay.
Yay! I did a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Old board. Yep. Yeah, it was an old board. No, it's all right, dude. We all make mistakes. It's part of the draft show. Trade back again, grab some more picks. Might happen.
Yeah, it's always a possibility. Bills won't be getting Dorian now. They already got Kincaid.
Another inside linebacker to the Bills, Dorian Williams.
All right.
I'm gonna bring Zach back to the show. We're getting close to drafting, so I want to have his opinion in the run too. Thanks, Zach.
Absolutely.
Now I'm back in widescreen as opposed to tight.
Kansas City traded up to jump the Steelers.
Kansas City traded ahead of us?
Yeah. I don't know who they'd be taking.
Washington?
Don't.
Washington. No. This might be the Washington pick.
No.
Because that would be the only reason to jump in front of the Steelers. Like, a la the Ravens when they grabbed Max Williams the year we ended up taking Jesse James.
Yeah, or maybe they go up to get a linebacker because we might be looking at one. They jump up to get Toro.
That could be a possibility as well.
Yeah. There's all kinds of things I don't like.
Or they draft a wide receiver because they're the Browns or Bengals. I don't know. I don't like it when the Bengals ever jump us in the draft. Yeah, they do a better job than the Browns do usually in the draft.
Yeah, but the Chiefs jumped us. The Chiefs are
the Chiefs jumped up, so they took the Bengals pick?
Yes.
Okay.
The Chiefs traded ahead of us. They are on the clock.
Chiefs don't really need a tight end.
We are on the clock. The pick is in for Kansas City. Wait, no, they just updated. Never mind. They put the clock back up.
Yeah.
I still have the Bengals as being on the clock for mine. Oh, Kansas City. Now I see Kansas City. Okay.
Kansas City.
I'm on
their clock just started.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, they got to have the pick in, so the Steelers probably are on the clock. But yep, there it is. Pick is in. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock.
Yes!
Okay.
Here we go. Last beer of the night.
Last beer.
Grabbing out number 3.
I mean, you got to save some of the beer to toast the new Steeler.
Well, it's a new beer. I always have a new beer for each new Steeler.
Okay.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Fingers crossed.
Any guesses here now? Like, I'm thinking it might be Washington.
I hope not. It could be.
I need to see who the Chiefs take first.
We're seeing who the Chiefs take, I think. But yeah. Please be nice to me, Kansas City. We've done nothing wrong to you.
Clark Phillips III is actually a great slot corner. That is somebody that I would actually really like at this spot. Mm-hmm. You have a 49 on your board. If we're able to get him in the 90s at 93, I would be super happy because he was one of those corners that actually projected in one of my mocks, and he was his film looks like Mike Hilton. So we've been talking about that replacement. Phillips is the guy probably I would really like at this spot, double dipping at corner.
Mm-hmm. Come on, announce the pick. Don't hurt me.
Yeah, Chiefs are taking a while here.
Yeah. Like the pick is already in. Okay, here we go. Here comes the commissioner with a bunch of people falling behind him. Great.
So it's in Kansas City. Every pick they have, they've drawn it out.
Yeah, I guess
that's great.
So I guess it makes sense, unfortunately.
I know for the Chiefs' first pick, they came out and just set like Super Bowl trophies on the stage. So
yeah, pissing off every single Broncos fan.
Right.
Probably some Bills fans too.
Nate Herbig here. Benjamin's saying again. I like that, Ben. Adding the brother now as opposed to next round. We think probably next round we might get it.
Yeah.
Trader Washington. Anybody else like anybody other than Washington or Phillips?
Let me see. There was a defensive lineman that I was looking at. Where is it?
I wouldn't hate Parker Washington, but don't need a wide receiver.
Well, how do you say his name? Sayaka Ika?
Sayaka Ika.
Yeah.
Hold on. Say it's not true. Say it's true.
What? Oh, what? Washington? Are you?
Justin said that the Steelers took Washington. I don't know if it's true.
Oh, let's see what the Chiefs took.
Justin knows before everyone.
Wow.
I don't know how
that
he knows
is
that.
true. You have Matt picking Washington in his mock draft in the second round. I believe, right? Was that yours in the second round?
Yes.
Darnell? Yep.
I
You had
had
him in
him
the
at
second
32.
round.
A
Spencer
knee
Schultz
injury
had him in the
dropped him
second
down to
round.
93.
Yeah. Drew
They
Campbell
took
had
a
him down
tackle.
in third round.
Chiefs took a tackle.
Wow.
Morris.
Yep, it's being confirmed. Wow. Darnell Washington is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Let's go! Let's go!
BPA! 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 BPA!
Let's go,
If there was stuff left in these, I was going to straight stone cold these things.
Dude, you got to go get 2 full ones and just do it. Your guy, number 25 on yours and Matt's board as the best tight end in the draft in your opinions, right? Wasn't your top rated tight end?
No,
Matt?
we technically had Meyer first.
Okay. Yeah,
But-
that's right. He's like 3 picks above.
Fitting for the Steelers, Darnell was the best fit.
Awesome.
And
awesome.
to get him here while picking up capital for tomorrow.
We traded back and still got him.
Holy crap. This might be my favorite draft ever.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I really am really happy with the way that Steelers are picking in this draft.
Dude, Omar Khan is a wizard.
Yes. Guys, okay, now it's time. I'm going to highlight. I want to start off with Matt because we know how much Matt really loved Washington. So, Matt, you get the first highlight of the day. Talk to us about your tight end who you thought you were going to grab in the second and would have been happy to have where we grabbed Joey Porter Jr.
Listen, Darnell Washington is a freak athlete. 6'7", 265, ran, I believe, in the 4.5s. Dude is a freak athletically. Very good after the catch. Needs polish as a route runner. Honestly, probably needs polish as a receiving game as a whole. But once the ball's in his hands, he's been deadly, been really athletic. Kind of runs a little bit like Gronk in a way in the open field. I'm not comparing him to Gronk. Don't compare me saying that, but where he's just tough to bring down because he's such a big body. But he's also an NFL-ready run blocker. Put him next to one of the tackles, and all of a sudden, you got 6 offensive linemen blocking. You don't need a 6th offensive lineman. You don't need a tackle eligible. You don't need a Zach Banner. You got a Darnell Washington. So I love it. I had him at 32. I was advocating for him at 32. I was advocating for him at 47. I was advocating for him when they had 80 before they traded back. And I said 47, but 49. So this is a dream come true pick for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your opinions on that. Zach, I'm going to go to you next for the solo layout. Tell us what you like about Washington.
I like the fact that I know the amount of work Mike Tomlin did in all the players. So even though there was a worry on the knee or for whatever reason he dropped, we've done enough work that I don't think it's as big as a risk as we may feel it is. So I'm not really going to worry about that. I love having a real blocking tight end. I remember watching the Steelers of like the late 90s where the tight ends were just these massive hulking beasts of people that we haven't had that in a very long time. So I like that to be able to give some, other bit of skill that Moose doesn't have, and where we seem to be getting a lot of versatility. And I like it very much, especially at 93. You can't be mad at that.
Nice. And now it is your turn, Chris. Tell me what you like about Washington.
Again, like I haven't been a big fan of tight ends outside of Fryermuth. Like I think Gentry's more of a tight end 3. Hayward, I'm not entirely a fan of as a tight end. So the whole time through the offseason, I was talking about how the Steelers needed tight end depth, which ironically that was my best tight end, my best in the offseason, how we needed that depth. Again, I would have been stoked to have him at 49. We got him at 93. We got an actual pass blocker. And he's still big enough to where he could probably be a solid receiver for Kenny Pickett. And again, like the whole thing with Omar Khan, or with our draft picks. We wanted Joey Porter at 17. We got him at 32. We wanted Keanu Benton at 32. We got him at 49. We probably wanted him at 49. We got him at 93. This has been amazing. Love the pick. Love how we still got draft capital and got who we wanted. This has been amazing.
Absolutely amazing draft. And thank you for sharing. Guys, this is our newest Pittsburgh Steeler, ladies and gentlemen. It is
Just got
time
confirmed. Just got confirmed on the feed.
It is
Let's
confirmed.
go!
Let us raise a drink. Now I am drinking my third beer from Rusty Rail Brewing. It is called Fool's Gold, which is a peanut butter Hefeweizen, though I believe that Washington is no fool's gold with us being able to get that kind of draft value in late in the third round. Cheers, Darnell Washington, and welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, no, I dropped beer on my computer.
Don't do that.
Too late. It happened. All right, now I'm wiping up the computer with my sock.
Great.
No, don't worry. It's a Steeler sock. Our guy, even.
Great.
Got him out match the outfit.
Yeah.
So I did. Zach, I think you wanted to pop off here. Thank you again for a
no problem.
Wonderful day, my friend. And I know we will be seeing you. You're going to be jumping on.
I will. I'll be here tomorrow. Yep.
I will see you then, Zach. Awesome.
Okay. Bye, guys. You have a good night.
You too, my friend. See you soon. Back to the weird stoplight here. Red, white, and green. Red, yellow, green. I'm yellow.
I think we're all black.
Yeah, right. I don't know. He's Matt's a little redder than us. I don't know if that's his. He's a little flushed now that we got his guy from the second round and the fourth round, third, late and third.
I'm giddy.
This is awesome.
You're green. You're going to be sick from all the alcohol.
Me? I'll be back on. I got to play pickleball tomorrow morning too. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's an old man sport.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard of it. I don't understand why they do the things they do in that sport, but yeah.
And yes, I've already got highlights for the guy in question. I was waiting for the ads to run through so I could bring these up and find our guy. There we go. I'm gonna pause it here and increase the size so I don't get sued. Because for some reason, like if you don't match the corners, they can't get you. All right, so now I'm going to start sharing this. We're going to go over some highlights here for Darnell Washington and see what kind of player he might be here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I got to share my screen here. Give me a second. Here we go. Let's share this guy. So here we go. Darnell Washington lining up. Coming out for a pass here down the center, it looks like. Oh, no. Shit, that was the other side.
Yeah, that was a screen.
What's that?
So, yeah, that was a screen. That looked like that Frymouth play against the Falcons.
Yeah, so he was like in the scat back position. He's quicker than I thought. You're right saying he's a run of 4.5. Holy crap. Then he hurdles the guy on the sideline. Okay, in the backfield, again, in that scat back position, coming right, getting a nice block. Throwing him to the ground for the my gosh, that's why the Steelers like him.
Yeah,
they like
McDonald
from another angle, same guy. Yep. Yes. Inline blocking here on the strong side. Block and
release.
Yep. Good hand. That was almost like a one-handed catch. It looked like. Yep, it was a one-handed catch. Now we see it from the other angle.
Yeah.
Now the number 0 is available in the NFL. It will be interesting to see if he is the first Pittsburgh Steeler to wear it since like the 1940s. I love how they show the coach. The coach's reaction to that seam route. Wow. Wow, he is faster than I thought. Yeah. Holy crap, I like that.
Looks like Pickens against the Raiders.
Wow, right. Was that a tackle? What happened there? I don't even know who was there. What was going on? Is that a miss?
Scat back again.
He hits his guy well. I mean, the other guy did break that spot that he vacated, but he had to hit the guy that he blocked, and he didn't.
Roderick Jones didn't do his job.
Right. Is he in scat position? Yeah, he's scat position here. Going up the outside sideline on the wheel route. Good combative catch. And still jumping over. He almost did the Antonio Brown. This is Sparta kick to the chest. on the kick return.
Yeah, directly to the face.
This is Sparta, the knee to the head. In line on the right side, block and release, back of the end zone for the fade, wide open. Yep.
That was easy.
Nobody followed him. Everybody, he got caught in the wash.
Especially,
Wash got caught in the wash.
especially at that height and that wide open, that's too easy for Bennett.
Mm-hmm. These are weapons. This is a weapon for Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
This is a great pickup. Oh, look at that combative catch. Still a one-handed catch. He was a left-handed, one-handed catch while trying to fend with his right.
The blocking is legendary.
Nice.
The blocking of the Pittsburgh Steelers is legendary with him and Jones.
Yes. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, be a running team again.
Yeah.
That's a good seam route. Getting open in space, getting extended some yardage there. Again, seam route. Coming up, extended yardage. That's what you want to see. You want to see those tight ends turning upfield, getting some extra yardage, falling for 3 to 5 yards. That moves chains. Oh, and that does too. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. 8 more yards after the point of first contact, making himself small, turning, twisting. That was some good highlights. I'm really happy to be.
Yeah, that's
be able to watch
amazing.
some of that. Yeah.
We don't have the weird thing now. We don't have the weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Boop.
But the Bengals did get a steal at safety. They got Jordan Battle.
Oh, there you go. The other Alabama safety off the board.
Yep, and the Cardinals got a receiver from Stanford, Wilson.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good show, Jessup. Thank you, Paul. Subscribe, like, love, and share. That's all we ask for. All we do is provide free content. We will be back on the air tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. going not only through the draft coverage, but an extra hour afterward so we can welcome all of the new undrafted rookie free agents to the team as well, which is usually right around 10 to 12 of them as well. Ultra cheers. Drink 2 shots for the Steels. Oh, Prost, travel buddy. Thank you so much from Germany. Deutschland. Yeah.
Yeah. We have there's 6 draft picks left in this round.
Aubrey Miller at 132. Matt, do you like Aubrey Miller at 132?
I mean,
but
wait, didn't we see Aubrey Miller go?
He might have.
Let me check real quick.
Oh, he didn't. Never mind.
Okay.
But Aubrey Miller's out of Jackson State, right? So he was one of Dion's boys.
Yeah, taking 2.
Project Martin just went to Detroit. D tackle.
I might have been thinking of the Keandre Miller or whatever his name is from TCU.
Okay.
Matt DeGinga.
But no, Aubrey Miller. I like Aubrey Miller. I just don't know 132 is the spot for him.
Yeah.
Good night, Ian. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend. You're always great to have on the show, old head. You know, our gray beards match nicely.
Yeah.
See you, Ian. Yep, we got that, travel buddy. Yep, you guys saw that. Yep. And Shervin's saying you had just listed these players last week and said this is our round 1, 2, and 3. Don't know if I haven't believed it. Yeah, and it ended up being like rounds 2 and a late 3 that we get the guys that we were talking about 1 and 2. So that is talking about draft value and essentially throwing in an extra Broderick Jones into that mix with all of this talent. Like I don't think I've ever been as happy for a draft other than like I was surprisingly excited about the draft where we did not have the first rounder, where we got Minka when we had to trade up to get Bush. And we ended up drafting Claypool in the second. We ended up getting Highsmith in the third. Like
Dotson.
Dotson in the fourth, who was a first a consensus All-American as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was and McFarland, I think right after that, when we didn't get J.K. Dobbins, we ended up getting McFarland, who was a good piece as well. Like that was just a good value draft. This one is like a great BPA draft for the positions of need that we wanted to upgrade. It's like this is an absolute upgrade draft. And I am just floored at how different this draft is than from most of Kevin Colbert drafts, where he tended to sell out in the first or second round, and then kind of throw picks against the wall to see what sticks after first and second round. Yeah, we got some good ones after that, but generally he was most effective in first and second round. Now I think we've been effective in the third round as well here.
Yeah,
getting some good picks.
Hell, I think this is a better draft than that legendary 2017 draft. The only reason I'm hesitant is because TJ Watt.
Yeah.
Which this might be better than that 2017 draft. Watt, Juju, Connor, Sutton.
Yeah. Yep. And Connor's still in the league. So, like that's the problem with this draft is like everybody else is now a starter on a different team.
Except
like,
for TJ.
Except for All World. Well, that's the one I'd want to keep out of that draft anyway.
Exactly.
DPOY. Hell yes.
Yeah.
You know it's good. You know it's a good draft when they're all making hella money too.
Yes. Yeah.
Even if it's not with you, can't afford to keep everyone.
Yeah. Like remember the Saints draft that year are making money.
This is a good point too, Travel Buddy. Like we've just given Kenny Pickett his protection on his blind side in this draft. I mean, like, I know we haven't drafted a young center yet, like the Steelers usually do, to start matching in with this talent. I think it's probably going to come next year. But we've got great guards. We got a ton of interior offensive linemen. Chooks is definitely going to be here for another 2 years, and he's solid as hell. And even more, I like more. So this is just extra fodder. Like this is just like, stoking the coffers and making the rich richer in some of these positions that were vacant positions of like Robert Tamburo would even say, like, we screwed up in a lot of these drafts, didn't get the depth. We are deep everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Like, and that is a tough thing to do as a football team in the NFL, is to be kind of deep at every position. We're 3 deep at nose now. That's a position where we have like 1 nose earlier. Now we're like center is probably one we want to try to get a little deeper at, but I know we've got
the guy I wanted for center just got taken.
Oh, who got taken?
Ricky Stromberg.
Oh,
gotcha. I wanted him in the 4th.
Yeah. What position does he play again?
Center.
Oh, yes.
That's the young center I wanted. Figured he could spend a year or 2 behind Mason Cole, then pop out round 3.
That's not a bad call.
Yeah, I liked him. I had him in most of my mocks in round 4, but damn it.
Now, this does not devalue Muth at all. Muth is number 1. Like,
exactly.
This guy is strictly like Gentry. We have as the blocking. He's our best blocking tight end. This guy we brought in to be diverse, to be that Robin to Muth's Batman moving forward, because Gentry only signed a 1-year contract with us. So, like, this is the future. Like, this guy was.
Like when the Eagles had Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert.
Yes. I love this pick.
Yeah.
It also gives you that insurance in case
Muth goes down.
Well, and Muth goes down, but also in case in 2 years, say you can't afford to keep Muth, these receiving tight ends are going to start getting some big contracts. So you can't afford to keep him. Gives you Washington as a fallback money wise. You always got to have that secondary plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Strive for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yep. That's it. That's the way I live my life.
Yeah.
Browns took Ika.
That was a good pick for
Ika's
them.
finally off the board. That's actually a very good pick for the Browns.
And that's why.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there, Chris. Can you repeat?
No, that's why I hate it, because it's a good pick for them.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting because they run a 4-3, and he's definitely more of a nose tackle.
Yeah.
But so it'd be interesting to see how he works. He can play the 1 technique, I guess, for them, just to eat up blocks. But
yeah, Ben and Matt will be on the show tomorrow. Let me check to see if Trey texted us again. Let me see. Oh, he. Yep. Nobody else jumped on. Yep. Trey is enjoying his evening, I'm sure. But I will be here as all. I haven't left the show yet. So far, this is a record. I have not left the air on day 1 or day 2 yet. And sometimes I kind of excuse myself a little bit. We'll see if I can make it through like 7 or 8 hours tomorrow.
You're not making it on camera the entire time.
I don't know. I'm going to try. I want to try it just so I can say I have never left the air for a draft coverage show starting a half an hour before and even on the last day going an extra hour. I want to be able to say that I'm going for the marathon. This is a goal for me for tomorrow. So that is a reason to tune in tomorrow to see if Striker goes off the air for any minute, because usually I bring down all my drinks, all my food and everything. I've got it right here packed next to me for the show.
Well, I guess you won't be getting drunk tomorrow then, because you're going to have to go if you do.
Well, there's only one pick, and that's in the 4th round. And if we don't trade, like trade's a shot.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting getting drunk at all. Having that one pick, talking, just having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, got the wedding coming up. Nice.
We got 3 picks left: Raiders, Niners, Vikings.
Hold on.
Niners got a
kicker,
and it wasn't the top rated kicker I've seen on most boards. Moody. And they not for a kicker. I think they traded for Gonzalez.
Yeah.
They traded for a kicker and then drafted one at the end of the 3rd.
Yeah, we talked about that one, Miles.
Wow. Yeah. I think that's the highest a kicker has gone ever since Aguayo.
3rd round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a second
that is
rounder.
pretty high. Okay. Aguayo was a 2nd rounder.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the highest a kicker's gone since then. And I think before Aguayo, it's the highest since Seabass for the Raiders.
Ika's going to fail, they're saying. Travel Buddy's calling it because he's a Brown.
Yeah.
He will fail at the mistake by the lake. Something in the water over there. He'll get a staph infection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
One hell of a
Paul, let me
season.
know if you're in town too for games, man. You can DM me at SN Striker on just about every platform. I'm a season ticket holder. I travel from Baltimore area for the games. I like meeting up with fans. We have good times. We have the Steeler Nation tailgates down there too. So we'll hook you guys up. Have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Striker's going to have to pee in a jug under his desk. Not saying I haven't done it already.
I'll
leave that to your imaginations.
I'd like to not.
Striker's like the guys at the pool bar that you see there for 8 hours all day, and you wonder
why are they not leaving the bar?
Yeah, like what are you doing? Okay.
Just so you know, I've only done it in a different country. It was the Dominican Republic, and I'd never have done it in American pool.
Yeah.
Too much information. Oh, that's what you get. You get a lot of information on Striker shows, whether or not you want it.
We'll probably get more information tomorrow.
That's why these shows are so entertaining.
Yeah, like we got 7-8 hours to kill. Might as well.
Yeah.
Let's just hope it's better information than where the Striker pee.
Right.
All right.
And here's a good question. Robert Tamboro, Striker, do you have a pee jar or bladder tied to your leg with a connecting tube? What else do you get up? Well, it depends. I'll leave that pun there.
That took me a second.
That's what I do. I'm all about word associations and making stupid puns and having a good time.
How many more picks are in the 3rd round here?
3.
Yeah,
Raiders,
we're down to
Niners,
the end.
Vikings.
And Raiders pick is in. Niners on the clock. Vikings in the hole.
Yeah. Well, wait, I'm gonna check out my baseball game. We've been doing anything?
Pirates playing right now?
No. But the Steelers are the only non-local team I root for.
So you live where?
Tennessee.
Tennessean is believing.
Yeah. That's why I kept talking about Hyatt and Tillman and Hooker.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Tennessee and hookers, yeah.
No,
There's some good ones there.
too. Damn. You're doing good.
Southern hospitality. That's the fool's gold talking. No, I usually don't get snookered at games, to tell you the truth. It's more like draft shows, to tell you. I don't drink at games at all because I like to enjoy games. And when I drink at games, I don't remember them or enjoy them, and I get rowdy and belligerent, and I'm not a good person. So games, I'm sober.
Yeah. See.
Yeah, was that the Browns' first pick too?
No,
like
that was the second one.
No, they have.
That's for a team that has only had 2 picks in the first 2 days, no first rounder, no second rounder. Like that is Ika is a great pickup for them. Absolutely great.
They got
pickup.
Ika, and then they got oh my god, I'm blanking on the dude they drafted.
I'll look through again. Also, the Bears got a wide receiver, Tucker. The Browns also got. Give me a second. Cedric Tillman.
Yeah. Jesus, we were just talking about this.
Gosh, that's another good player. That surprisingly, for giving up great draft picks for their touchy-feely quarterback, they have made the most out of the draft that they have had thus far.
Hey, he wasn't touchy-feely, according to said lawsuits. He just asked them to be touchy-feely.
Oh, he was peekabooey.
No,
he was pleased
for a little bit extra.
It reminds me from the scene in. You guys ever see the movie That's My Boy?
No.
With Adam Sandler and Andy Samberg.
No, I did not see that.
Dang it! Well, my movie reference won't hit home then if neither of you have seen it.
Oh.
But they're in a actual spa for his son's bachelor party. So Adam Sandler's the dad and Andy Samberg's the son. And Adam Sandler's like the party dad and Andy Samberg's like this real clean cut son. So for their bachelor party, they went to like a legit spa, like a real nice uppity spa. And Adam Sandler's sitting there in the towel on the massage table and has like a $1 bill tucked into the towel. Like, got a little something extra. That's what Deshaun Watson was doing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go through my list.
Got a tight end, Cameron Latu.
I'm trying to go through my list and see who I want the Steelers to possibly take at 132.
Yeah.
And there's some interesting names. It's just I'm curious how it's going to fall.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm going to say Clark Phillips. If he ends up falling to that spot at 132, I will think this is like the best draft we have ever had.
Yeah. Like Phillips.
Because nickel corners are severely undervalued in drafts as well.
I can confirm this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Phillips, Herbig, To'o, those will all be good.
Yes.
I wouldn't hate like a Noah Sewell, a Herbig.
Sewell, yeah.
A KJ Henry who could be that edge depth. I even wouldn't hate Parker Washington. Some people
another Washington
wide receiver.
Doubling up at Washington's going back to we are for the double up at Penn State.
Yeah, you won't get a Penn State cheer out of me, Striker.
I know. you're like all you know is like the. You just know articles. That's like the. Yeah, you roll your eye. Hey, just so you know, just for that eye roll, I'm giving you a Buckeye slap. Yeah, slap it on the side of your head and wear it at the next draft show. Buckeye.
See, I only know
you get a Buckeye definitely for picking the Washington pick right. You get a Buckeye for that.
Hey, that's all I want.
Exactly. I think that's great. I do love the Buckeye stuff. I think it's a cool way to show support and team stuff. Like, and the players love it. Yeah, it's cool.
Hey, I mean, outside of TJ Watt, you could argue the best player on their team's a Buckeye, and Cam Hayward.
Oh, true.
I'd go with the Tide.
It's you can argue Fitzpatrick. You can argue maybe even Najee if you want to go offense. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably
Kenny Pickett. I don't know. We'll see. Kenny Pickett's developing. He's developing. Yeah. Right now, I could argue that's you have to go the big three on defense. I think
the defense was being held down for years before TJ and Mick got there by Cam and Shazier. The two Buckeyes.
Round 3 is
I love some
officially
J.J.
over.
Ah,
Mekhi Blackman is a Minnesota Viking. That is and we are done here for round 3 of the draft.
Any good edges left? We were talking about Herbig. Yeah.
Well, see, Herbig, I don't know if he would stay an edge for the Steelers. I think they might move him off ball because he's small for an edge.
Okay.
And he had some experience off ball. There's been some talks about that. I don't know where necessarily people are getting that idea from, but it makes sense based on his size and his skill set. Right. My favorite edge, though, for the Steelers left would be KJ Henry. I know Kobe Wooden's still available, but he's not a 3-4 edge. He's more of a 4-3 edge.
Yeah.
He's a little too big. He's like 6'5", 275. Little big for an outside linebacker.
Yeah. We could have a Toro for both inside and edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got options. We got a lot of options.
Yeah. Clayton Tune was also parroted there by Cooley Man. Which I wouldn't be disappointed, but like right now, my top, if you're asking me, it's Phillips. I want that nickel corner. I want a double dip at cornerback. I think he's BPA. At least it's going to be there. I think a lot of these guys like Jalen Duncan, Dwad Jones, Ringo, and Antonio Johnson, those guys are probably going to come off the board. I don't think we're going to go safety in this draft. I think the fact that we passed on Branch, I think that just speaks to the fact that we are just twice we are not going safety in this draft.
Yeah.
Though I do like that one safety out of the really big one, the 230, 220 pounder out of the smaller school. Crike, what's his name? I think he's got a. I gotta find where he is.
I'm trying to think of who you could be thinking of.
Yeah, Skinner out of Boise State.
Okay, JL Skinner.
Yeah, but I think he had a knee injury or something happened, so he couldn't do a lot of his measurables for pro day and combine. That's just a guy that the size. He's enormous. He's like 6'2", 220.
Yeah, he definitely plays that bigger safety role. Can really come down and play in the box. Almost reminds me of Keanu Neal a little bit.
Right.
Keanu's
a smaller guy. Like he plays big, but he's a smaller guy.
Yeah,
but he's beefed up his body now because he's had to play that box role so frequently.
Right.
He's just not 6'4" or whatever like Skinner is.
Right. But Skinner would be an interesting option for me.
Yeah. I do think we go quarterback here. We normally go to camp with 4 quarterbacks, so I doubt we go with a 7th rounder and a UDFA. So I think we get someone with a little bit more pedigree. We go quarterback here and then go maybe edge and safety later on. Maybe trade back if both quarterbacks we want are still there.
Who do you like at quarterback if we're going to grab one in the 4th, Chris?
The 2 guys we had at top 30 visits were Clayton Tune and Jaron Hall.
Okay, great. I like that. I like that a lot because that at least pairs it in and makes sense for what the Steelers are doing in this draft. Did Steelers bring in Washington for a visit?
I think I'm 95%. I got to check.
Not know. Yeah,
because I know we did for Jones. We did for Joey Porter Jr. I know we definitely did our due diligence for those guys.
Are you saying Darnell Washington?
Yeah, Darnell Washington. We did. That was the only tight end we brought in for a visit.
Yeah.
Boom.
And they brought him in late. It was like a week ago. It was like a week or 2 ago. It was very late in the process.
I thought we did.
Let's see. We only brought in 2 safeties for a top 30 visit. But Daniel Scott and Tanner Ingle. 2 names I have not heard come up yet. So those might be names to look for in round 7.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we have? Is there anyone else we have here that's still on the board? Did Robert Beal get drafted?
No. Robert Beal would be a great edge in like the 7th round.
Yep. For a visit. Carr Brooks. I don't think Brooks got drafted.
No, but after Benton, I doubt they take Brooks.
Fair enough. Yep.
They have Chandler Zavala. I mean, if they want that guard, if they want that interior lineman, they brought in a lot of interior linemen.
Yeah. There's a Bryce Ford Wheaton at wide receiver.
How good is Joey Porter Jr. in coverage, Matt?
It really depends on the scheme you put him in. If you put him up at the line of scrimmage, let him press guys, let him play in their hip pocket, he's very good. You ask him to play 5-10 yards off the ball, try and read the quarterback and react, that's where he's going to struggle a little more. He likes to disrupt guys, get them off their timing, and turn as they turn in stride with them, not have to make breaks on the ball or on the receiver from yards away. That's not where he's going to succeed. Now, that's not saying he can't do that eventually, but that's just not where he can succeed right now, or at least not his best success. Put him on the line of scrimmage, let him disrupt people, and let him stay right on their hip, a la Ike Taylor.
Nice. Like that. Thank you for the answer there.
But guys, I'm gonna have to sign off here. It's been great with you.
All right.
We're getting to the end of the show anyway, guys. Let's raise our glass. Let's do a final toast, at least to the newest members of the Steelers. Welcome to the team. We already did welcome Washington, right?
Yeah.
But at least thank you so much for being on the show, guys. I will be sending out an email here shortly for tomorrow's info, and I will be seeing a lot of you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Yep. Cheers. Excited to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell of a day, guys. Hell of a day.
All right, see you,
amazing.
Matt. Yeah, crazy show, huh?
Yeah. I love it. I love crazy.
Nice. And you've been on for basically you came on a little later, but I mean, almost the entire show. So
Yeah.
I'm very respectful for your endurance, and thank you for being here on the show with me.
Thanks. Thank you for letting me be on.
Anytime. So I'm going to sign off with you then, Chris. Thank you for being on the show. Like I said, I'll shoot you out an email. We'll talk. I'm just going to respond to some of these comments before I go off the air.
Mm-hmm.
So cheers, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. See ya. Here we go, Steelers. It's the end of the show. I'm going through your comments. We're seeing what you're saying. I'm going to react. Derek Parrish in the 7th. That's not a bad pick as well there, Robert. Agree. Not even close. How far ahead Cam the greatness department? All TRJ Steelers. Toast. Prost. Thank you, lifelong Steeler fan. Welcome to the show too, lifelong Steeler fan. You chimed in here late. You jumped on late, but you've been adding some great stuff to the show as well. I hope you subscribe to us over at YouTube/Steeler Nation as well. Be sure to share our show. We'll be back on the air tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Thanks, Miles. You know you're a big part of the show, my friend. I love that. Got my fat. Yeah, there we go. Night, guys. Night, Robert. Hey, thanks, Cooley, for being on the show, man. You know we love you. TJ, chance of Hall of Fame at least 90%. Cam Hayward at least 50% chance. All over Steelers currently 0 chance. Trying to think if we have any current Steelers on the roster that might. Fitzpatrick might be able to make a push for it if he has a lot of solid years and starts racking up some all-pros still. That is one person I could see also maybe joining those other guys. Otherwise, we'll have to wait to see what George Pickens and Kenny Pickett and Najee Harris are. Because right now, I mean, they've got some promising careers, but they've got to keep doing. Thanks, Miles. Take care, lifelong fan. I love that. We'll be back 11:30 tomorrow morning. Crazy how here's a couple on the board too that I couldn't believe. Ringo, DeJuan Jones, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Jalen Duncan, the offensive tackle out of Maryland. We had him 39. Antonio Johnson, the safety out of Texas A&M. My guy, who I want, who's Clark Phillips. We had him at 49. The cornerback out of Utah. Stud. He will be absolutely a stud at nickel. Love that guy. Ika's off the board. He's still on ours, but he's off the board. Parker Washington is our highest rated wide receiver. Tavarius Hodges Tomlinson, who we did talk about too as a cornerback, also probably being a slot corner as well. Battle came off the board, I think. Kobe Wooden, the edge from Auburn. And then another position of need. Noah Sewell. I think he came off, though, didn't he? This wasn't updated at the end. I know Henry To'o is on the board. He did not get drafted. So we have some good players. KJ Henry out of Clemson as well. Dylan Horton out of TCU. And Mike Morris out of Michigan. Those are 3 edges to look at as well tomorrow. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. We'll see how it ends up fitting out. But appreciate you guys all being part of the show as well. Oh, you are most welcome, lifelong fan. I hope you jump on it as well. Love the show, Cope. Much better than the idiot talking heads on the network. Thank you so much, man, Cooley. We love you too, and I'm glad you've been hanging out this now in the 3rd year in a row of me doing this stupid stuff. Fitzy, yes. Yeah. Yep. Fitzy, Watt, hopefully Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson, surprisingly, he's better numbers than OBJ. Look at his numbers against OBJ. OBJ's been injured a lot. Played with the Cleveland, who doesn't get you the ball. That's interesting. Interesting stuff. I think another cornerback would help. Yeah, that's why I like Phillips a ton. I want that nickel corner that we don't have to worry about throwing safeties down there in the mix anymore. Let safeties be safeties. Give us a nickel corner like Mike Hilton. I think Phillips the third is that safety. That's the guy I want in the 4th round. I'm crossing my fingers, holding my breath, and hoping for that play. Miles, draft has been so weird from so many people are slipping, especially in that 1st round. Yeah, definitely. All drafts are crazy, but the reason why I like this draft, Miles, is because I think the Steelers have been making the right picks at the right time. Like, a lot of people wanted JPJ in the 1st round. We got him in the 2nd. A lot of people wanted Washington at that number 2 pick, or the 1st pick, the top pick in the 2nd. We got him in the 3rd. Like, we banked picks in this draft and ended up getting a starting caliber nose tackle and a starting caliber 10-year offensive tackle on the left side to be Kenny Pickett's blind side, while still banking Joey Porter, while still banking Washington. Like, this has been a phenomenal draft for value and one of the best value drafts I've ever seen the Steelers take. Are they all going to pan out? I don't know. It's still a crapshoot, but on draft day, I don't care what anybody said. Like, the value from what our Steelers draft gurus, Matt Papirnik, Ben McCallion, have been saying, we got 2 guys on their boards way lower than they should have been, in Joey Porter Jr. and in Washington. So super happy for that. And we ended up having to move up for Jones, and that was right around where they had him slated to go, right there around 12, 13, 14, 15 range. So really, really great value in this draft. I hope we end up picking up a ball hawk linebacker, and they've been productive. Last Shazier. I just don't see a ball hawk linebacker in this draft now. From now on, probably not going to happen. But the good thing is the Steelers have done their due diligence in free agency and at grabbing off-ball linebackers. We got Cole Holcomb out of Washington. We got Landon Roberts out of Miami. And then we went and drafted the special teams ace inside linebacker Tana Muse out of Seattle. So I am very happy with our linebacker room, even before we had to talk about the draft. So if we don't grab that guy, I'm not as upset. And we spent much less money than we did on Schobert, much less money than we did on Jack. And we have guys that can contribute and maybe make just as much plays. Tomlinson would be perfect as well. Another slot corner option, Nick. I'd be 100% fine with that pick as well. Thanks again, Striker. Thank you for the commenters no longer criticizing me for being the Steelers guy. Dude, you know that, Robert. Like, I love you for your perspective. I know you're an old head. I know you have a wealth of timing and information, and I'm happy that you are happy with the way that we've approached this draft as well, because I know we grabbed a tackle. I know we grabbed a nose tackle, which are positions that we've been talking about here the last couple drafts. Can't draft everybody in a draft that we want. I know center was a position that we did not grab yet, but we got a ton of interior offensive linemen here in free agency as well that can contribute to that center spot, as well as Kendrick Green still on the roster. It's going to be a dogfight, absolute dogfight, where some of these guys that we end up picking up in free agency might not even make the roster because we brought in so many people before the draft with Khan doing his due diligence. Lifelong. We haven't exactly been in position for a long time. Exactly. Like what we've done right now, we're a playoff team. I absolutely know, balls to bone, this defense is a top 5 defense. We've got Kenny Pickett getting better and better, making the work. We got George Pickens learning how to run routes. We're bringing in Washington as another, and Broderick Jones as some more talent here on the offensive line for blocking and for playmaking. So, like, I am psyched for this season. Absolutely psyched. Before we even get to day 3, absolutely psyched. As the Steelers draft past the Eagles kill the drafts, but having Andy Weidel over in our corner has affected the Eagles draft slightly, I will have to say. And I'm happy as hell the way we've been drafting quality players at positions where they should have been drafted way earlier, according to a lot of draft nicks, not just ours, but league wide. I think he's a great addition to this team. Is Holcomb adequate? I'm not I'm not the draft guru. That's more of a question for Ben and Matt, and you can ask that tomorrow at the top of the show. You just join us on the draft show. I'm not going to lie to you, say that I know everybody. I'm not a big college football fan. I run the draft show. There are some players that I do know, that I do research, but Holcomb was not one of those players. Do we bring back Miles Jack on the cheap? No, Nick. We brought in so many linebackers right now. We do not have space for Miles Jack back on this roster. I'm not saying that that it's a 0% chance of happening, but it's a very low percent chance happening. But he's still sitting there in free agency. There's going to be a run now on free agents on Sunday and forward, because that, when you don't get the guys that you wanted in the draft, that's when you start grabbing guys in free agency again. So I think Jack will move. I think we got a couple guys that were on our roster that will move in free agency, like William Jackson III, Jameer Jones, Mason Rudolph, Derek Watt too, probably will find a place. Wormley and Alu are injured. Those guys aren't even going to be moving at all. Alu's not going to be ready till October. Wormley maybe mid-September. Marcus Allen may move. Snell may move. Jesse Davis as well, but the rest of the guys are lower guys. So we don't know how that's going to work out, but at least I do track the free agent, and I do know those guys. When's Tomlin's son draft eligible, and will you see him to the Steelers? I think he's draft eligible next year. I think he's a wide receiver as well. Is he in Maryland? I think. But I think next year, after next year, he's draft eligible. Don't know if the Steelers will take him. We'll have to watch his stats. His dad would want to take him, but we got guys like Weidel, we got guys like Omar Khan, and even Rooney that will outvote him in that room if he's the only one that wants his son at a certain position, unless his son's going like 5th, 6th, 7th round. They're like, yeah, grab your son. It's fine. Dude, get some rest. I'm on the West Coast. Awesome. I'm just glad I don't have to work tomorrow. I had to work early both Thursday and Friday. I'm good now. Dude, sign off and get some rest. I will. I'm about ready. I'm just going through these. Where's the tip jar? Tip jar, dude. Don't have a tip jar. All you can do, follow me on social media at SN Striker. I'm going to put it down here in the comment box. Striker spelled with a Y. Why? Because I'm crazy for the Steelers. YKER. There you go. So you guys got the comment box. Follow me. I'm on the Tickety Talks. I'm on the Grams. I'm on the Tweety Tweets. So you can follow me on those. And I've been doing some draft stuff every day. So I'll have something up again tomorrow. BC. Yep. Transferred to BC. Yep. Sign up at Steeler Nation and become a contributor. True. Go over to SteelerNation.com. Join the football forum, which is free, but if you become a contributor, you get a lot of free stuff. You get some you can make your own avatar and all that stuff. It's really fun. And the information I am from the Steeler Nation football forum. I started in 2005, and this stuff didn't start ramping up over here for podcasts or for articles until about 2016, where I was one of the first featured article writers. And then I started on the podcast here in 2017, and I've been running it ever since. So I love the multimedia aspect. Every once in a while, I'll throw an article up, but that's how we get here, guys. We got smart guys like Bill Wyshynski. He was FSF over at the SteelerNation.com as well. He's a featured writer at Steeler Nation. I don't remember if Bob Quinn was over there as well. But we got a couple guys that did transition out of the discussion board and end up becoming great writers for Steeler Nation, and we are a legit news source now. So fun watching it all build since I've been a part of this. Miles, great show as always. I'm going to get some shut eye now. Me too, very soon. Thank you, Miles. Nick, JPJ is coming in with a huge chip on his shoulder. Can only help his mindset. I completely agree, Nick. Thank you so much for joining the show too and being a part of it. Love it. I started over there many years before that. Robert, I'm not sure the year you started. I know I was 05. The reason how I even found it was I was searching to find SteelerNation.com to actually buy and own the website to be able to sell it later to the Steelers. But they end up taking Steelers Nation Live or whatever, something stupid like that. Steelers Nation Unite, something dumb. And that's just the way it went. And then it just became part of that and started writing articles for the discussion board. And every once in a while I'll throw up an idea on the discussion board too. I love doing that kind of stuff, or have a drunk cope question and answer thread where I just get drunk and you guys ask me questions about life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and Steelers. So I answer all questions except for politics, because politics just aren't fun. Thanks, Lifelong. Really appreciate that. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well. Freedom of speech is different than speech from what you assumed was true. Mo Chance, you learn. Welcome disagreement. Don't ostracize it. Promote Tomlin, earn president, and get better in game head coach. Yeah, that's what, like, I don't hate anybody. We're all Steeler fans. We just have all different ways of visualizing, viewing our team. I will never belittle you, as Robert will say, because he is a counterpoint to a lot of the discussions and arguments that we have. But I appreciate your contribution as always, Robert, as you're always open to hearing my points of view also for the way these things do. RT sounds drunk. Well, that's one of my superpowers, is I don't slur when I'm drunk. How can I contribute? I've always wanted to start or join a podcast. I'm a Steelers addict for over 25 years. We do a Steeler Nation vidcast as well. Usually it's on Tuesday nights at 7. I'm going to have one. Actually, I have a guest speaker for that too. It's one of the draft people over at Believe Network. He's going to join us and go over the Steeler draft and get his input. It's going to be a fun show. It's going to be live just like it is. So subscribe, which you've already done over at YouTube. We've got a Facebook page, SteelerNation.com. My stuff I've already thrown up. And also, if you click on SteelerNation.com, bookmark that site for all your Steeler news. The draft forum, if you click on the forum button, that's how you join the draft, and then you can contribute over on the Steelers football forum as well. You can stay out of the other stuff if you don't want to get spun up in politics, but if it's something you like to do, they do that as well. And the general discussion board is usually pretty fun as well. Yep, join Steeler Nation. That's the way to do it. Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Guys, it's the end of the show. I'm jumping off before midnight, which I'm very happy to do. I will see you all bright and early, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, where we will be running through the entire draft, 4th round through 7th, and including the extra hour after the draft when everybody tries to grab as many undrafted rookie free agents as they can. I will be live for that. You are most welcome there, Nick. That is all the time we have for the Steeler Nation Draft Show, sponsored by Total Sports Enterprises. I'm your host, G Striker, rooting along with you as always.